dangerous! Again! Again! Judge, jury, executioner! Armed and dangerous! Again! Again!
Hello, casters. Can you hear me? Hey, you guys can hear me. Sounds good.
Dinner time!
Armed and dangerous!
I have time.
Again!
I need to buy.
Again!
5 minutes to cast this.
Again! Judge, jury, executioner! Armed and dangerous! Again! 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 God of Thunder!
Dinner time!
Armed and dangerous! Again! 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 Judge, jury, executioner!
Dinner time!
Armed and dangerous! Again! Again! Again!
Just checking in. 2.5 minutes. There's going to be a little bit of Sam here. You can just talk about whatever. Meta, all that sort of stuff, just because there is a tech issue on stage. But we don't need to tell them that. I'll let you know if it starts to drag on a little bit too long. And if you need another break or something, just let me know, okay? Sounds good, thank you.
Judge, jury, executioner! Judge, jury, executioner!
All right, folks, welcome back, welcome back. We are getting it started here with match number 2 lined up for the road to DreamCon. It has been a fun day so far, and it is just going to get even better as we continue here. Once again, I am the Pretty Boy Jackal here with my man Zip Master Flex, and we are just going ahead and moving right along. So again, folks, just to let you know, we are moving along up to losers finals here. So we got plenty of action for you here today. Definitely make sure that you are locked in, tuned in, and we are going to have plenty of action for you all. And honestly, I'm excited to see what our next match is looking like.
Yeah, 1,000%. Tournament of Power going up against the why am I blinking right now? Was it Tournament of
LARP for fun.
LARP for fun. There we go. There we go. Tournament of Power versus LARP for fun. As we said, Tournament of Power, very first winners. That's the one with the FGC players on the team, the one that you are definitely showing your extending your love for. And then we have the LARP for Fun, and they're the ones that won the final qualifier, and they put on an absolute performance as they made their run through that one.
All right, casters, you can
excited to see what they got.
Actually.
Oh, hey. So, guys, before we get into the game, we are going to go to the stage. We got a nice interview for you folks. So, take it away.
3, 2.
Thanks, guys. I'm over here with Jono from LARP for Fun. Jono, you coach the team. So how has the journey been for you just getting to the DreamCon stage at this point for you and the guys?
So it's been a tough journey, 100%. We've gone through multiple members on teams, but we think we found a structure that we really believe in.
All right. And so what is it about that structure that is specifically makes you so confident?
It's the way the players play together and the synergies that we have as a team and the characters that each person plays that really make us great.
Awesome. Okay, and so I asked one of the other players earlier from Swamp Gaming about the rework, but I'm also curious for your team. Have you had a lot of time? Obviously, it's come out recently, but have you had any chance to practice?
No, it came out today, and we flew in yesterday, so we didn't really have much individual time to play. I do see that the guys are warming up right now, so we are trying to get as much warm-up time and preparation as we can.
All right, and so for other players that may be at home watching the broadcast, maybe one day they want to get to this point at the stage for DreamCon, for a future Road to DreamCon event, what sort of advice would you give to them and growing in their Marvel Rivals career?
Marvel Rivals is a very big scene, and it's a very popular one, and it's a scene that anybody can get into. So it's just the passion and doing as much as you can and just having fun.
Absolutely. So what is something that people might not know about your guys for LARP for Gaming that maybe you want, LARP for Fun, excuse me, that you maybe want them to know about your team?
So we've been together for, I want to say, 4 months. We've been a team for 4 whole months. We've won multiple titles as well as top 8 in a championship in this game, top 8 in North America, and we've done very well for ourselves.
Awesome. And what about yourself as a coach? How long have you been coaching?
I've been coaching them for, I want to say, 2 months. I've been their manager for the entirety of 4 months. I only picked up coaching recently, and it's been great.
Okay, and how about for that transition from like gamer to coaching? What has that been like for you?
It's been a learning experience. I've had many mentors. I've had many people who have been trying to train me, but it's been a nice ride, and I'm glad to be here.
Awesome. So if you win this match, you go on to winners final to face Swamp Gaming. How would you feel? First of all, let's first ask about this match playing against Top. How do you feel? Have you had a chance to scout them at all?
We have had a chance to scout them, but with the new season and every change, we can't really see much that they might play or they might do. But we're really excited to play them.
All right. So any final thoughts before I kick it back to the casters?
Just watch out for how we
Ready?
play.
Stand by.
Watch what we play, because it might give you some insight to what we might play against Swamp Gaming in the finals if we do win. And as my team likes to say, let's LARP for fun.
All right, LARP for fun, and watch out for them. Thank you so much, Jono. I appreciate it. Guys, I'll kick it back to you at the desk.
2, 1, and you're back.
Shout out our lovely host with the Arcane cosplay. If y'all can hear me out there, go ahead and give her a hand if y'all can do that for me. That's beautiful. That's beautiful. I love it. I didn't quite know if y'all could hear me right, so I didn't know if they were going to give the hand, right? You know what I mean? So that's my test run for the weekend to see how well y'all can hear me. Thank y'all so much. But, man, so we have our teams ready. Like we said, LARP for Fun going up against Tournament of Power. This should be a good one, right? We have not seen Tournament of Power play for a long time at this point. It's been, what? It's been 4 months. Actually, if you really think about it, it's been 5 months, hasn't it?
Yeah, pretty much. Now, I have been seeing that Daniel has been, warming back up, getting back into the swing of things with Pred and all them, right? So they definitely were trying to get the wheels turning again before the tournament and everything else. So, we're definitely curious to see how things go, right? But this is a completely different environment because, again, this is the competitive stage, and it's a lot different than when you're running scrims or ranked and things of that nature. So you're definitely right there talking about the amount of time that's passed. So we're going to see if there's going to be any rust on their performance, from Tournament of Power side. But to be honest, I'm not really all that worried about them because they do this. They have been involved on the competitive scene for quite some time, since the start, actually, of the game. So, honestly, I have no doubt that they're going to be able to get right back into the groove. But LARP for Fun is definitely going to come with it as well, especially Moose, right? Definitely looking forward to seeing the performance from them and Le Crazy Mage and all them. So, it's definitely going to be a fun match for sure. Honestly, like these matches are just going to get tougher and tougher as we go along. So again, folks, for those of you watching at home, we are moving up to losers finals or the lower bracket finals, if you will. So definitely make sure that you're staying tuned here because we're going to have plenty of action coming up for you here. But honestly, I feel like my pick was still lean with Tournament of Power on this one.
I already said, I'm not taking any picks. We don't take picks, baby. We watch it unfold, watch the story play out. That's what we do. Now, let me do a little something here, Jackal. I'm gonna put a little. Okay, so if you know my Twitter, you know what my name is, Big Unk Zip, right? So I'm gonna let it be known I'm Unk out here. I'm pretty sure you can tell. So with that being said, where did this? So I had somebody try to tell me, a young buck try to tell me that LARP been a word. Where did this LARP stuff come from, man?
Why are you asking me? I'm right here with you. I don't know what the kids be saying these days, but honestly, we're going to have to figure that out as we're moving along as well.
Role play.
So live action role play is what it stands for. Again, I'm not entirely sure about the joke here, but, live action role playing on the stage with Marvel Rivals here. I guess is a callback to, the old school days of like, D&D and things of that nature. So, just going to go ahead and roll with that one. But I mean, LARP for Fun, I don't know when you LARP for serious? Like, I'm not entirely sure how that's going to go.
So you know what's funny? I'm not even going to explain why, but you just proved that you're more unk than me because with your description of what LARP was.
Listen,
It's
we
all
are
good.
mom
It's
friends
all good.
here. At the end of the day, don't let the drip fool you. We all nerds at the end of the day, baby. That's just how it goes.
Bracket
All right. Let's take a look at the bracket.
1.
We already know what that first game was. It was Swamp Gaming versus EP. The winner of LARP for Fun and Tournament Power will be facing off in winners finals. And that is going to be a banger because, I mean, whatever we see here, it's only going to get better from there, especially on the winner side, right? EP is down on the lower side waiting for the loser of this match. And like I said, you're still in this bad boy. It's double elimination. So you can still make a run and find your way back at the top of the top in grand finals and see if you can take home that $10,000. I don't even know if I said that that's what they're playing for, guys. They're playing for $10,000, right? So you got to put everything you have on the line and try to do that for your team. I can't wait to see what we have with these guys and how that lower side of the bracket turns out. This is all going to be a beautiful, beautiful run.
Yeah, 1,000% here. You know, these are first to threes, right? So you're definitely going to get an opportunity to make some adjustments here. Definitely curious to see what adjustments are going to be made on both sides of the field from these teams. You know, obviously you really want to get an early eye on the star players, right? The breakaway talents that are going to be carrying in this case. So definitely keep an eye out for that. And to be honest, if anything has been shown from the qualifier matches, it usually is the tanks that make a lot of difference here. I mean, the DPS players have been phenomenal throughout these qualifiers, but the tanks really make their lives easier, really make it shine for sure, right? Whether it's to their benefit or to their detriment, right? As we saw in the last set there between EP and Swamp Gaming, even though EP lost, the tanks did everything that they could to buy EP time, to try to give them some breathing room. But then at that point, it's going to fall onto those two, the 1-2 punch, the DPS combination, to really make that shine and make that work and get those early picks as they need.
We saw here on the screen a little bit of Lavin, a big Hulk going on, you know what I mean? I can't wait to see him play, especially if we can get to see him play. Out. Exactly. I mean, well, there was an opportunity for him to be played in that last game, and we did see Crazy Man did pick him for a little bit of the closeout of that previous set we just watched. Obviously, he didn't play him often, didn't play him a lot, and they closed him out from the first checkpoint. So we didn't get to see much of him at all, right? But going into this one, we're going to see a lot of gameplay as set number 2 is underway. Hell's Heaven is going to be the domination pick by LARP. So LARP is the one that's going to pick the first one. And what do you think about this being the stage at hand?
Honestly, Hell's Heaven is one of my favorite maps in the entire game, and domination is especially for that mode, right? Again, I was speaking about the amount of elevation and additional angles that are available to you on these domination maps, especially on a map like Burning T'Challa, where you have those ramped off sections that you can create as the match goes along. Hell's Heaven, you don't have to do that. The elevation's already there. And not to mention, you do have an area to flank, but it's just really one, right? Because while you do have those additional doors, it's kind of a maze back there. So really, for whoever on the side of the team is going to be doing any kind of diving, any kind of flanking, you're definitely going to be on that same side that has the least distance traveled. But again, it's a straight up map. It's pretty much grind nose style rivals play. Everybody knows where everybody is, and it really boils down to who the better team is, like you said, for Burning T'Challa, because right here you're just facing straight up, and at that point you're just going to have to bang it out. So I very much like this pick from LARP for sure. We're going to see what happens here in the ban phase. We're going to see what bans and protects we're going to have here for sure. This is definitely going to tell the tale of the tape, so to speak. So I'm very interested to see how that goes. But we're already off to a great start.
Definitely off to a great start, and we're going to see when they get to the ban phase, like you said, I want to see what they bring to the table, because all that breakdown of what the map has to offer all relies on what the team's game plan is and what characters they bring into the battle. So we're going to see what they stop them from bringing into the battle. Now, that last set we watched, we saw one of my favorite things, joking, one of my favorite things happen where a team locks a character in and never picks them, right? I can't ever place why teams do that. Maybe it's a mind game to throw them off and they think that they're going to play that, and it's just something that the other team is mentally preparing for, and then they never see it. I don't know if that's the reason. But the reason I bring that up is, what if we get some of those ghost lock-ins in a match like this coming into this next one? See what kind of mind games we get. See what kind of protections we want to get. Are they going to try some dive? Are they going to just go straight head up? Is we going to see more Bucky Elsa? Because that team up is looking insane. I want to know what they're going to bring strike-wise, and that will affect the approach that we're going to see the game being played out in.
Yeah, 1,000% right. And, it could not necessarily be a ghost pick. It could also be like a backup pick, right? Like, we need this in our back pocket in case things get really bad. Speaking towards that last set between Eepy and Swap, right? The Hella coming out at the last game, right, on the last second, which was really working out in their favor because, again, that gave Alvaro so much room to play with, so many extra tools to really try to lock things down here. But, again, that could also be it, but you never know, right? But the more important thing is banning those key characters for the other side, right? As we saw in the last set, it took EB so long to ban the Bucky, and you understand, right? You only get so many bans available, so it's kind of like, I don't know if we really want to take that chance because a player like Deus is so versatile and, like you said, has such a deep bag. If we use that slot for that pick, what else are we unleashing? But, sometimes you have to take that risk.
That is very, very true. And I think if what I'm seeing, a Magic ban is at hand, that's a risk. If you're going to use a ban on that, we don't know if that's what's happening. Yeah, we're going to see.
There's a lot of Magic that gets played on this map. I mean, it happens.
Yeah, but
it happens.
There's too many characters in this game. In my mind, there's too many characters in this game for that. If you're not target banning, then I don't know why you ban Magic.
All right, well, we got the first ban on the field here. We're getting the
Gambito, get him out of here.
There was a time, we had a brief moment where it seemed like Gambit was finally in a place where he could see the light of day, and then the patch happened, and all that went away. So, the story stays the same here. Gambit getting banned, Mantis getting banned, Elsa getting protected. So there we go. We're already getting things to shape up here. Again, as you spoke to earlier, that team up with Bucky is so useful. But Elsa as a character is just so useful, right? Having access to the Diablo trap, the great, beautiful damage output that she uses all the time, in addition with her instinct passive. Just a lot of great tools, a great all-around character. And then, of course, Tournament of Power, protecting the Loki. That's a ball knower right there because Loki is, again, another very versatile character. Again, the ult being able to take advantage of the doppelganger, and not to mention now having a new team up that essentially gives him a diet version of his ult. I didn't know if you know that. He actually has a team up now to where when he gets a kill, he can temporarily steal their identity while on the field without the ult.
So essentially he would turn in them and he could utilize their basic moves for a small period of time.
Yes.
And now, is it a period of time, or does he just get to burn one of their moves real quick and then it's over?
It's a period of time. So you turn into that character, cooldowns and all. It's pretty nasty.
That is pretty cool. I like that a lot. I like that a lot. A lot of good changes here coming into the game. It's one of those things as fighting game players, the way that we watch things happen. Sometimes when you break every character, then the game's balanced, right? And I think that's what they're leaning towards. They said, you know what? Let's just make sure that everybody's strong and see how this turns out. And this season's going to be a bit of a journey to see how it plays out and how people like it. We do have on LARP for Fun, they locked in the duo, good old Bucky and Elsa. And, I mean, you were talking about Elsa a second ago, and even without Bucky, with the right communication and the right setups, her ultimate is a detriment, right? So it displaces people. It does a lot of damage. Beautiful, beautiful done. So banning Venom and then locking in Angela. Amazing.
Yes, 1,000% right. So you cut off one of the most survivable tanks, one of the tankiest tanks in the game, right? And then you have a tank that is so good at displacement. And remember, Hell's Heaven does have out-of-bounds spots. So Angela can very much take advantage of that and send the opponents flying off the map if she manages to get that position. So we're going to go ahead and get rid of the Captain America as well. A lot of Captain America bans today, and then we're also going to get the Magneto ban. So a lot of tank bans here. Now here's my thing, Zip. Yep. The Loki pick. That's a double-edged sword now because Bucky is on the screen, and he can use those clones to his advantage. However, the Loki can also do the same, right? And then not to mention the immortality totems can help out a lot here in the long run because now you can't really burst down the team like you're used to.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's a double-edged sword, but I think at the end of the day, Bucky can utilize them, but if done correctly, and he turns on the lanterns to protect against the armed and dangerous, he nullifies them at the same time, right? So if done wrong, yes, detriment. But if done right, it literally shuts them down. So we'll see what goes on there. Captain America, I understand it after he got buffed, his previous patch when he got buffed, he's such a strong character, and now he's offering a team that we already saw is going to try to play Hulk. You're offering him a team up. Get him out of there. Don't do it. Well, I mean, looking at the teams, we're not getting the Hulk. Legendary Brand over here on the Groot. We have Elsa, we've got Invisible Woman, and Rocket. I wanted to see Rocket, so we're going to triple support there. No, switching over to the Bucky, and we have Angela and Loki for Tournament of Power.
Yeah, and honestly, I love this start for Tournament of Power, right? Because Bucky is one of those characters that can get it done on his own. And then not only that, having the Angela on deck, you know, you have the ability to literally remove certain characters from the field and create mismatches on command.
Front liner here, putting down some good damage with the Deadpool. This is one of those characters. He's just applying constant pressure. Yes. Constant pressure. And you kind of have to let him run free a little bit, right? You don't want to overdo it on pressing him in a few of his different play styles. And so he kind of just keeps on taking away at you. Then when he gets ultimate, my goodness, is it a detriment to your team? But Fun does get a KO on the Bucky. That's going to allow them to have the lead in player base and get a little pushback here.
Yeah, and again, I was speaking to that earlier, right? That was Moose on the Deadpool, so Moose is already getting a lot of value here for his team, letting the Thor run free. So here we go here. Lark for Fun with the early lead, but Tournament of Power not going away quietly. Again, Thor is such a beast this patch. Such a beast this season. He was already strong, you know, definitely got some adjustments made for him that made his kit very solid. But now with these recent changes, he is just absolutely having an absolute field day right now. So we're just again, you know, we're moving along here.
Octocasters 3, 2, 1.
You know, we're moving along here, and to be honest, you know, that was a really good start there because Moose holding it down on the front with the Vanguard, with the Deadpool, with the tank pool is definitely opened things up a lot for sure. However, in the long run, it could come back to haunt them because they have no traditional shields. You know, Deadpool having the plushie shield can help out a lot with the bubble there, but compared to an actual wall like the Groot, you know, that can obviously cause you to lose the battle of attrition if the team is willing to push that hard on that. But, you know, it seems to be working out for them so far.
I agree. I mean, I think the game has gotten to a place where, yes, obviously shield tanks help. And it does depend on what is pressuring you, right? But I think the game's gotten to a place where it's not a set in stone. It's not written in the walls where you have to come out with a shield tank to be dominant. There's so much damage that can be output by the brawlers that it overruns the concept of running a shield because even the brawler themselves makes the shield tank a detriment because he can't fight well against the brawler tank, right? So it starts to offset the concept of what is the right pick. So, you know, when you don't see something, I think for me, when I don't see a certain thing that seems like it's the norm, I just like to see, okay, well, what's your idea behind this? What are you going to do about that, right? And, I mean, there's a long story to be told here in the set.
Yeah, and I think, you know, Tournament of Power and Lark for Fun will listen to you from earlier. As you can see here, they both have the Bucky and Elsa team of such a strong, you know, one-two punch there, right? So pretty much going bar for bar as we're going to go ahead and get these early picks on the Tournament of Power. Lark for Fun is having a field day right now, pushing the Tournament of Power all the way back to spawn. Already looking to close out this first round here, sit on 70%.
Drift looking up. I mean, every player looks like the best player in the world whenever Armed and Dangerous pops. I'm telling you. It's like you're just watching a team scramble and gamble and try to fight for their life as they're getting forced away. In the back lines, I don't know what's going on back there, but it looks like somebody's getting pummeled, and there it was. That was Thor. That was Cinnamon getting their life snuffed out in the back lines with 4 people surrounding. Oh, that's a good ult. That's a huge ult. Woo! we needed a combo. Didn't quite get what you wanted there, but it was the right setup. Now, okay, so as the viewer, we now just were shown that they know how to utilize that ult to the potential, right? So that's going to be something to look for in the future. Armed and Dangerous doesn't get what he wants out of it, and that's going to be another fallen soldier tournament of power, falling apart at the seams as they did force overtime, but Love for Fun holding on strong. Boom, that's another down, and it looks like that will be the first round. That portal is, no, not too late. I thought it was too late. I don't know how he did that.
Hey, listen, Daniel is definitely one to pay attention, right? Again, you know, those fighting game reactions, right? We're quick with it when we need to be. So here we go, getting pushed out. The Groot has a possibility to die here, but the support's working overtime to keep him alive. Tournament of Power doing everything possible, not able to get the full team on the point. It's still overtime, folks. They can still possibly get a turnaround here, but it's going to be tough.
If he can hold on for just a little bit longer, that Eye of Agamotto is going to mean everything, and he does not. At 93%.
Hold up.
Daniel did go down. And there it is. Lord for Fun did hold on after a nice little push there. I love what we saw from them trying to pull that one out. Tournament of Power getting back through there with that portal play. Had the Groot on point, holding it down. He had his walls up, trying to build a home to stay on point. His team came through, as they just could not do what they needed to do. I really thought that we were going to see Daniel. Daniel was building up his ult. It was trickling up pretty quick. It started at about 79. He got up to 93. If he doesn't fall right there and the Eye of Agamotto comes out, they didn't have a support ultimate at the time to stop him from doing that. They could have wiped it and then had a chance to run that back.
Yeah, 1,000%. But that is the beautiful thing about domination, right? Even if you don't manage to get it off in that round, the ult charge carries over. So they are going to have an opportunity to maybe get an early, get some early momentum here for sure. Daniel is definitely going to have to turn it around. It just seems to be getting beat up constantly throughout that match, right? Again, a lot of damage getting put out here by Lord for Fun. So, they're going to have to try to figure out what tank is going to give them the most value. They're sticking it out here with the traditional shield picks, having the Strange here, but honestly, you might have to go brawl for brawl. You might have to rock it out with a Sting or a Hulk of your own or anything.
I like it. I mean, you do have a brawler out here. Legendary did this time go with the Rogue. On the other side, though, we see Drift. He was on the Bucky, and he's now on Big Hulk. Big Hulk in the building. And talk about big damage. There's no answer for Cinnamon on this Black Panther as we get a swift wipe and a little bit of a stagger there on Legendary Bread from Lord for Fun.
All right, there you have it, folks. Early momentum. Again, the name of the game is about the start. You just got to make sure that you get out there, get the momentum popping here. Cinnamon waiting in the wings, looking to get a start of their own. Tournament of Power moving their way up forward. They don't know. Do they know? And they're going to find out very soon here. The ult is on deck. However, so is the support ultimate. The Lamps of Immortality are putting down on the ground, which is a great stop here. Will they need it? Maybe no, maybe so. And that's going to be a lot of damage there for Cinnamon as they get the triple.
Sweet baby Jesus. Cinnamon was just in there dancing, doing the Texas two-step all over their front line, back line, all on their spine. There was no play to be made behind Tournament of Power. Actually, to be honest, the way that he was moving, you would have thought they didn't even see him.
That's what I'm like. Do they know? Are they aware?
Yeah, did you know you just got your face sliced off by the right paw of the log? Did you know that?
And again, Elsa with the demon out here coming out with the ult and just immediately getting some more real estate here. Tournament of Power is going to have to figure it out right now. They're definitely going to need to pop a Senzu beat or two because they are going to have to dig deep. Lord for Fun is definitely having some right now at Tournament Power's expense.
Talking about at their expense, you are not lying. My goodness. All right, so Cilantro does have ult on deck. That can, I love that Cloak and Dagger is one of those ones that can lead you to points. It's a good pickup, but oh my goodness. Black Panther tried to get it done. So the ultimate does come out, okay, right? He forced it, but it still is going to allow the team to get walked into point. All right, flying around up here in the back line. Crazy Mage. Yeah, Crazy Mage, sorry. Rezzing the squad and getting everyone back in the building. Talk about value.
Cinnamon still hasn't used their ult yet. They have managed to get all of these
You can count it down.
I don't even know if you even need
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Oh my
Come on,
goodness.
brother. Come on, brother.
Is he good or is he good? All right, he knows what he's talking about, ladies and gentlemen. Good stuff there, and already LARP for Fun looking to lock it down as they take the first map.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, I knew it was coming soon to a theater near you, man. I knew it was happening because I saw the ult was starting to dissipate for Cloak and Dagger. So yeah, it's the perfect time. He came through, he got the 2 swats, and it's kicking off, man.
Yeah.
But that was good stuff. LARP for Fun, gonna take the domination round. That's gonna be 1-0 to kick this one off. Cinnamon did a prolific round as a tank to start off, and then switching into the Black Panther and really putting in the pain. No Naruto. All right, Tournament Power has a lot to think about here going into this next one. What characters they don't want to see, what do they not want to deal with? We're going to find out.
Yeah, and honestly, what I really liked from LARP for Fun there is that they picked a lot of characters that can really manipulate the situation when it comes to the Loki clones, right? Especially with the Black Panther, because his stuff resets off of each hit that's marked, right? So having access to those characters like the Black Panther, like the Bucky, who can essentially just use your tools against you and just continue to get that value, really helped them out in that long run there.
You're telling the truth, and you know what else? There was no Cyclops ban. Cyclops would get a lot of value off of that with the ricochet shots. Hey, you know what? Question though.
I'm just patiently waiting. Listen, I figured I wasn't going to see him until tomorrow, but you never know. You know, we might get a nice little treat here.
Well, see, I was about to ask. I mean, we have the replays going on here. Look at this. Big-time plays coming out from drifts. Like I said, you look like the best player in the world as soon as that ult pop. And here goes another one for that ass. He's putting a lot of damage down. Man, just clipping him, pushing him back, and that was the closeout of round number 1 going into this next one. Disappear, but I still see you. I'm coming through. Black Panther shredding and embedding the whole team. Look at him swiftly gliding across and cutting through Tournament of Power like butter.
Yeah, definitely right. And as you can see there, already Cinnamon using those clones to the advantage with the Vibranium tag there, just constantly getting that refresh when they need it. So, you know, it's a lot of utility on the forefront of LARP for Fun there, right? Because they're just able to get refreshes whenever they need it as a result to the clones.
As a result of the clones, man. So what I was going to say a second ago was, once again, it's a fresh patch. There's a lot of stuff that I don't know happened in this patch. What? Maybe we're not seeing Cyclops because he got toned down? I mean,
it could be possible. You know, he did get adjusted a little bit. But again, you know, it's all about the utility. Having access to the refraction beams, right, to be able to tag the entire team on demand, right, at will, can be just enough to make people think about it, right? We were talking about this earlier. You don't always necessarily have to get the stop. Sometimes you just need to make them slow down, force them to readjust, force them to get a little bit of displacement going, and then you can readjust and go from there. Just don't let them get comfortable.
Don't let them get comfortable. It's like you said, you're referencing the Storm ult. The Storm ult only had the 2 healers in it, and nobody died from it. They just sat in there, they played patty cake, healed each other up, right? But that led to the rest of the team getting no support at all, and they all got steamrolled, got smashed. So that's definitely true. Everything does not have to be a kill, but it has to be a displacement, it has to be a disruption. It can be an annoyance, right? And it's like Jeff. If you pick Jeff and the other team has a flyer, you're not particularly killing the flyer, but it makes it hard for the flyer to hold any position because he's getting hit by a jet stream the whole time.
Yes.
That's called annoyance. That's called disruption. So, and it's very helpful for your team. Hey, the folks walking through back here with the banner, what did it say? What did it say? Come here.
Yeah. Let's take it. Don't sleep on them. Team EP. Don't sleep on Team EP. There you go. Perfect. Honestly, EP has been easily one of the crowd favorites here. They have had so much support from the online qualifiers to now, and I love to see that for sure. You know, EP is definitely a team to get behind, and they are not out, folks. They are still waiting in the wings on the lower side of the bracket, in the loser side. So definitely make sure that you're keeping an eye on them because they did have a fairly strong performance in the qualifiers for sure. So definitely looking forward to seeing that, definitely. We're going to move on here to the second map in just a moment here between Tournament of Power and LARP for Fun, folks. Again, LARP for Fun currently up 1-0 in the series. A very convincing victory on Hell's Heaven for the domination. But I am curious to see what the adjustments are going to be. Again, we've seen this happen before with the set between EP and Swamp Gaming. You see that clearly we're willing to pick Bucky. We're clearly willing to play dirty and pick that combination. So at this point, if I'm Tournament of Power, I'm getting rid of the Bucky.
Maps here.
Oh, yeah,
I'm getting rid of the Bucky.
I agree.
I'm taking that out.
I agree. You don't have to allow them to play that again. Now, checking out where we're going next. The game has changed. Convergence, Hall of Jala. And we're going to see what we got coming into this one this time. It's going to be Tournament of Power as the ones that selected this one. And, I mean, I like this map, but it's such a hard map to dominate, if you know what I mean by that.
Yeah, 1,000%. You know, again, a lot of these maps come down to the start, and Hall of the Jalia is no different. You know, that initial choke is very dangerous because it is a hard corner. There's a very much real danger there because there's an element of surprise that you can, and there's just an area that you cannot see. So when it comes to trying to create space on the aggressive side, on the attacking side, you have to walk into whatever trap they have set there. This opens up the field for characters like Moon Knight, like Namor, like Punisher. See, this the part that, yeah, Punisher actually is one of the best picks on that map, in my opinion, because of the fact that he can just set up his turret in areas that you literally cannot get to, which gives him the increased ult charge, the additional damage, the additional health, and just makes it an absolute nightmare to deal with.
Yeah, that top right pillar. Oh,
Yes.
On that little portion right there. You know what I'm talking about.
Yes.
Yeah, that little portion right there. As soon as he
You
sits
know,
right
you
there,
know.
Dude, when I play certain characters, I beeline straight to that spot because I know he's going to be there. You don't even have to think about it. He's going to be there.
Exactly. Like, there's no reason for you not to be there. If you're not there, you're throwing anyway. So, like, I don't know what you're doing. So here we go. We're going to go ahead and get it started here. Initial bans starting off as last time. Gambit and Mantis being removed from the field. We're going to go ahead and move on and see what our protection is going to be for the first side. And again, folks, you know, this is a chance for Tournament of Power to make some adjustments here. They could potentially just go ahead and go back to the picks they had before. Maybe they know something that we don't. However, Lark for fun, going to go ahead and protect the Elsa. Understandable, right? Again, I completely understand the Elsa pick because it's funny when you think about it. We're all talking about the Bucky, but the Elsa is really the glue because the team up, first of all, is anchored to Elsa. It's her passive, so there's that. And then secondly, if you remember from the online qualifiers, there was always an Elsa on the team just constantly doing work, right? So we're going to see how that shapes up here. We're going to go ahead and get the Protect on the group, which is a good pick for this stage. You know, again, this is a convergence map, so a lot of wide lane areas, a lot of space for a shield tank to play with, play around, you know, set up some natural cover for themselves while providing cover for everybody else. And there you have it, folks. You got the Bucky band right there.
And I like that, right? And I love that Lark for Fun is locking in Elsa first because the way it goes is Elsa can pair with anyone because she's the number 2 DPS. She's just constant damage and forcing your hand because if you stay in certain spots too long, she can kill you. But she's not really going to pick people off too often, right? That's why you always see that she's the lower of the final hits of the 2 DPSs. But the thing is, you pick her, you constantly pick at somebody, keep on picking at them. If you're giving that call out to your teammate and they are playing Hela, Bucky, anybody that can get those headshots to finish up and clean up the work you did, that's the one that's going to start getting the final shots, all right? And they're going to lock in Deadpool. All right, okay. That's the first Deadpool save we've seen. Actually, that's the first time we've seen Deadpool pop up on the ban and saves of the day.
And honestly, I get it, right? You know, I was mentioning this earlier. Moose is an unsung hero. You don't see them out in the mix too often, but that's because they're so good at what they do. We saw early glimpses, right, how well they were holding space in the front there on the initial push on the first round. And again, you know, Moose's tank Deadpool is really solid at what they do. You know, they just do the work. They do their job, not really looking for any crazy, flashy plays. You know, again, just real solid gameplay. And you need people like that on your team.
1,000%. And once again, Captain America is not getting to play. I mean, look, man, we just had the 4th of July, and this dude just can't even come out here and rep for his month, man. He doesn't get to do anything. He's just sitting. He's Squidward in the window looking at SpongeBob and Patrick have a great time. This dude has been getting banned by everybody out here, but I love the lock-in of good old Punisher.
Yes.
I've been saying this for a long time. I've been saying this since the game came out. He's a character that you don't ban, but if he plays well, you lose.
Yeah, definitely. Every man's character, if you will, a jack of all trades, master of none, right? Like you said, he's not the best at everything, but he is solid. And as the match continues, you start to see that value just grow and continue to grow, and it just gets there. And then also, I like the Rocket Band, right? Because again, this is one of those stages that has all these nooks and crannies where you can hide and stash stuff, and that is a very huge boon for a character like Rocket because of the fact that he can put that BRB anywhere he sees fit.
Oh, yeah, this has so many tucks for him to put that bad boy at. I love playing Rocket, so this is his playground. He can really put up some really sneaky stuff where you think you're making a big play, but you actually just set up a flank, because now it sets up a play where your Elsa can go and be out of place, get KO'd, and pop up behind the enemy team and do an ult on him, right? Like, it can really set up some cool stuff. But we'll see what's going on with it, see what they decide to do with it. A lot of damage coming down from the top row.
Damage that grew to?
Dude, a lot. Immediately, also. I love it. They got the portal turret playing set up. They're doing some good stuff here. Looking nice, looking nice.
Yeah, trying to get a bit of a two-side action here. Very cheeky stuff, of course. And then, of course, we have the Daredevil team up here for Punisher. We're going to go ahead and get in the mix here, bringing out the shotty. Yeah. All right, so we do have flyers on both sides here. Lark for Fun rocking the Johnny Storm, recently revitalized, right? Tournament of Power rocking the Ultron here for the triple heals. A lot of range here, and I do like Tournament of Power's comp here because the Ultron has the ability to deal with the Johnny most effectively because he is essentially a long-range hit scan character with the beam. Which is really good for harassing a character like Johnny Storm. However, there's a lot of damage to be had here because you have the Elsa, you have the Johnny, you have, and this is another thing too, Invisible Woman can actually do a decent amount of damage if she gets the setup right, especially with that orb. That orb hurts.
Yes, 1000%. I was going to say, I think actually, when you think about it, it's hard to get that last hit with Ultron, since it's a track into the final touch. Yeah, I think it's hard to do that against Johnny because he's one of the swiftest flyers in the game, right? I think the Punisher is definitely the one. He's going to chop him loose. And he doesn't have great health, and he gets caught at the wrong time. It is going to be not a fun time. But at the moment, Lark for Fun is having hella fun as they keep Tournament of Power at bay. With 2 minutes left on the clock, not allowing him to touch this point.
Yeah, so we're going to go ahead and get some switches here from Tournament of Power. We're going to go ahead and go a little bit heavier and lean a little bit heavier into the dive here with the Angela and the Magic Pick. However, it's going to be a bit tricky because Lark for Fun having the Venom is going to be very dependent here on the Punisher and the rest of the back line to hold it down as the Magic and the Angela get to work. But here we go here. We're going to go ahead and get some ult on the field here. Ultron is going to go down. Punisher is going to go down. Johnny out of the building as well. Lark for Fun with the numbers.
My goodness. And that's 2 support ults burned trying to get that push around that corner. They do have the Invisible Woman ult coming back around, and they have the Punisher ult and Eye of Apocalypse. Now, they're going to have to combo this well because Luna is going to be able to get to dancing and putting on a show. K-popping it up. But this is going to be tough, man. They essentially, if they don't force this and move swiftly, they only have one team fight left. But if they get there and force this now, they have 2. They're gonna have to make their mind up. They're coming in. They're coming in hot. They know that the time is not on their side. Johnny on the backside making it really rough. Tornadoes and tornadoes galore as he is burning them down, coming through the door. Luna on the point, dancing, like I said, making sure that the damage is not gonna come through for Tournament of Power. Lark for Fun is just absolutely dominating and not allowing Tournament of Power to get their way in. Now with one ult, the portal, Eye of Agamotto, no ults on the side of Lark for Fun. The classic here, the overtime cap of the Hall of Jalia. This is going to be the point.
All right, here we go. We're going to go ahead and get on down there. Johnny already putting the fire cage. The eye is out, but the bubble saved the lives of so many. Tournament of Power is going to have to adjust. They already lose 2 off the rip. Lark for Fun looking to wrap things up here. We are in overtime.
Okay. 4 down on the side of Love front. Hold on.
You gotta hit him. You gotta get him. Come on, Fred.
Oh,
Fred. Fred. Oh no, Fred, you gotta get it. No.
Oh, he needed that. It was so necessary. Holding on, teammates coming back through. This is still very doable. Drift, finally, he's down. Okay.
All right, this is your chance. This is your chance. This is your moment.
The portal's here. The portal's here.
Still doable, still doable. Angela working their way in. Fred is trying their hardest, and it was not enough. LARP for Fun hangs on to secure the round.
Dun, dun, dun. It's not enough. They tried their best, man.
Oh my God, you had to get the Johnny. You had to
He
get the Johnny.
could have just got that one pick, bro. Well, to be honest, now, so it looks like you have to get the Johnny, and that's the one play. But if he got the Johnny, he still is going to be face to face with Venom, because Venom was right there on the point.
Yeah, but you go, honestly, I would rather take that. If I got Johnny pelting me in the back, look, let's be real. I'm not worried about Venom damage. I'm not worried about that. All right, you know what?
Agreed.
You could do your thing all day. I'm gonna be up here. I am worried about the guy who is literally toasting us as we are trying to get something started, right? And as you saw there, because of how long it took for them to get rid of Johnny, it allowed everybody else to move in. You got to clear out those problem characters, and it's a tough call because it feels like you need to take advantage of the immediate threat, which is staying on the point. You're in overtime. However, Pred wasn't alone. Pred did have, I think, one other person there, but again, it's just such a tough call. But you had to be quick on that. Efficiency, y'all. Efficiency. You had to get rid of the Johnny immediately, or at least put him in a position to where he has to run and heal or hide something.
Yeah. But you gotta. Are we just immediately the?
Yes, I like this.
We're
play.
doing the season one. We're doing the season one.
I like this play a lot. That cooldown is 180 seconds. Opening with it is not the worst thing to do because you do have a chance to get it back before the end of the round. And it's not even a half. It's not even 50%. You're at 47 and a half. So if you get this team fight, you win.
1,000%. You're not lying.
And it's looking real crazy right now. What a play there from the Strange. I told you, Moose. You need people like that on your team.
Wow.
Just quiet, doing the work, handling business. I love that from Moose. Great stuff there from LARP for Fun as they take another map under their belt, up 2-0 versus Tournament of Power. Tournament of Power now on the back end. They're going to have to figure something out as they are fighting to stay alive.
Scoreboard a little bit.
Man. All right, there we go. That's 2-0. And we're going to take a look. I mean, it's hard to even gauge any of these stats right here because the second portion was there was no play. Nothing even happened. It started, it was over.
And going into replay.
But I mean, we look at this. We did have a lot of frontlining from Daniel. He did a really good job. This Johnny, though, man, I think that this was the piece. Not just that one moment we were talking about. This was a huge moment. There was other moments whenever he was pelting, putting down a lot of damage. He had a lot of chase ability for himself. He was able to really stay on people. This right here, that right there, that was insanity.
You know who did that? Moose.
Oh my
Moose, the savior. Moose to save the day. Gave them so much room to breathe. Again, we've talked about this all the time. Your tanks matter. The team with the better tanks often wins in these cases because they just get the leeway to perform as they need to.
1,000%. They set up everyone else to get the leeway. Yeah. Actually, maybe I think I heard you wrong. I think that you just said the same thing I was trying to say, but never mind. Scratch it.
Listen, it's okay. If there's anybody I'll share a brain cell with, it's you, brother, so it's all good.
All right. So it's not over yet, guys. They still have a chance. Tournament of Power has a chance at this. If I'm not mistaken, we're going to go to Convoy, and then after you go to Convoy, it goes back to Domination, right?
Yep.
So they have a chance. They'd have to win those two, and then we'll get back to another Convergence for the closeout. And we'll find out. We'll find out if we even get that far into a game number 5 to get the deciding factor. Because LARP for Fun, they're playing out of their mind. I mean, they were the last qualifiers. that we saw in the last tournament. So, and they played the best out of anyone that we've seen in my eyes, besides Swamp Gaming, right? So it makes sense to me that this is such a hard battle for Tournament of Power. But now going into Convoy, the Museum of Contemplation, once again, Tournament of Power with that pick, and we're gonna see what happens in game number 3.
And, you know, I do like this pick from any team, really. I do genuinely like the Museum of Contemplation. I do feel like it is a fairly well-balanced map. We talked about there's a lot of places for teams to hide, but they're pretty, you know, they're pretty straight up. You know, they're not really difficult to get to. They're not really difficult to see. It's just, you know, again, there's options for everybody. You know, you have natural cover. You have a lot of alleyways to take advantage. You have a lot of retreat spots, right, where you can back up. And not to mention the way that the walls function as active cover definitely grants a lot more versatility when pulling back, or when pulling back on defense, because it's one of those things in Rivals with a lot of these earlier maps, as you can see right on Hall of Djalia. You get put in a bind, it's hard to get out of it, because where are you going to go? You know, you saw on that bend there, you can go back around the bend, but all they have to do is just follow. They just have to keep going. On Museum of Contemplation, that's not necessarily the case. You have all those little boxed off areas where you have the wall there that does give you an opportunity. Now, of course, somebody could chase you in there, but it forces a more of a 1v1 kind of situation. It's a lot harder for either team to get their help, right? Because there's that cutoff. So I do like that pick for sure.
1,000%. And what you're talking about with the rooms, another thing that it sets up is if there is a chase, it's different corridors that you can come out of, stay in cover, and get healed on the back end if you don't get chased, right? So there's new healing positions, new safe spots, and it doesn't just have to be for openings of rotation. It's just places you can be to set up putting down shots, places you can be as the support to stay in those little tucks and heal your team. And so there's a lot of safety to be had and not really have to worry too much about the opposing team putting on pressure that your team can't see. Now, I mean, it can work both ways. Obviously, if the flanks are immaculate, chef's kiss, then it's still gonna be a rough day. But it just leaves room for a lot of different play from both teams on this map. Now we're going in. We got Mantis out of there again. Gambit is saved this time. Elsa is up out of there. Rogue is saved. Venom once again cannot play. Loki cannot play. Wolverine is locked for LARP. And we got Invisible Woman locked on the other side for Tournament of Power.
All right, now, honestly, I'm liking how this is shaping up, right? We got a little bit of brawl action for sure, and now we're going to see how things are shape up now that Gambit is being allowed to play. However, the Invisible Woman protection is a very smart play, because especially with the Wolverine being out there on the field, you're going to need somebody who can immediately remove him out of that situation, because you already know what's going to happen with that. You know, you already know what's coming. So having that protection there is definitely going to help out here. We're going to go ahead and ban the Hulk as well. You know, a lot of these brawl tanks are not getting the chance to see the light of day here. Again, you know, to be honest, with the recent changes in this patch, I do believe that dive is eating very good right now. Like the dive and brawl heroes have gotten so many new toys to play with. You kind of have to remove them at this case.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, and that's one of the reasons that we keep seeing Gambit get banned. It's not just standalone that he is Gambit, right? He is Gambit, so you don't want him to play regardless. But one of the reasons that it's good to lock him is if they are going to play a lot of brawl, a lot of dive, he has that new toy I was talking about. Put that little orb down, get in there. He's safe. He's good to go, and he keeps supporting everybody. And you can't get in there. You can't get him out of there. So we're going to see what's going on and see if that's the case going into this. And Drift's on the Wolverine. And there's your boy, Cyclops, no one's favorite character in the building.
Speak for yourself there, brother. Here at the House of Summers, we understand that our true Lord and Savior, Mr. Scott Summers, is always the right choice. So you can save that blasphemy for yourself, actually. So anyway, moving on, we're going to go ahead and get started here. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Here we go, Tournament of Power versus Law for Fun.
All right, underway, shredding and embedding the wall, trying to make sure they have as many lines of sight as they can. As they get this one started, coming from the top line, it's going to be Tournament of Power, trying to do something about the offensive, well, it's the defensive onslaught from Larfacon this time, but their offense, the pressure, the damage they put down has been the detriment for Tournament of Power. They can't really get comfortable and hold places.
Yeah, you know, and honestly, this is going to be a lot of damage for sure. So, you know, again, having the Cyclops and Wolverine team up, that gives extra damage to Wolverine. But having the Cyclops and Gambit team up, Wolverine is doing such a good, is having such a good time this patch because he now has multiple team-ups that he can play around with the X-Men. You know, having access to the Gambit and the Cyclops team is going to help out a lot here. As you can see here, already paying dividends. Tournament of Power trying their best to get something started. But right now, it's going to look like LARPerFun is going to lose this initial trade here as they try to figure it out. Tournament of Power trying to wrap it up, but the Penny holding it down. Cinnamon staying in the pocket.
Man, in the pocket. Cinnamon showing the versatility, playing all kinds of characters, able to get a good retreat here and back off. The Tournament of Power really put down some good teamwork right there. And we see the Phoenix. Phoenix hasn't really been getting a lot of burn. We've seen her before in this tournament so far, but not as consistently as we did before this patch. Legendary Fred on the front lines, getting ripped up at the moment. Lower health, can finally get some support. Gonna get back around the corner.
Nice catch there from Nule, understanding that the flank was coming. Immediately timed that perfect stuff there. However, the early pick on the Magic. Tournament of Power trying to adjust. LARPerFun sitting there, still trying to get something started. Tournament of Power with ult on deck. We're going to go ahead and try to make it work here. A lot of stuff happening, and the Gambit is going to go down. I completely understand this, though, Zip, because honestly, you kind of want to wait until you have more available in regards to these ults, right? You could have popped the Gambit ult, but you weren't healthy. You didn't have your full team, and if that push would have failed, then you would have lost one of your better tools.
I like that, yeah. Patience and confidence, that's what that was. Like, do we use it yet? Nah, there's no point. And Gambit is not folding right now. They're now moving forward. Oh my goodness.
Yes!
Oh, Scotty boy! And he got Emma up out of there. That was a great one. That was a huge one. He needed to utilize it. I mean, I like that's what it is. It's huge burst damage, so it is perfect to try to go through support ults. And that led to them being end up taking this one away. They took away their front line as the Emma, and they're picking up now.
Yeah, 1,000% for sure, you know, and honestly, you know, this is what we were talking about, right, with the Cyclops pick. Just having that constant barrage of damage that is just always being put out there with the Ricochet beam and as well being able to refract off of others, and that is exactly why you take him out the moment you get a chance to, but it looks like we're getting a lot of picks here on both sides. However, LARPerFun is going to win that. He's going to win that game.
That's actually kind of interesting. I thought that when we saw Scott get taken down, when we saw Ozzy get taken down by you were talking about his streamline of burst damage, and then Nule came out and said, hey, Punisher, I'm the original. And beamed him down. Beamed him down. So I thought that was going to really set them up to win that one, but nah. Unfortunately, no. Wolverine is just putting in too much pain. Nice yoke up, gonna get some damage on. He's able to utilize one of his cooldowns and get up out of there. Nice movement. Cinnamon running around the map with the cards floating around. Making it a hard time for Tournament of Power to get back on that objective. Only 9 seconds left. It has not moved too far. 80 meters have been gained. And this could be the end of the round.
Yeah,
Overtime kickoff.
Yeah, that was good coordination there from LARPerFun, right? Because combining the Gambit ult with the Penny ult gave him a lot of damage here to get it started here. And Tournament of Power is immediately reeling. Rogue is going to go ahead and pay for that dearly. LARPerFun is down one as well, and then losing the Wolverine, which is an important pick. And another one there for LARPerFun. They're going to go ahead and lose out on half the team. Tournament of Power trying to make it work here. The Bucky is back out to play. They use the ban elsewhere, so we're going to go ahead and make it work.
I like it. I like it. Nice swaps here. It's paying off as they are back on the objective. They have to stay on this for the rest of the way now. As everybody likes to call it, the C9. You don't want to step off of there and let this get closed out on you. Boom, coming through portal. Ozzy making the play. And then, oh, she's taking everything. This is going to be rough. No! Forced them off! Oh my goodness. That was the perfect play. It was the perfect. You pop the ult, scares everyone back. The one man that's supposed to stay on the objective, Doctor Strange, gets somersault Marvel vs. Capcom kicked in the air. He's not on the point anymore. It's over. Amazing.
That was Such cheeky play there from Lark for Fun, managing to go ahead and steal that one away. You know, the portal play is such an integral part to, you know, securing rounds and denying rounds, right? So that was really good stuff there from Lark for Fun. So Tournament of Power is going to have to dig deep here. This is very doable, but it is going to be a tough one for sure. Now, they did look like they were starting to figure it out towards the end there, getting those early picks on the Wolverine, on the Cyclops, right, taking Drift and Ozzy out of the picture. However, again, you know, as we saw with Swamp Gaming, everybody's rotating so well, and they always have a backup plan. So we're going to see what happens here as we're moving on to the next round.
So my deal in this game, I've always said I would like to attack first because then I set the tone on where it's going. But whenever you have one of those ones like that where you don't get the first point, it's painful having to defend after. Because now it's like, man, first off, you're sad that you didn't get anywhere, and then you know now you have to try to stop that team from getting past a point that you believe you should have guaranteed got past, right? Very, very hard hold. Very, very hard hold. Hawkeye in the building from Cinnamon. I did not think we were going to see this character, but he's out here in the flesh, ready to do some damage, but does fall fairly early. The newly reworked Ozzy switching over here to Black Widow.
Yeah, and the vibes are looking a little shaky right now as Lark for Fun is trying to mount some offense here. Tournament of Power hanging on by a thread right now, trying to keep it together. However, Lark for Fun does have access to an ult already with the tank, so he's going to go ahead and let it rip. Ozzy trying to get something going here, you know, opting to go for more range, and it's paying off. They're going to go ahead and get the roll. Tournament of Power getting put down quickly. Lark for Fun is going to go get some nice distance off of that.
I'm liking her rework. I didn't see it yet. I knew they were reworking her, but I didn't get to see what it is, and I'm liking that. She can now put down just constant damage, just peppering. It looks like it's like a tri-shot, a multi-spread, and she's just putting down a lot of pepper, whereas before she was just a single shot that wasn't even the best single shot in the game. My goodness, coming through the portal. Cinnamon is now the Spider-Man. What's the play here? Trying to come down from the top, backing out, gonna reset so he doesn't mess up his team synergy here. Gonna wait off a little bit. Tournament of Power does have control, but man, he's lurking.
Yeah, here we go, folks. So, you know, Cinnamon has shown before that they are capable of playing the dive characters, right, with the Black Panther earlier. And already, as you can see here, getting it started with the symbiote team up, pushing everybody away and just getting some disruption here. Black Widow going to work. Ozzy.
That's the new ult. That's awesome. The ult now is where you get to sniping in rapid succession. And now Gambit never folds, but down some pressure here. We got the Rogue down. Legendary Pred does fall, but still forcing them back. Up here on the front lines, yoked up by Rogue, but the supports are keeping him alive. So very good stuff for Tournament of Power. They're staying in this one.
All right. Some good pepper in here from Ozzy.
Is that?
A lot. That's what that is. Already, Lark for Fun is burning the resources right now, but Tournament of Power hanging on. Rogue ult almost on the table with the magic ult. This could work out in Tournament of Power's favor. They got 1 minute left.
Oh my goodness.
Oh
no, that whole time you were talking, they were getting ripped. Moose was going crazy.
Wait a minute.
Let's do that again sometime.
Unfortunate there. And there you have it, folks. Lark for Fun going to go ahead and take a clean sweep. 3-0 over Tournament of Power, sending them to the losers bracket. Down but not out. This is double elimination, so Tournament of Power is still going to have a chance to come back.
Definitely still have a chance. They're going to go down there, and they're matching up against Eevee.
Yeah.
So they're going to see what's going on as Lark for Fun are going to move forward to play against Swamp Gaming. I'm going to tell you right now, everybody from production side, a lot of people from the stream, especially this last qualifier, has the thought process that Lark for Fun of any of the teams is the one that can really like stick it to Swamp Gaming, and we've been waiting to see the big stage to see it happen, and that will be our next game. So we will be seeing if they can actually hang with them the way that the community has been letting us know.
Yeah, 1,000%. You know, so it's definitely going to be very interesting to see, right? Because again, you know, obviously Swamp Gaming is the elephant in the room. They are the Goliath in the building, and everyone is taking their shots at them, trying to see who can take down the beast. And you said before, you know, a lot of people in the crowd are saying that LARP Gaming has the best tools, is the best equipped to actually make God bleed in this case. So it's I'm very much excited to see what shakes up in that case. You know, we saw some great play there from Moose, Ozzy, Drift. The supports were on fire, and that's really what you need, because I mentioned before, Swamp Gaming is a very well-oiled machine. They've been here before. They have a lot of talent on the board there. But we're going to take a look at these replays so we can see just exactly what Swamp Gaming is going to be dealing with coming down the line. So as you can see here already, Ozzy getting started with the Cyclops. Very good stuff there with the pick on the ult.
Yeah, he was definitely holding it down in the very opening of this. Stayed on Cyclops for a bit, but we did get that swap, man. Like I said, we saw that Black Widow come out, and we got the chance to see the rework. Nice take down there from Drifts. He was playing a very good Wolverine, which is the biggest detriment to Tournament of Power, trying to get that first checkpoint. I think he was the catalyst for his squad. Now, Ozzy was playing everything needed, right? We even see the Doctor Strange play. That got the portal off here, and then that's where Moose decided to take everything and took away Tournament of Power's chance for that first checkpoint. And now Ozzy, on this reworked Black Widow, was really putting down some hot shots.
Yeah, definitely, right? The rework is looking to be paying off for sure. Getting a lot of value. The vibes are looking good now, so, you know, that's definitely good stuff there with the Black Widow pick. Kind of a shocker, you know, and that seems to be the pick that managed to get them over that hump.
Yeah, it's so funny, right? We see the character played in tournament right now, but that's like the always been known as the you gave up character. That's the throw character. Your stomach churns whenever you see somebody on your team go, I'm going Widow. But right there, it meant something. That time it meant something. But with that being said, everybody, we have our first 2 games done on winner's side. Swamp Gaming and LARP.
You can throw it a break.
Swamp Gaming and LARP for Fun will be scrapping here in a bit. But we're going to go to a break. Thank you for being here with us at DreamCon 2026.
Thank you.
Armed and dangerous! Again! 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 Judge, jury, executioner! Armed and dangerous! Again! Again! Again!
What's good, DreamCon? We are back here on the gaming stage, and I'm here with LARP for Fun's Drifts, who just took down Tournament of Power in a quick matchup. How are you feeling after that one?
I'm feeling great. It was great to play on stage here with the team here. We all got together for this LAN. It just feels great to 3-0 the team here, right here.
And so you were telling me right before we came out that this is your first time playing on a stage like this. How does this feel in this moment?
Yeah, this is my second time attending a LAN, but this is the second time, or I guess the first time for me being on a stage like this. Really, really great feeling here. Just being on top, you know, just playing, having everyone spectate is great. Just really awesome.
Right, and overall, how much time and practice did you go in for LARP for Fun overall? Your coach earlier was telling me that we have to watch out for what you guys play. Obviously, a very large pool of legends and characters that you guys brought out. How did that feel?
Yeah, we play regularly, almost every single day, from like 8 to 10, playing against different teams, high-level teams, according to our skill level, and we do have a very vast amount of like skill or characters in our pocket that we like to bring out, play and have fun with, different comps, everything, and new passes dropped, and we're trying to see what's great, we're just playing a little different characters here and there, a different comp every now and then.
Yeah, and overall, your coach said that haven't had a lot of time to practice on the new comp, but it is looking great for you guys. Like you said, a 3-0 match. But looking ahead to your winners final matchup now versus Swamp Gaming, they're a pretty good team too. How do you feel looking ahead to that one?
Yes, Swamp Gaming is a very good team. I'd say one of the best in the world. Just amazing to be able to play against them. Can't wait to play against a team like this of this attitude, and genuinely it's just going to be amazing to see how far we can go as a team, see what we can put up. Just excited to see what we can do.
All right, Drifts, good luck in your next match. Can't wait to see it. Look out for LARP for Fun. Give it up for them, everybody, if you're able to catch that matchup. We'll be right back at the Gaming Hall. Don't go anywhere. Winners Finals for the Road to DreamCon is coming right up.
Dangerous! Again! 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 God of Thunder!
Dinner time!
Armed and dangerous! Again! 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 Judge, jury, executioner! Armed and dangerous! Again! 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 Armed and dangerous! Again! Again! Was a mine!
Disappear!
Tremble before Again!
You did your part.
Again! Again! God of Thunder!
Dinner time.
Armed and dangerous! Again! 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 Again!
Your powers are mine.
Again!
They spotted us. My comrade.
Judge, jury, executioner! Armed and dangerous! Again! 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 Armed and dangerous! Again! Again! What's a mine?
Disappear.
Tremble before now! Jury! Executioner!
Disappear. Dinner time.
By the eye of Agamotto! Bionic magic! Some assistance, please. You have heard my respect, Director Hunt.
Double kill. Solo did it, I.
Give it now! Dangerous! Again! We got ourselves a Oh, yeah.
I gotcha. That's my man. Dinner time, love.
Armed and dangerous! Again! Again!
You did your part.
Again! Again! God of Thunder!
Dinner time, love.
Armed and dangerous! Again! 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 Again!
Your powers are mine.
Again! Executioner! Armed and dangerous! Again! 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 Armed and dangerous! Again! Again! Was a mine!
Disappear!
Tremble before power! Jury! Executioner!
Disappear! Dinner time!
By the eye of Agamotto! Ionic magic! Some assistance, please. You have heard my respect, Director Hunt.
Double kill! Solo, didn't I?
Dangerous! Again! We got ourselves a fun. Oh, yeah.
I gotcha. That's my man. Dinner time, love!
Armed and dangerous! Again! Again!
You did your part.
Again! Again! The God of Thunder! My power grows!
Dinner time,
Armed and dangerous! Again! 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 Again!
Your power's on mine!
Again!
They spotted us. Spider-Man,
Judge! Jury! Executioner! Armed and dangerous! Again! 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 Armed and dangerous! Again! Again! Was a mine!
disappear! Disappear! Dinner time!
By the eye of Agamotto! Ionic magic! Some assistance, please. You have heard my respect, Director Hunt.
Double kill! Solo didn't I? I gotcha. That's my man. Dinner time, love.
Armed and dangerous! Again! 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 Behold the god of thunder! My power grows!
Dinner time,
Armed and dangerous! Again! 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 Judge, jury, executioner!
Caster's left of the heads up.
Armed and dangerous! Again! 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 Armed and dangerous! Again! Again! It's a mine!
disappear!
Can you hear me, Caster?
Get up with me! Guide my spear! Tremble before now! Jury! Executioner!
Disappear! Dinner time!
Hello, Caster. Yeah, there we go. We're gonna go
By
to
the eye of Agamotto! Ionic!
Two teams remain in our Road to DreamCon Marvel Rivals tournament. Will it be LARP for fun or Swamp Gaming? Let's give it up for both of these teams, DreamCon fans. It has been
throws to you, we're going.
It has been a tournament showdown so far. No maps dropped, but who will lock their spot in grand finals? Let's find out. Casters, I'm going to kick it to you and take it away.
Thank you so much for that, Jordy. Everybody out there, we're here. DreamCon Upper Finals for Marvel Rivals, and I want to hear from y'all. If you are looking for Swamp Gaming to take a dub, give me some noise. Man, hold on. We ain't get nothing.
Oh.
All right. If you're looking for LARP for Fun to take this dub, let me get some noise. Hey, talk to me nice then. All right. So it sounded like the sprint symbol, the pin drop. That's what it sounded like when I said the Swamp Gaming. But we got a little something for the LARP for Fun. So we can tell who the favorite is here. But this is going to be a banger. This is the team, like I said, the one that people have said they believe that they can hang and bang with the pro team that is Swamp Gaming, right? So we're going to find out here in the Clash of the Titans. This is going to be a fun one.
Yeah, 1,000% for sure. You know, I'm very excited to see how this tank battle is going to shape up between these two teams because, again, Moose is definitely one of my favorites here in today's tournament, definitely, and is very versatile on that front line. However, Swamp Gaming's front line is no joke, so it's going to be very interesting to see how that shapes up. And also, you got Deus out there, willing to go, definitely capable of absolutely just deleting tanks at will. So it's going to be very interesting to see. I mean, and then of course, LARP is just as capable as Swamp Gaming as playing a lot of the same characters, a lot of the same team ups. So, a lot of mirror matches, a lot of, no, you have to beat us. There's no mismatch here, no disadvantages. We can definitely match what you're putting out. So yeah, I'm very excited to see how this shapes up as well. This is going to be a good one.
3.
All right. And we're going to take a look to see where we're going first. In the upper finals, first map, Burning T'Challa, chosen by Swamp Gaming. We talk about this every single time, Jackal. The lockdown, the detriment that is the chokeholds of trying to come out of spawn on this map if you lose that first engagement. And especially when I talk about this, we ended up last time going into a different the different point than the one I was talking about. I'm talking the one that's on the picture there. That's the first one I'm talking about. When you get locked down on that one, you say that the ceiling breaks down. You have upper levels. You have more ways to maneuver through, but it's still at the end of the day, if they get to your front door, that opening doesn't matter anymore. They can lock you in there and just bring you nothing but despair. And I think that there's two different layers of that map that operates like that. There's the one, which is the one we went to start last time, which is the one with the ship takeoff, and we got to see a little bit more scrapping.
Yeah, definitely, right. And honestly, that's really the part of the map where that kind of happens a lot, because on that second stage where that wall comes collapsing down,
yes,
that's where it starts to lead into what you were talking about, dealing with those horrendous and terrifying chokes that you're just going to be stuck with for the next, 2 to 3 minutes. So, definitely going to have to get an early start here as we're getting started here with our band pick. So we're going to see the Mantis and the Captain America once again get told to sit down and get put to the back of the bus.
Man, neither one of them have seen the light of day. Well, Cap did get he got to play one time. One time. Other than that, everyone has gotten him up out of there. And he's going to continue to stay on the bench. Gambit put into lock once again. LARP for Fun did the same thing in the previous set we just watched. And so they really, really want to play this character. But remember, when you're locking it in, you're giving the other team that character also. So be prepared to have to diff.
Yeah, for sure. And something that I'm noticing as the tournament continues is that some of these teams are starting to get a little more crafty with the ban order. Not necessarily the characters that they're picking, because they're picking a lot of the same characters, but they're changing up the order in the hopes that the other team doesn't pick them either, right? Because again, the Captain America pick at first, you're like, no Gambit. No Gambit. So now you get a chance to get the protection, right? Whereas most of the time, a lot of people will just pick the same thing all the time because it's chess, not checkers. So I'm definitely liking these mind games that are unfolding here as we get the ban on the tank pool. Now, you were talking about target bans. That's one of them right there. That's going to go ahead and immediately take a shot at Moose before things get started. But on the other side, the Bucky ban. and that is an immediate shot returned to Deus. So I'm already loving how this is shaping up, Zip.
Oh, yeah, they know what they're doing, and they know who they're playing, right? So you do that. And then the other portion, too, right? You're talking about the bans of the two characters, of the target banning, but then the target lock. You say, okay, I'm Moose. You took away my tank pool, right? And so here we go. Rogue.
Yeah.
I did wonderful things with Rogue last time, right?
Yes.
Scary stuff. We did not see it played last time, but this is the second time we watched Swamp Gaming lock in the Daredevil, right? So we're going to see if he comes to fruition this time. We don't know. He may or may not, but he is still on the docket. That is going to be the biggest portion there, as Loki will no longer exist. Wolverine also will no longer exist as we get into this one.
All right, now that is a very strong start for LARP there. Getting rid of the Bucky and the Wolverine. They did their homework. Those are two characters that Deus is happily and very adept with, right? Happy, content with. But
Going to casters real quick.
here's my thing, Zip. This is the part that we're gonna have to pay attention to here. The road protect, right? We were talking about the character that you protect also protects for the other team. Swamp Gaming has a rogue too. They showed us that in the first game. And they picked it on this map. So there's definitely a chance here that we're gonna see a possible mirror match here. And already we're looking like that's what it's looking like. And again, it's chess, not checkers. You're using your bans for the Wolverine, for the Bucky, and look who got through. Venom.
Venom got through, and Crazy Man is really good on Venom. And now we're watching Deus have two of his tools taken away. Black Panther was the third DPS we watched him use, but he now is going to reach into that protect bag and bring out the Daredevil. On the opposite side, we watched before Swamp Gaming did not want to allow Star-Lord to play, and Ozzy, we've seen Ozzy play that Star-Lord, and he is in the building. Venom's in the building. Here's the man with the master plan, the terrorizer himself, and there's two down. 4 days to kick this one off. Swamp Gaming is really heating it up.
Yeah, and already right now, we did see the protection on the Daredevil from Swamp Gaming before, but they didn't pull it out. So the fact that they brought it out this time also lets us know that Swamp Gaming is ready to play. They did their homework as well. We understand who you are. We understand who we're dealing with. So we're definitely going to see some bangers on this match.
Oh, yeah, looking good. They do take Deus out. He probably overextended and ended up getting clipped, but he had already did everything he wanted to do. There's not too much of a detriment for the squad. Backing up, a lot of pressure here. Almost was able to take out Metaphobia, but was able to back out there with the Elsa. And we do have LARP for Fun on the point. They have Dino Dan in the building with the squad, ripping away at Swamp Gaming, unable to get the closeout on some of these lives. Ozzy gonna go down from the right angle of Metaphobia in a fight that looked like it was going in the favor of LARP for Fun. Swamp Gaming clutches out again.
Yeah, but you know what? This is actually not terrible here. What I like from LARP is that they were willing to go ahead and take the point to some degree, right? You want to stop that ticker, so they managed to still focus on the objective as they were moving there. They did manage to get some value off the early pick on Deus, so they're definitely looking to take those shots. And as you can already see there's a little bit of action happening up here, and they know it, and they feel it, and they're trying their best to move them out of position here. Already trying to get that Venom out of there. Do they get the pick? No, they don't. Elsa to the rescue once again. The Rogue getting into the action. It is a lot of going down right now in this choke, but already LARP for Fun making it happen as they go ahead and take the victory in that front.
And this is going to be a good look too, right? Because coming up here in a moment, you have Cinnamon on ult. You have Legendary. You have Gambit. He will not fold. He's going to play that hand. And so there's a lot of tools. I mean, honestly, the ult economy is hugely in LARP for Fun's favor. Drifts now has his. Moose is on the way. Crazy Mane. Crazy Mane is right there.
Oh, sneaky
play, Mr. Venom. He's on the point. He's making a play on support. That's huge. He got Crazy Mage.
Yeah, but the Galactic Legend is getting to work here, holding it down, making sure that they don't get any real value off of those picks. Swamp Gaming, Deus getting taken out of the building once again. The scouting report is paying off. LARP for Fun did their homework, and they know the assignment. They understand who has to go first.
Yes. Wonderful play. Star-Lord pushing in. A lot of shields to be had, but he's pressuring. He's staying on. He tries to get the pin. He has a chance. Oh, there, unfortunate. And I love the backup there. He had some drifts. Drifts came through to give him the bubble to make sure that he stayed alive, but the job was not completed. And we have Daredevil on the point. He has hope. He's ripping away as Crazy Mage is going to try to support his team and keep everyone alive. Backing out, staying alive as Deus. The fight still commencing. They did push LARP for Fun off the point, and the cap is about to happen in the favor of Swamp Gaming as they're starting to lose the exchange. Alone on point, backing up is Metaphobia. The chase down's huge. Get up out of here, my mans. And this is close. Gonna have to try to force an overtime with this portal play. Do they have the time? Their team's still on the point, so the overtime will commence. And now everyone is coming in. Let's see what the deal is.
Oh my gosh, Zip, this is so close. The overtime, the Dino Dan blocking the way, take it down off the point. And LARP for Fun gets the first round, gets the first point in the round.
Oh my goodness. Well, snatched him up, took a bite out of crime, and ran him off the point, boy. Oh yeah, I like it. I like it. LARP for Fun, setting themselves up to be the winners of the domination, but it's, you know how it goes. It's multiple rounds to be won. They got the first one, and Swamp Gaming, I have to think about it. The bans really, really helped. Like, Daredevil's doing a lot of work. The whole team of Swamp Gaming is playing very, very well, but we're watching taking away their front runners, their main guns, their main tools. You know, I mean, if you're good with a combat knife, you're still, if they took away your shotgun, you're still weaker. You know what I mean? So this is going to be good stuff. This is going to be good stuff to see how it turns out the rest of the way.
I love how you put that there for sure, right? Because as you can see here, Deus is definitely dipping into the bag here and into the reserves at this point. But taking out two of their main characters is paying dividends right now and giving LARP for Fun so much real estate, so much room to work with. And honestly, that was such a great start. I mean, come on, you're looking at the stats here, and it's pretty close, honestly, on paper, but LARP for Fun was able to edge that out, so it's a very good switch there. I mean, honestly, the Devil Dino moves. Zip, moves. I'm telling you, guy is nice.
1,000%. And one of the characters that we saw Swamp Gaming block when we're talking about DPS was Star-Lord. Guess who has the most KOs? It's going to be obviously Star-Lord. And they're trying to match his energy. Deus is going to come through, but Legendary, as he is putting pepper on the steak. He's putting seasoning all over them, ripping away, and trying to lead his team to a cap, which he does.
Yeah, you know, Star-Lord is definitely one of those high-ceiling characters, right? When you're good with the character, you are good for everybody else. And already getting a lot of mileage here. This is a lot of what we saw in the qualifiers. You know, Ozzy is at home here with the Star-Lord pick.
Yeah, that's exactly where he wants to be. We got Gambit. Gonna go ahead.
Oh, what a wrap!
Yes! Set it up for the homies. LARP for Fun. Really chipping away at Swamp Gaming, making it hard for them. They are not able to get to the point. They did have one down on the side of LARP for Fun, but everything that we saw Mirror do on that flank with the ult pop really set them up to keep the lead trucking along as we're at 40%.
Oh my goodness, and LARP for Fun again having a ball with these flanks. They are tearing Swamp Gaming apart, quite literally pulling them in two different directions as they are going ahead and forcing and go ahead and possibly Invisible Woman. Oh, holding down the point here, over 50%, a strong lead right now for LARP for Fun, but they're going to go ahead and hold it down and Swamp Gaming retreat.
Nice way to force them back, keep them. They didn't want to stagger. Deus coming off of DPS and going to tank. We're running triple tank right now on the side of Swamp Gaming with we got the Venom, we have the Emma, and we have the Rogue. And they're running one DPS. Amadean staying on his Elsa on the point. Crazy Man trying to run around and get something to happen. Can't get a cap because we have LARP for Fun's players still playing good positioning in the back line now, trying to get a pick. Unfortunately, he's ripping up, losing a lot of damage. Good ult placement. But how much does it mean when Dino Dan is back there supporting his supports?
Yeah, honestly, like, this is a great sign here for LARP for Fun, right? Because the back line is working super hard to maintain it.
Working very well, working very well. Moose did get taken out. He was dragged down to the deep depths by the ultimate from Ahmadian. Now, we have a cap. We have Swamp Gaming. They have an opportunity. One of the things they excel at is playing this choke right here. I've watched teams not be able to leave their spawn when Swamp Gaming is on patrol. To see what Love for Fun has for that. They are a man down. That's one support. Crazy Bane does fall. Moose is on the verge.
Yeah, and honestly, the Galactic Legend was getting popped off there for Lark for Fun, but Swamp Gaming coming back with the concert, with the show, going ahead and coming here to save the day with the Luna ult. This is looking different now. You know, Swamp Gaming had to pull a lot out there to get that cap. Lark for Fun is one solid team fight away from securing this round.
Yeah, one team fight, but like I said, this is home. This is where Swamp Gaming likes to be. This part, when you're trying to get out of this choke, running across over there, we just saw the Rogue snatch up. Deus pushing back. That is the whole Lark for Fun team falling, and more of the same that we see from Swamp Gaming in these backlines, making it hard to breathe.
Yeah, and to be honest, I would have liked to see an early portal from Lark for Fun. You're at 99%. The moment you move the point, you should have burned the portal right there. It's 180 seconds cooldown, and it's going to come back before Swamp Gaming is able to capture that point. So now you're forced to make a desperation play if you're not able to win these team fights, because like you said, Swamp Gaming is exceptional at this stage, and they are going to hold it down, as you can see right here, already paying dividends. And now the portal play is obvious, so they're just going to go fall back. They're all going to be prepared for it, and you have to make it work. So here we go, Lark for Fun on the stage.
They made it. 2 ults to be had. 3. Invisible Woman disappear. Tried to go for a dunk. Did they make him waste the Magneto Ball? Yes. That's a wasted ult. Cinnamon needs to make his way back to the point and try to take everything. Very good play there from Devil Dino. No. He can't get back up. He's going to have to use the trampoline. All right, Cinnamon on point. Oh, not even on point. Chasing in the back line. Trying to make sure the ult does not come through for Deus. Putting down some good damage. On the point is the team scrapping. Oh my goodness, that's going to be a fallen soldier. Moose alone. No! Can he be Mussolini and paint a picture for his squad? He has no health left to be had, and there it is. A fallen man mirror trying to keep his teammates alive in the backline. He can't pump out enough heals to keep Cinnamon in the game. And there it is, Swamp Gaming tying this one up.
Ooh, Zip, I'm telling you, you caught it, brother. This is a major barn bird. I'm telling you, we are slugging right now.
Brother. Yeah, this is good. This is the best game so far. This is good stuff. This is good stuff.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh man, and like you said, it all comes down to them doing the homework the way that it started. We started at that ban phase, okay? And then we get into the game, and they're really kind of starting to pick each other apart, really settle into the game, and you're starting to see what everyone's got. Everybody's having to pick up a piece and really step up to the plate, and nobody can be the one to carry the soldiers on their back. Everyone is putting in work, and I'm liking what I'm seeing so far.
Yeah, 1,000%, you know. And honestly, again, you know, it's those split-second decisions that can make or break you in those cases, you know. LARP thought that they had more room there, and that's the common trap. You see that you're at the 99%, and you feel like, we got time, you know, we can definitely make that work, but it's all about that momentum. You have to think about what happened to get to that point where Swamp Gaming was able to take over. So now they have a position, and this is, like you said, one of the hardest maps to retake that prime position. So at that moment, you should immediately look for the reversal with the portal.
Yeah, your call is 1,000% correct. And here's the other portion. Not burning it early makes it where you have no chance to do the early portal in this round. The closeout round, so you can't even attempt it here. And this is going to be a detriment to where you're having to do a late portal. My goodness, we saw Miro get ripped. The whole Lumber Run squad is low. Moose is going to be the only survivor because he has the movement and the shield. Was trying to stay around. Trying to put down as much time as he could to make sure they didn't get the cap. But at what point, right? Like, they're going to get it. It's still going to start trickling up. And you're not so much staggered. You could have just flown around the corner and waited for your team, right? But either or, it doesn't matter. Now we're going to see how they deal with Swamp Gaming playing up on this choke. It's going to be rough stuff, but I think that LARP can do it. If they can find their way through and formulate a game in the right way, protect their front line, and really force their way out, this is a good ult coming out from Swamp Gaming.
Now, honestly, while it does seem on this map there's not really many places for you to go, you kind of have to just take one route. That is not necessarily the case. There is a section at the spawn up the stairs that you can take that would give you an additional angle to play to get around these kinds of things. But LARP for Fun is going to have to go back to the drawing board once again. Swamp Game holds it down.
Did you see the map knowledge, the movement there from Deus as he came right up the tuck, used the float, and came around the corner for a hawk down? You don't see that every day. Beautiful stuff from Swamp Gaming. Deus is still right at home, not playing a DPS, but is playing a high damaging, detrimental character that's really putting on the squad.
Yeah, this is the mirror match that I was, expecting, right? With the rogue protection, you got to think about it. That's a double-edged sword that they're putting out there onto the field. And it's kind of crazy right there if you do and if you don't, because this is how well crafted Swamp Gaming's team is. They have so many threats that you have to take into account. Someone is going to get through, and right now you're seeing. Oh my goodness.
Drifts did try, went in there with the ult on Daredevil, but was snuffed out, and they were not able to get anything going. Now, I feel like I can't really see where they're at, but I feel like this is the portal. This is the time. Yes, Cinnamon's on the portal. Trying to make it to the point. They have 4, 3. Overtime will commence here in a moment. It's going to be a difficult comeback.
Yeah, and they got the ultimate high ground there. I mean, smart stuff there from Cinnamon to kind of set the shield up, to set the portal up as sort of an additional shield, right? But again, you know, you have to stay down there. It's overtime, which means Swamp Gaming is their game to lose. They have all the leeway, all the leverage. They're just sitting comfortably up top here as they're looking to lock it down. However, LARP for Fun still hanging on, looking for the cap, and they get it.
They got the cap, and it came through. They took Fox out, and Fox could not hold on with the tank, right? Now they lose front line. Boom, they're starting to see them fall apart a little bit, but my goodness, Crazy Main on that dang.
No! Why would you stay there?
Baby Jesus.
Why would
there
you
was
stay
no
there?
need.
Why would
There
you
was
stay
no
there?
need. That might have meant everything. I think that meant everything. But that's a good pickup there as Ozzy comes through with Moose, and they pick up off Crazy Man, right? So now he's not there terrorizing. It's going to take him a minute to get back to trying to put pressure on the support. He's taking everything. That was Deus actually trying to take everything. Didn't capitalize, didn't get what he wanted off of that.
Galactic Legend, will it work? Is it enough? There's people on point. Overtime still active, and the double, the triple from Ozzy.
Absolute wonderful for LARP for Fun. Ozzy.
Oh, come on, you gotta finish that. This is Big Mama's house. You gotta finish your plate.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we have a game.
That perked me up.
Is this not some good tournament play or what, folks? Is this not a good game?
Come on now, that's what I'm talking about. These guys are at 30% and climbing. On the 99, it will almost spell an immediate defeat if we see LARP for Fun lose a team fight. But Swamp Gaming really got a lot on their plate. They got a lot to chew to try to take these guys out. LARP for Fun with the disappear. Could have been a little bit more on to the point for my liking, but it is going to help them out to stay and keep the pressure on. They had to defend the event. I see now why they did that the way they did. Crazy Main does get Crazy Made. Moves is down. Drifts is down.
A nice deep
It's looking rough. Oh my gosh. Amadine, pick your poison. Somebody gonna get you. And they're trying to make their way back, but there is just not enough time. And that is 1-0 Swamp Gaming here in upper finals.
Not a bad start for either team, if you ask me. I mean, truthfully, LARP for Fun had several moments of brilliance there. Ozzy doing everything in their power to try to carry the team to victory, but the Venom Crazy Man just constantly harassing, and that was the difference maker. Honestly, it really just came down to these key split-second decisions, man. It's like, why would you stay? You have two supports fighting the Venom. The moment the Invisible Woman left, if I'm Gambit, I'm out of there. I'm getting out of there immediately. I can't stay.
I don't know why he stayed.
Going back to caster.
I don't know why he stayed. But you want to know something I do know? We're gonna deviate from the pro play right quick. That Venom windscreen was the hardest windscreen I've ever seen.
Oh, you never seen that one?
I've never seen that one.
Yeah.
That's the hardest windscreen in this game.
That's the
That
Cosmic
was
Invasion.
ridiculous.
Yeah.
Cosmic Invasion. Yeah. You know what's funny? That looks better than Cosmic Invasion. I'm not hating on Cosmic Invasion. I'm not hating on
that
Cosmic
is a
Invasion.
phenomenal game. So you're saying
No, I'm not hating on the game. I'm saying that, look, so like if I go like talking about bits and graphics, Cosmic Invasion, I feel like they went with like Sega Genesis bits, 64, and that looked like Super Nintendo.
Want to replay?
Come on now, be fair.
I mean, yeah, like when you have to make an entire project versus a 10-second cutscene, right? You get a lot more leeway to play with, right? You can put your resources to better use.
Agreed. All right, let's just take a look at this. It was Deus over here on the Daredevil trying to make something happen. We saw a very strong start here on this round as we went into this one. And that was, I remember that play right there when Metaphobia came around, caught that nice angle on a fight that LARP for Fun was winning. But anyway, just slipping away from them as just some good plays from Swamp Gaming. But regardless, remember, Dino Dan, take a bite out of crime. What do you think you're doing in my crib?
Yeah, honestly, it just really came down to these trades, these back and forth punches here. I mean, LARP for Fun, Moose and Ozzy doing such phenomenal work there on the front line. But again, you have to be a cohesive unit, and Swamp Gaming is absolutely showing us that right now. I mean, Ozzy has some phenomenal plays there. Great ult usage. As you said earlier, the ult economy definitely was helping him out here. But again, you have a well-oiled machine in the form of Swamp Gaming, right? They took Deus out of the, not necessarily out of the picture, but they weakened him, right? So here comes Amadine stepping up to the plate, carrying the load, doing the work, and showcasing that it is not just one of us you have to beat, it is all of us you have to beat. And that is just a phenomenal showing here.
Oh, yeah, Amadine was definitely – the thing is, we'll, like, lock on to one player, and we'll talk about them a lot, but everyone's cooking. I'm talking about everybody's cooking.
Yes.
There's not one person you could name that's not out there doing their thing, right? A lot of the behind-the-scenes work, obviously the supports are really putting it down. I mean, but when somebody's a support player, like, what do you say about them besides they're keeping the team alive, right? So they'll never get the proper shine, but everyone's cooking is what I'm saying.
Yeah, 1,000%. You know, the supports are absolutely shining all throughout the tournament, really. It seems every team has a very strong backline, and that really speaks to how they're responding to the dive, because while the Crazy Man's Venom has been an absolute nightmare to deal with, the supports aren't necessarily panicking, right? And they are actually holding their own. It's just that, again, it comes down to these final moments in these decisions where you have to make a quick judgment call, and that's honestly what really went down, is that you made a call that ended up putting you in a compromised position, and that's something that you cannot do. You have to hang on for the entirety of the round there. I mean, it's just, you know, it's Marvel Rivals 101. You have to stay solid. You have to have discipline.
1,000%, 1,000%. That's why when you're playing, you hear nothing but people saying, like, don't stagger, don't stagger. When you overextend, you stay out, like Gambit did a moment ago. Oh, my goodness. Lower Manhattan is the map that we're going to coming into game number 2 in this set. And Gambit has now been taken off the docket. He's been allowed to play. We saw what he could do, and they said, we're through. Get him up out of here.
And it's insane to see, right, from Swamp Gaming, right? They play the character. They don't even want to deal with it. Like, you know what? This isn't working out. This is just ugly. This is nasty for everybody. You know, we're just going to get rid of it.
It's when you're hearing constantly never fold, man, it's like, dude, at some point, man, stop putting your chips out. Like, can you stop?
Enough is enough. All right, so here we go again. Swamp Gaming clearly going to go ahead and continue to crank that Elsa Protect. Makes sense, obviously, because the Elsa pick has been paying dividends for this team all throughout the process. And then, of course, and then also on the other side, we're going to see the Captain America protect.
The Captain America protect. Absolutely, huh? I feel like everyone knows that Swamp Gaming has a really good cap. Do you believe in your cap that much? I'm not saying you shouldn't, but I'm like, I mean, is that really the game we want to play? We stopped going gambit for gambit, and now you want to go cap for cap?
So I hear you. I am willing to see this through. I am willing to see how this happens because LARP for Fun's front line is really solid. And honestly, I want Moose to have any tool at his disposal to really make things stick. So I can see them believing in their, because again, you know, Moose saved them on the first round, like on on that first point. Moose got them that victory on that point, right?
Yes.
Moose has made so many clutch plays. If you recall, in the previous game, the Eye of Agamotto shut down. That was Moose. Moose is always there. Moose is always there. So I'm willing to do that. I'm willing to take that risk for anybody else, my tanks, right? I mean, obviously, the Bucky is still getting banned here. And we're still removing that. We're getting a penny ban.
A penny ban.
Which does make sense on this map because the Lower Manhattan map does have a very interesting initial choke that does work out pretty well for Penny.
She's low-key strong throughout the whole map, but that initial one is really intense as long as your team's playing around it and helping you play around your setup. So yeah, you're right. I'm with you on that. I like it. At the same time, and for them too. It's like I haven't seen them use Penny once, right? So it makes sense that they could it could be expendable. Just like, you know what, get that character out of here. We weren't going to touch it, and now we will never have to deal with it. So that's good. I like it.
Yeah, and then also we're getting a Daredevil ban, and then we are also getting a Mantis protection. So we're starting to see those characters that we're starting to see those characters that we literally haven't seen all day. So now they're finally getting a chance to step out and play. And it's going to be interesting to see how it shakes things up for sure. Because these are characters that can very easily disrupt with their offensive abilities. Again, Mantis not the strongest healer in the game. However, her offensive capabilities work really well, especially for our Mantis that can hit their headshots.
Yeah, 1,000%, 1,000%. And that's a character, yeah, we have not seen her yet. We did see Amandine on the Storm, and Storm's back in the building.
Yeah.
It was really rough to deal with in the previous games. Captain America and Crazy Mang, man, I'm going to tell you right now, because they have a team up now. I can't remember what it does, but even without any team ups, that dude, Crazy Mang, is going crazy with his sword. So in the back line, didn't have a great performance with his Black Panther previously, but looking really good right now. Nice, grabbing the health pack, trying to make sure, and he got picked up and had that down.
He just had to say something.
Hey, man, it just got to be talked about. It's got to be talked about.
All right, so here we go. We're going to go ahead and have some 2 early picks here for LARP for Fun. LARP for Fun on defensive here, on the defensive end. So this is going to be really interesting. Now, of course, we got the Adam Warlock and the Loki pick on there, so a lot of damage reduction. But Swamp Gaming having the Storm and Adam Warlock combinations, a combination you don't see often, which is going to grant a little extra mobile healing for sure. It's going to be really interesting to see how that shakes out. But LARP for Fun is doing a great job. And now, we were talking about the Captain America, right? Yeah. Do you trust your tanks that much? If Moose and Cinnamon are on my front line, I'm giving them that leeway. I'm taking the chains off and letting them run through. And it's looking like it's working out.
Yeah, it's definitely looking good. I'll tell you that much. It's looking good. I'm a team. Put down pressure. Lost a few soldiers there. And Deus is going to switch off of that Black Panther. He's just not having his
They're trying, you know. They try it out, and I respect them for that. You got to try, right? You got to take the shot, but when it's over, it's over.
Not having the time with that character. It's not it. We're seeing a character we haven't seen in Deus's hands. I'm going to go close here on the Storm. As we see this doorway, going to pump that electricity. Break those walls, make sure the group didn't get what he wanted out of it. Definitely did not. So Moose kind of wasted ult there, and we're going to see where's the placement of the rest of the gods coming in hot. Bam, one down. And if anything, I'm going to tell you right now, they ended up picking up 3 as a team, as a unit after that ult, but the 1 would have been enough. So that is some good payment at the cost of your ult. And here we are, Crazy Man, the only one with the ult on deck for Swamp Gaming, but the point has been taken. Oh no, the portal play is going to
Wow! That is so smart.
I know you are playing with me.
That was such a smart play there. They are playing 4D chess, seeing all the way into the future, understanding that you have to tangibly go through the entryway to get to use the portal, and they force them around, but they managed to get it off anyway. It's going to look like they managed to get onto the point. Will it be enough? Lark for Fun already taking losses and heavy damage. Swamp Gaming holding it down. They only need just a few more ticks, few more picks. Lark for Fun finding a way to stay alive, maybe, possibly. Oh no.
Is not enough, and there's still 3 ults on deck as we get that point. Swamp Gaming looking pretty good with 3 minutes on the clock as they're going to move forward here and be able to open up even more space for themselves. When here comes, I know they're about to pop one. No. They need the spacing. Trying to get a little bit of these skills purchased for the cat.
Dance is showing us right now just how many characters they got in their repertoire. I was
said that.
not expecting the Black Cat at all.
So I don't ever expect what we're going to see, but that's what I was talking about. Like, it's hard to kind of ban him. I mean, obviously the Bucky is still the answer. You got to get that up out there. But when we were doing the third qualifier where they won, or no, fourth qualifier where they, no, it was the third. I'm sorry, the third qualifier where they won. He played 5 DPS. Right, and I knew then it was like, well, we didn't get to see what everything he plays. And he's showing us now he plays all of them.
Right, a true DPS main there, definitely has the skills to prove it. But here we go here. We got the convoy coming around. Swamp Gaming taking the fight upstairs, trying to jockey for position right now. Lark for Fun. Making some switches. Cinnamon going to the Venom now. No more Captain America for either side.
Cinnamon's Venom was actually really, really good the last time we got to see it. I like it. A lot of damage in there. The Queen, the Goddess. Oh my goodness. Crazy Maid does get a revive off. The squad's back in the building, but getting ripped right back down. Knocked down a peg or two. They are not able to stay alive. Sustain is not sustaining. Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
4 down and more to go as they're getting hawked and chased down, trying to get back to the team and not stagger.
Yeah, for sure. And if Deus is Michael Jordan in this case, Emmeline is 1,000% Scottie Pippen, picking up the slack and immediately showcasing to us that they are just as dangerous. So good stuff there for Swamp Gaming holding it down. Lark for Fun now trying to get something started on the defensive side, but it's not happening for them right now as they get the early pick.
Very well done. Here we are. Crazy Main. Backdoor play. Here, lay down and stay down. That was so much damage. I don't understand. Dude, okay, I got to look hard. I got to look further into this character because he's doing some pure nonsense, man.
Yes, this is his match. He is absolutely one of the winners for this. I'm telling you right now.
Not around the corner. Door is not having it.
The wall.
Oh my goodness. All right, trying to get some fighting here in this airspace. Doesn't want to allow Amadine to stay out there for free. Realizes that he's got support, making sure they can't do enough damage, so decides to push the support. Does get it, and Cinnamon does go ahead and take down the Mantis from the opposing team, but the rest of his team is dying because there's no tank there to help them sustain. I mean, obviously Moose is there, but they need a double front line with Crazy Man going as crazy as he's going.
Yeah, absolutely right. I mean, Lark for Fun, they're trying to find answers here, but Swamp Gaming, again, just having that versatility, which is really what's helping them out in this case. Having so many characters at their disposal, they are able to swap the comp on demand and just create so many new models for Lark for Fun here. Gotta be careful because that is an out-of-bounds area here, and immediately Moose makes their way out. Oh my,
beautiful move.
Thor, Crazy Man.
The movement, dude. I'm telling you right now, 90% of players are dying right there. You're not getting out of it. He did that perfectly, got back to his team, he got the kills. Trying to find an off angle, trying to set it up. Come here. I know you're playing. why we moved that. I needed to see that fight. I needed to. It's all good. He went up into the skies, the heavens above to try to fight Drift. But now we're here on Amandine. Amandine coming in hot. Has the ult on deck. So does Deus. Deus utilizing the ult, ripping and shredding, clawing away at the opposition. And that is another team fight in the face. Oh, goodness. Come here. Oh, my goodness. Oh, wow. This is a walk down if I ever seen one. Now, that's only the last point because the time is still at 25 seconds, so they have done a good job defending. But this last point has been walketh down it.
Yeah, for sure. But again, you know, we've seen this before. Swamp Gaming can be pushed to the limit here. So at this moment, you have the opportunity to stop the bleeding for sure, but you got to take care of it now. And this is the part where it's really important. You got to try to stop them as quickly as you can. You don't necessarily need to kill them all. You just need to get them off the payload as we are currently in overtime.
Legendary. Gonna get one there. Gonna get another here. Shortly, she's in the sky.
Dance without a care in the world, but sometimes you gotta pay more attention.
To be honest, look, I love that. I can't stand when I have players that won't even make an approach on this character when he's doing that. He's already failed your team. Why not go up there? You're gonna die anyway, right? You're squishing. Go up and try to take him out. If you get him, it helps us leap the bounce more than running from him.
Yeah, and you definitely set him up for getting killed at least by somebody else, right? And I completely understand there. You have to, you know.
Yes!
Nah, that was good. That was really good. And again, Ozzy digging deep. Ozzy has been doing phenomenal work there. It seems like when they need Ozzy most, when they need him most, he always steps up.
In his bag, but you got to shout out to Drifts. You got to shout out to Drifts. They're doing a very good job of trading off the duties of DPS and holding it down for the squad. Now we're watching as Swamp Gaming, still had a good push there, but man, they are really having to fight for it. They're having to swap characters. They're having to really think about it and choose what they want to bring to the table against this team that is LARP for Fun. LARP for Fun is not any slouch.
Yeah, absolutely right. You know, LARP for Fun is absolutely showing us that God can bleed in this case, right? They are definitely doing the dirty work, and they are showing Swamp Gaming that they are here to play, but it is no easy task. Swamp Gaming, so many variations, so many combinations that they are just coming at LARP for Fun with. And it's really tough to get any kind of momentum going because you're just going to have a new problem to deal with around the corner at any moment. Now, it looks like Swamp Gaming may have settled on a combination, on a composition here that they are pushing it out, right? Because the moment Deus locked in on the Black Cat, it seems that's going to be the pick that they're going to keep rocking with. You know, they had some swaps in the beginning
Going to casters.
but
3,
so far, it's
1.
looking like things are starting to stabilize.
There's a pause.
So now this is your opportunity to really hone in on what your counter strategy is going to be because you're now seeing what the usual suspects are. Deus clearly is not uncomfortable, but is definitely feeling the effects of not having access to their bread and butter.
1,000%.
So you could take advantage of that, right?
Yeah, 1,000%. I agree with you. But I think that a big piece also is we still haven't seen every character that he has to offer. Right now, he's just kind of going through. He's trying to figure out what he wants. What's going to work? What's going to hurt them? What's going to make them bleed, right? And the Black Cat did good. But that doesn't mean that he has to stick with the Black Cat. If he finds, again, that they find an answer for the Black Cat, he can now switch, right?
Yeah.
So it's just harder. Even though he's not putting out the final touches that he was putting out with Bucky, he's now playing so many characters that you know now that if you swap to stop that, he's just going to go to something else and you have to swap to stop that.
Yeah, 1,000%. Now, here's the real key here, Amandine. Amandine has been stepping it up for sure. They're going to have to find an answer for Amandine. They're going to have to find an answer fast. And the Storm is not the only character that they can play, obviously. And Elsa is also another pick that they have access to as well. But already here, we're going to see Cinnamon trying to get something started. I mean, not something crazy, man. Trying to get something started with Venom here. Already is the back line. Hi, how you doing? The big bad wolf has come down, and I'm going to blow the house down. So already, LARP for Fun is going to be forced to push up here, which I love. The thing about dive in this game is that if you can create some chaos, get some body blocking going on, that is one of the best ways to shut it down. And already LarForFun is taking advantage of that as they continue to push forward.
I like that. I like the hella pick from Ozzy, man. There's going to be a lot of damage being put down. He's making it really rough for Crazy Man to really cook up in that back line because he's trying to make choices like, dang, do I focus on the Hella? And then Hella's able to flip out and she's still clipping you and clipping you. And so it hasn't been looking as great for him as you would like it to look. But Swamp Game, no matter what, is still coming away with that team fight with the walk down. The first thing that fell was drifts, and then it all trickled down from there.
Yeah, 1,000%. You know, LarForFun was trying to take advantage of that, but the key here is going to be how quickly can you remove Crazy Man from the situation. You have to force him back into the farm where he came from. You don't necessarily have to, you know, take out Venom, but you got to make him leave. You got to make him, again, think twice about the decision that he's making. So LarForFun here, making the switches. We're going to have heal Deadpool instead, you know, support strategy pool. And we're going to go ahead and get some switches for the support Deadpool, and then we're going to also get the switch Ozzy into the Phoenix as opposed to the Hella. And then we're going to see how that works out. So the early picks here for Swamp Gaming already giving us the answer to that question.
Yeah, man. So many ults on deck for both teams. All right. Oh my goodness, Swamp Gaming is ready to party. It's gonna be a rough one. Trying to get through. So this is what Swamp Gaming does best. They hold you in one spot, and they have been the protectors of immediate first coach. They've not allowed teams to really find themselves in the game. Down huge, mid-time damage. Phoenix coming down, bang! Doesn't take out anyone with that one, but Moose and Drips made sure that the job was secured.
Ooh, that was
Like, very well done, very well done. You, bro, who is that fighting in the back?
they got it in time. Oh, it worked! Oh, it worked! Oh my God!
Walled it at the last second and made him cancel. That was so well done.
That is why I keep talking about this guy. Moose is the glue. That is such a clutch play from Moose. Again, if there's any two people that I would trust with my life on that front line, Moose is one of them for sure. And that was a beautiful setup there. Basically using your own strat against you, setting it up. Whatever you can do, I can do better.
I can do anything better than you. And here we are on the point. LARP is trying to hold on. They're down 1 BPS, but dancing around, trying to make sure that this team is able to sustain, but the damage is just coming in hot. They back up, didn't want to overextend. That Storm ult will be coming in here soon. The Wrath of the Goddess. They're believing in themselves at the moment, just fighting it off regular. I guess once the objective starts to move a little bit more, yeah, they were about to get in there. There's some damage in the back line, forcing the back home on here. What's going on? That's a huge one. Oh, no, it wasn't as big as I thought. He got one. Drifts. I'm looking for Drift to make a swap. I'll be honest. Drift has been getting picked off. Picked off on this Deadpool.
Yeah, it's been a rough go at it for them for sure. You know, Ozzy is doing everything that they can, but again, you need a fully cohesive unit, and already we're getting set up here. Swamp Gaming has the position, they have the looks, and Crazy Man definitely is feasting right now as they are waiting for their next victim.
Oh, yeah, man. And he's been playing phenomenal. Looking at Cinnamon, he's just like, oh, yeah, you don't even know where I'm at.
You don't even know what's about to happen.
You don't even know what's happening, Captain. He waited for him to leave. Oh, man, everybody and their mom made sure that he did not get what he wanted there. That was very well done. Got back to the team and got healed up swiftly, though. Had the extra shield, ready to make another play. Doesn't get the dive to start off the damage.
Just to breathe.
Yep. Well, okay, hold on. Over here to help. You know what's funny is this whole time we've been saying Crazy Man, but it's Crazy Man. I forgot about that. But anyway, with that being said, we got...
They crazy, all right. They're definitely crazy. It takes a special kind of lunatic to make those kind of plays with Venom.
Oh, yeah, come on now. You get it. You get it. So that's why we've been saying crazy. But, all right. We got ults on deck. LarForFun has an opportunity here, but they cannot seem to get their way around the corner to touch the beat. So here's a chance. They're going to have to make something safe. A lot of upper play on the high ground. Phoenix down. Boom. That's going to be a lot of damage. Oh, no. Drift did get one of the supports. But they did lose the mantle over there. Dance will be coming back to spawn as they're walking them back. The Wrath of the Goddess, he constantly has this on deck and is able to utilize it at the perfect moment. Oh my sweet lord, that is not what you want to see if you're LARP for fun. You have 30 seconds remaining. Burned a lot of ults there, but you have 3 to go again. Coming in there, Drifts just got ripped to shreds again.
Yeah, it's really coming down to matchups at this point, right? You know, Drifts definitely is getting shut down here, and Amidine is doing a lot of great things here for the Swamp. And Crabman definitely been paying dividends right now. But LARP Fun has been adjusting to the middle play, but again, you know, those matches, right? Amidine definitely giving this Swamp Gaming a lot of room to work with as Drifts get shut down again. The support pool is not working out in their favor right now as they are currently forced to an overtime.
And having a holdout right there, didn't get any dividends off of it, didn't get anything for their bang, for their buck. And there it is. LARP for Fun does go down, and boom, shaka laka. We have 2-0 Swamp Gaming in a much more dominant setting than the last one, right? And it's, you know what? I talked about this in the last set we watched Swamp Gaming play. On the offensive end, when they're moving the objective, it looks, oh, this is doable. We can beat them. You know what I mean? Hold on. Hold on. I gotta watch this real quick. You don't understand, dog.
Oh, I do. I love this too.
Maximum Carnage is one of my favorite games ever, and that just makes me feel like a kid again.
I know, right?
That is amazing. But now, like I was saying, they make it look like you can't beat them. I mean, you can beat them on the offensive end. But then whenever they're on defense, you know what I mean? Brother, the bad boy Pistons, Bill Lambier, he's fouling the mess out of you, and you're not getting any calls. You can't get the objective anywhere.
Going to casters.
No, you're absolutely correct. And that is honestly one of the best comparisons that I could come up with myself, right? I mean, defense wins championships. So Swamp Gaming, doing a great job there of holding it down. Like, yeah, you landed some shots, right? You definitely got, you caught us slipping on a couple fronts, but let's see if you can keep that up, right? Let's see how well you can really get that going, because at the end of the day, we did manage to move the chain. So as you can see here, Amidine will have to be my MVP for this particular match. You know, as far as the series, maybe not. Honestly, I would be willing to say that, but it's kind of a toss-up because, Crabman, the Venom, has been doing phenomenal work. But Amidine Storm has been absolutely on fire today.
Amidine has been cooking, all right? I'm going to say Amidine's been cooking. Crabman has been he's the unstoppable, unmovable force, right? But I would have to say, Deus having to operate without their main and just playing whoever their team needs, playing tank, he played support, he played multiple DPS. I'm calling right now, he's an MVP candidate for me. I'm so sorry. He may not have the best stats, but he's doing whatever his team asks him to do.
No, for sure, and we were talking about that, right? You need players like that on your team that are willing to do the dirty work and do the things that some other people are not honestly willing to do, right? Because you see it all the time, you need a swap, you need a change up, you need something, and there's always folks just looking at each other like, well, I gotta do it, so it's definitely nice to see that there's someone who is willing to sacrifice their, their glory for the betterment of the team.
Yep. Man, just constant storm balls. It was working out perfectly for that team. Absolutely rough stuff on the side of LARP for Fun, because you've been playing so well, and to watch yourself go down to 2-0, it's always doable when you're down 2-0. You can still run the setback, but it's still a lot of mental toll that happens in close games, and you keep falling behind in the set no matter how good you're playing.
Yeah. It's just, again, it's one of those things where it comes down to individual matchups at that point, because you're starting to see just how important it is to have people who can pick up the slack. So here we are. We're going to go to Museum of Contemplation for the next map. So this is key here for LARP for Fun, because they are now in a do-or-die situation, being down 2-0. Swamp Gaming has definitely been tested on this series. This is probably the hardest matchup that they've had to this point. However, you know, they're still coming away with the victory. So we're going to go ahead and get started. Gambit's going to be the first one out the game, you know, getting banned off rip.
Smart stuff. It worked out. I think that was a very good pick. Going to get him up out of there. And let's see where they go with the rest of Wolverine once again. He's not really done anything in this set, but they're just not letting him play. And they're not allowing him to step foot on the field.
Now, this is where it gets interesting for Swamp, because they usually opt to protect Elsa first. Their first protect is usually Elsa, but the field is open, so we're going to see what the decision is going to be made here as we get a protection on the Penny. Very interesting here for sure. So we're going to see how this goes, you know, and then honestly, you know, it's going to be, you know, this is why I like this map so much, because it allows the freedom for so many folks to step up, you know.
Definitely, definitely. All right. Bucky Lock here for Swamp Gaming.
I knew it. I didn't want to say it.
No,
because
I believed it too.
I didn't want to say it. I was like, you banned Wolverine first, and I get it on this map, but like you kind of opened up the field. Like this is kind of tough. This is kind of rough, and
yeah.
I don't know, Zip. I don't know. This is tough. This is going to be a tough one for sure. And there it is, you know. And then again, you protect the Penny, which then allows for the tank pool ban. You know, at some point, do you opt to protect that because you know that's where Moose shines the best? I mean, obviously, Moose has showcased that they have skill set. They have a dynamic and versatile skill set on the tank role, but like, you want your best players with their best tools. And right now, Swamp Gaming has one of theirs.
Captain America. I would say, for me, Moose has looked the best on Rogue and Dino Dan. I'm going to be honest. That's what I think. I mean, obviously, the tank pulls look good, too. You're not wrong. But to me, if I just recollect the biggest plays I've seen from him, it has been Rogue and Dino Dan. To be honest, I'm not understanding why I'm not seeing more Dino Dan out of him. And everybody out there, that's just my own nickname for Devil Dinosaur. I've been saying that for years. He's Dino Dan. I don't care. But I wonder why I'm not seeing him pick more, locking in the Groot at Swamp Gaming. Both teams do have a really, really good Groot, but I think Swamp, they know that they're kind of edging in that category. So that's a good lock.
Yeah, for sure. And we're going to go ahead and get the ban on Loki here, which I do like because, again, you know, if you want to do any kind of dive, brawl, comp, anything like that, Loki's really good at shutting that down. And now we're going to go ahead and get the shutdown on the Atom ban, something we have not seen for a very long. Is this season 2? Season 3? I only saw this ban at Ignite tournaments, the highest level, and that is something. And that's only because of the capabilities that were possible at that level. But again, this is a pretty well-stacked matchup. You know, like Swamp Gaming again has been tested against this LARP for Fun squad. So we're gonna see how this shakes out now that the Adam Warlock is off the field, now that the Wolverine is off the field, but the Bucky stays, the Bucky remains. Zip, I'm telling you, I'm a little scared here because now the chains have been released. Deus is now free to roam the field as they see fit.
Well, one of the huge things we see right there was LARP for Fun responded very well. They said, okay, Deus, you locked it in? Watch this. And they banned Elsa. So, I mean, that was played very, very well. We're going to watch for the first time in this tournament. We're going to watch Deus and Swamp Gaming have the Bucky without him. So now the story's going to have to be told. You're going to have to show it. And now that's also a character that if that storm's not working, Amadine is going to really have to take it to the bag. We haven't seen another character from Amadine.
Yeah, for sure here. And right now it's a little difficult for Drift here. Drift is going to have to find an answer because they are already getting harassed as we speak. But already we're going to go ahead and get some flanking action here from the Jeff. Shades of a previous season there as well. You know, all my homies hate or love this character.
Love.
So here we go. We're going to go ahead and continue forward here as Swamp Gaming is making their way around the bend. LARP for Fun losing the Dino Dan. That's an early pick on Moose there. Cinnamon, the lone tank on the front line.
And, you know, again, we're trying to match energy here. We have the Storm for Larva Fun, but again, they are not able to match it as the Swap Gaming team continues on.
That is Big Jeff, not the little one. Come on now, dog. I love that character, Swamp Gaming, lifting it up, living La Vida Loca on top of the head of Larva Fun as they're moving up. And we got the ult on deck for Dance. He said, I don't need no Elsa. I got my pistol in my hand. And he's going to see if he tried to get a snap right there. I think he would have started his ult if he landed that.
Oh,
he
got
the,
1,000.
You know what I mean? Like, it would have been perfect. Somebody was alone. Didn't really have everybody there to protect him so he could get the first hit. Boom, smash them with the ult and then get something on everybody else. That would have been a good play, but either way, we're seeing them get forced back. We do have the Storm Mirror. Come here. Oh, the walls, the root walls. Did that do it? Did that help?
It was enough.
It was enough, yes. Very good defense, and he gets the KO. That is what I'm talking about. Moose showing that he can hold it down with that root.
Yeah, for sure. You know, I definitely have been enjoying this root play. They made some very, very clutch plays on the previous map there for the lower Manhattan. Swamp Gaming, though, here we go here. The Jeff getting a nice ult here. They're going to go ahead and send somebody flying off the map. Is going to be the Mantis. That is an early pick already. And they are currently sitting high on that high ground. So Larva Fun is going to have to do something about things.
They give Jeff his ult.
We are undefeatable.
Probably. I mean,
What's he doing? Because he's doing, he's playing Season 1 BBS.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, just change from a prior season. Oh my God. What is going on?
Yo, it did not work. I like that Ozzy's over here doing a mirror match with MD and saying, you know what, I have a Storm too. Ozzy showing that they have a lot of characters in their belt. Also, Drift also matching the energy of Deus with the Bucky. Bucky from Drift, you know, I haven't seen Drift do a lot of crazy stuff. There's that one play from the set before where I said, hey, when the Bucky comes off, you look like the best player in the world. So that was Drift. So, I mean, we'll see what he has to offer and see if he starts picking it up. Ozzy, definitely picking it up. Going to get a nice pick there on Krasbang. Krasbang, he's swapping over to the Venom now off the Thor.
Yep, already, right? Immediately. I have no time to play a game. The one time the Thor got shut down, they immediately went back to the tried and true. So we're going to see how this goes here. However, having access to Bucky and Storm is a pretty decent choice against the Venom, right? Because you have the damage boost in addition to the crowd control. So we're going to see how this shakes out.
Definitely, definitely. All right, playing back with the squad. I love this Storm skin. Definitely one of my favorites.
Yes.
Right now, playing the airspace, playing the corner. Was that a purposeful wall that was placed up there to give him a little bit of corner cover by Boost? Honestly, if that was, I believe it. I'm getting it could have been.
Anybody who would make that play is
That's so cool. I like stuff like that, seeing the synergy in the plays that they make for each other. But right now, the plays aren't looking like it's going in their favor as we see Cinnamon having to run and get out of there, taking a lot of damage. And Moose did fall, coming in hot days. No, that's Drift. Again, come here.
Oh, there it is, yo. Nice little sign of life there from Drift.
Very well done. Doesn't know where his opposition went up there on the top. Coming up, boom, putting shot. Ooh, there's a real mirror match.
Yeah, that's a dangerous one there. I don't know if you want to take that one. I know you're feeling yourself. You got a nice play there, young man, but you got to understand where you got to pull back a little.
Oh,
Ready
my
to do
goodness.
some damage.
All right, here we go. Opening up that side wall. Make sure they can move around. Oh, yeah. Looking and lurking. Everybody on the side of Swamp Gaming ulted to the T, to the 9s, to the 10s. We're going to see what they do with this. Venom in the back line. He's going to pop his here shortly, I'm pretty sure. Disappear. No, he's going to pop to leave out. Don't want to burn too much. Days coming in hot. But Days, Ozzy counteracting coming in, going straight for the support. Oh, it's Storm v Storm. Oh my goodness, Amity. I'm not mad at him. You do a play like that, you're about to take out the back line and stop him from taking over the fight, and Amity had to burn ult to make sure that you didn't get what you needed off of that. So one ult for two ults, that is what started out. You were challenging the Deus ult, right? If you look, they all have their ults on deck. They are now behind in the ult game. That is a beautiful fight for Lark for Fun.
No, 1,000%. You know, again, it's chess, not checking. So making those plays for later on down the line. Because if you're looking, the timer's at 30 seconds.
Yes.
Like, even with Swamp Gaming fighting to get this position here, they do not have a lot of time left. That is a long third point to get there. Will they make it in time?
Find out if they get this cap at all. They jumping in. They got them there on the point. And we're seeing Lark for Fun putting down a lot of pressure here. A lot of damage. Drift, you know what's unfortunate? To get this off, Drift had to give them their bucky on. Yep.
Oh, that's so unfortunate. You got a melee there. You just got to keep doing the melee. You can't keep trying to shoot the shield because they're just going to keep playing off of it. Unfortunate stuff there. Again, still anybody's game. Lark for Fun. They are really working hard here. I have to give them credit. They are the first team to make Swamp work this hard for the victory. I mean, they are doing a lot of good stuff, but again, it just comes down to those final moments. You got to clutch that out, and that is the difference between good and great.
I'll tell you right now, man, I really think if they had someone else do that portal and allow Drips was the only one in the game that had an ult at that moment. And Drips had to swap off, give up his 50%, and then when you got to the portal, you don't have anything to do. You have to get getting out. You're gonna have to trick off the teams. They're just
the split second decisions. That's all it comes down to. You know, again, LARP is doing all the foundational stuff, right? They're getting the picks that they need. They're making the swaps that they need. They're rotating. They're supporting each other. But then afterwards, there's more to it than just that. You got to, oh my Lord. I guess that's why we haven't seen her all day.
I know, right?
But again, you know, it just comes down to those moments that you really got to make split decisions. And the split decision right now is the ult from Ozzy again coming through in the clutch when they need it most. Just constantly pulling off these plays here to give LARP the room it needs. Only Venom left on the play here. Everybody's fighting to get back to the point. Who do you look at first? The big tank or the rest of the backup?
Definitely the question to be asked. He's right back. Krasbang is back in the building, flying high over the team. Didn't want to get caught in that storm ult. And fortunately for LARP for Fun, nobody falls to the Amazine ult. And here we are. A lot of pressure being put down. We're watching Ozzy really trying to set the tone here for his team. Set up to almost stop the round, but was able to, Swamp Gaming was able to send Krasbang back, get the kill to get back in time to make sure that everyone can make it. Krasbang does fall, Amadine's gone, and it is a chance here to stop them from getting all 3 points. We're seeing, yes, LARP for Fun. Strong defensive round. That's the first time that we've saw Swamp Gaming not get all 3 points.
Yeah, again, like this, again, LARP is there. They're right at the door. They're knocking on it. It's even cracked open a little bit, but it's one thing to open a door. It is another thing to walk through it. So again,
yes,
LARP for Fun has to find the missing piece. They are so close, and you can see it in their gameplay, but they have to figure it out, and they have to do it now because this is the last chance they have to survive in this set.
There it is. We're going to find out if that hold means anything because we keep talking about it, the defense from Swamp Gaming. People have had so much trouble getting the first point, if even touching the first objective, okay? So we're going to see what kind of offense LARP for Fun can bring in here and make Swamp Gaming realize that this is a set here in Upper Finals.
Yeah, 1,000%. I need another game. Hey, crowd, don't you want another game? Yeah.
Hey, wait. Y'all, we need one more. Come on, a little bit louder. We want one more game.
There we go. There we go. Get everybody involved here. LARP for fun. This is your chance to make it happen. You see the scoreboard on paper. This is a pretty even matchup. But again, Swamp Gaming has been here before. This is not unfamiliar to them. So here we go. We're going to go ahead and get the 1-2 punch that is Ozzy and Drifts with the Bucky and the Storm, which has been working. So already Drifts is playing confidently, gets put to sleep.
You know, luckily he got sleptwalked behind that little statue, the fixture, and it lets him not get eating damage and get KO'd. Oh, talk about getting KO'd. Ozzy had nowhere to go, floated a little too close to the sun. He got heated up. Here we are. Swamp Gaming. This is their bread and butter here. Playing the first checkpoint, and it's so hard because you want to touch the point so bad, and they just kind of aggressively just press you and say, I know what you want. We don't have an objective. You do. We're forcing on you everything we have, and we'll die if we need to. But you're gonna feel us.
Yeah, for sure. And, you know, it's just kind of crazy to think about, right? You see such a strong offensive performance from Swamp Gaming. It's so easy to forget just how well they do on the defensive end. You keep mentioning that. And to be honest, the way they do it is, as you mentioned, they punch you in the face. You know, they hurt you before you hurt them. They don't wait. They don't, you know, they don't give you the opportunity to come around. They don't try to set you up or anything like that. They just take it to you immediately.
1,000%. Tony Allen in his prime. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely, right? You know, the bruiser, the Ben Wallaces of the Marvel Rivals community, if you will.
Yeah, come on now. All right now. All right. So getting back in here, we did have a little pause there. The battle will commence. 3 minutes and 10 seconds and 10.
All right, here we go. We're going to go ahead and keep it going. Amadine, that Storm paying dividends right now, as you can see. Doing a great job there, backing the cap off. Just holding it down, and I love this awareness here from Amadine, just constantly doing a quick check there in the back line. That is a very, very key sign of a veteran player there, understanding that just because you are not there, just because I can't see you does not mean you are not there. And I understand that you're going to be right there where I'm looking at any moment.
As a Storm player myself, that's the first way to do it. As soon as they get back there, you pop the beat, you pop your Storm, get with the lightning, do the combo. I mean, that's how you back them off in the back line. Deus ripping through, and we're going to have Swamp Gaming holding it down to 2 minutes.
Ready to do some damage.
Just about 2 minutes, 2 minutes, 15 seconds. As Swamp Gaming is just in absolute control. You know what's weird about this? I look at it, and I just can't put my finger on exactly what makes it look impossible for these teams to touch the point. I can't figure out why they can't get the point at all. But we are getting a walk down here. They lost one of their supports. That's going to be a man into a big root. Another pause. All right. And it was looking pretty good there for LARP for Fun. They were starting to get some movement here and really get it rolling.
Yeah, 1,000%, you know. And again, like, the main challenge here has been trying to get that first point. And truthfully, I feel like if they get it, they got it. If they can get that first point, they absolutely have an opportunity to win here, because this seems like Swamp Gaming, that's really their game plan, is just not to let them cap. So,
yes.
And it makes you wonder what is behind that door, you know, once you finally make it through that barrier. So LARP Gaming is in a prime, LARP for Fun here is in a prime position to finally answer that question for us that we've been looking for all day.
You know, 1,000%. I mean, like I said, right before what we just saw, they just got the point. They picked up the Luna, they took her out, and then you saw we're undefeatable. They started walking around that corner, and I think the bus is already moving. So they did get it, and now they're trucking along. It was about to start heating up. So we're going to find out here in a minute. I want to see what happens and how far they can push this vehicle, and if they can just put a point on the board and take Swamp Gaming into game number 4. But there's a lot to be seen. There's a lot more game to be played in this round.
Yeah, 1,000%. You know, I have been absolutely enjoying this series. You know, again, you know, this is definitely one of those series where the score doesn't tell the full story.
at all.
You have to look into the finer details here, because as you can see here, each time we look at the scoreboard, it's not much different. You know, both sides are going at it at full speed the entire way. So really, it just literally comes down to maybe a couple decisions here and there, and that just goes to show just how talented this LARP for Fun team really is, to the point where Swamp Gaming really has to stay in the pocket, successfully doing so. But the fact that you are putting them in that position already speaks to your level of talent.
1,000%, 1,000%. They're putting everything on the line, and they're feeling fine. I'm sure that they believe in themselves. I'm sure that they know that they can win. It's just this round right here will tell a lot, right? Yeah. Because if you let's just throw a scenario out there. If they get this round, and then even if they lose, right, and then they are able to get back to the grand finals to see them again, at least they showed themselves they could win one. That's going to mean something.
Yes.
And I think it's huge. I think they need to get this one. I mean, and if they get this one, there's still the storyline where they get this next one, and then they run this bad boy back, right? Yeah. It can happen. We'll get back in here in a moment to keep the game going, but I'm excited to see what they got.
Yeah, for sure, right? And I mean, we see it all the time in fighting games, right? Oftentimes, the loser's run is way more dangerous than the winner's run, because something wakes up. You're like, hey, hold on, man, I gotta clean this up. I'm about to be out of here, you know? So, LARP for Fun is definitely a team that I for sure expect to come back even harder the second time around, because right now you're getting so much valuable information that the other teams couldn't even bring out to even parse through. You're literally testing them, and you're now finally seeing what they're truly capable of. You could take that back and really come back with an even improved game plan. And the fact that they are running these mirrors and they are hanging in there, Drift has surprised me. You know, we've been talking about this the whole series. Drift definitely has had a rough go at it, but the switch to the Bucky, the swap around from them off of support onto DPS seems to be the necessary adjustment, and Drift has been taking advantage of it this entire time.
1,000%. You can tell they all play multiple characters. You can tell they're communicating. You know that they know what they can all bring to the table. They're like, hey, dude, it's not working. Get off of the support. I'm gonna switch to tank. You play this. You know, they're delegating and making sure that they all use what they're supposed to use.
Yes,
I like it. I like it. That's what we all want to see. Whenever you watch competitive sports, you want to watch. I mean, everyone wants to see a star show out, right? But whenever the ball is moving, like the old school Spurs, and it's poetry in motion, it doesn't matter who's touching the ball. It doesn't matter who's hitting the three. You're just watching a beautiful game.
Yeah, 1,000%. Again, the well-oiled machine, so to speak, right? And you know that everybody here is doing what they need to do. We've talked about this with Deus, giving the team what they need, regardless of what their ego might be telling them, right? Making the sacrifice plays. Same thing with Drifts. You know, I need to do this for my team. I need to provide them with the opportunities to make this work. And that is what we're seeing right now and right here. And this is paramount, because Amadine Storm has been a problem all day. And now we're finally starting to get an answer to that question. So we're really looking good here for now. So I understand that everybody's excited. We are excited. We've been seeing a lot of good action here. We're just going to take a brief moment here to take a break, just to give everybody a chance to get themselves together, you know, smooth out any technical issues we may have had. But again, folks, do not go anywhere for long, because we're going to be right back, and we're going to continue with more of this Marvel Rivals action.
Dinner time!
Armed and dangerous! Again! Again! Again!
They spotted us!
High caliber. Judge, jury, executioner! Armed and dangerous! Again! Jury! Executioner!
Disappear! Dinner time!
By the eye of Agamotto! Bionic magic! Some assistance, please. You have earned my respect, Director Hunt.
Double kill! Solo didn't I? I gotcha. That's my man.
Put him on the mantle! Cheers, mate! Always glad.
By the hoary hosts of Horus. Resist.
A nice deep freeze.
Feel the wrath of the goddess! I see enemy
Together to victory! More powerful yet.
Ha! Let's even try
Pentagram
to I see enemy.
born again!
We have here. There's still a chance to stop them.
All right, give me a thumbs up if y'all are ready. Sounds good.
Born again!
Back live in 5, 4, 3, 1, and back.
Come on, bro. You didn't like that? What's going on? I think that was good stuff.
Nah, listen, I'm all for you and your amazing vernacular vocabulary, good sir. So, you know, I appreciate that for sure. So definitely looking forward to continuing on with the rest of this action for sure. You know, and everything is looking fantastic. Again, folks, for those of you that are just now coming back watching from home, we have Barbara taking off against
Feel the wrath of the
Again, this is one of those matches where it's World War II, a whole story. It's been 2-0 on paper, but LARP has been making them work for it. They have been taking them to overtime after overtime, and here we are. LARP for Fun's turn
I
to
am ready
find
to put on a show.
Okay. Coming in hot. There was a clean push there as they had a chance to take that first cap, but man, did Swamp Gaming come in hot. They came through and slayed everyone. And now pushing back, not allowing them to get that first touch with 1 minute remaining. It's gonna be some rough stuff. I cannot lie to you, but if anybody's doing LARP for Fun can, and they're back as a unit, big group in the front. But Amandine put down a lot of damage, making sure that group had to back up a bit.
Yeah, for sure. LARP for Fun is going to have to hang on for this last push because the Bucky ult is coming up for Deus here. They're going to have to find a way to survive that because if they do, they're going to have one of their own to counter with. Now, Moose does have an opportunity to make something happen here, but it's going to be tough, like you said. It is definitely coming down to the wire. 30 seconds left on the clock. They have an Emma ult. They have a Moose ult coming up. So it's like you said before, you bring out the strange sword and give up that ult charge. It's looking like they're going to stick it out here, and the Armed and Dangerous coming through to crack an impact.
He's trying to find that.
Come on, you got it.
He got it too late. He does not keep going.
That's the first point.
But that's still it. Yep. He got the touch a little too late. He does not get to keep his ult, but they do keep moving as a unit. 2:30 on the clock. LARP for Fun. They are trying to make it happen. My goodness, drifts.
Oh my gosh, and here we go, folks. We now have a game. 2 minutes left on the clock. Will LARP make it around?
They're getting close. About a quarter way through on point number 2. Got 2 minutes remaining. Deus poking and prodding. Let him know he's there.
Oh, this is dangerous. I know you see that upper right-hand corner.
Oh, yes, I do. The ult are on deck for Swamp Gaming. Yes, sir. He is through, and that is big fun. Wait. He's got to get that touch right there. He's not going to be able to keep it. He does get it. There it is. That's the key wipe if I ever seen one, because he's on everybody after that. Then the Storm ult down. That is unfortunate. I feel Billy should have waited on that ult. That was unfortunate.
We keep talking about this. It's those split-second decisions. You cannot panic in that case. And to be honest, I really felt like LARP had a defense there because the Emma ult did hypnotize Deus there for a moment, but somehow he still managed to get it because somebody got kicked out there, which did allow it to continue. But once you saw he had the refresh, honestly, I would have just let it ride.
Yeah.
The fight's over.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, that should have been waited on. Maybe it was, no, it couldn't have been done that early. I was going to say maybe it was done early enough that he was trying to delay and wait, and then everybody had got wiped while he was delaying. You know you can hold it, but it doesn't hold that long. He was using that ult for a minute. Now back into it. Good fight here. Deus is trying to move up. He's ripping those walls down as his teammate is trying to hypnotize the squad and lead Deus into some KO. But there was good defense there. They did lose Ozzy right there, but everybody else did get back and not fall. Drift gonna get to the corner, saves himself. Putting down some damage, walking him back a little bit. Big damage on the group, and he finds it. He finds it, Crashbang down, and Fox. There's no tank on the side of Swamp Gaming. 17, 15, 14 seconds left. They're going to have to go into an overtime situation here to push this to that second point. There's 2 ults on deck. Swamp Gaming has Deus and Crashbang. You know they're going to combo. Jokic, come here. Let me see what you got. And that's going to be a KO. He takes down one of the tanks. That's a huge look. But they are undefeatable. Porky Dog, he's going to have that ult there. Boom. The dunk is here. Is it Dunkin' Donuts? Everybody loves Dunkin'. He gets out of the snatcher Rooney, drops down again, puts more damage on Deus. I don't think he got everything that he wanted, but he did get enough. As that is going to be a support, a DPS, and everybody in between. His team snatched up and grabbed. Overtime over. Swamp Gaming 3-0. the best performance we've seen up against them, but they showed that they are the chosen going into grand finals. Love for Fun still has a chance, going to be down in the lower semis, the lower finals, waiting on their opponent to see if they can make it back and see Swamp Gaming again. Porky Dog coming through on a support with the MVP. Beautiful stuff from these two.
Can we get a round of applause for Love for Fun? Can we please get a round of applause for Love for Fun? That was easily one of the craziest matches that we have seen all day long. Like you said, Love for Fun absolutely making Swamp Gaming work for those victories. Just look at the stat zip. There's so much to talk about here. Everybody was functioning. Everybody was firing on all cylinders. Even those we saw that maybe was having a bit of a struggle managed to rise up to the occasion. And I feel for this team. I know they're there, Zip. I know that they're there.
Oh, yeah.
Love for Fun is so close. They were so close to getting that second point. But the Bucky, again, this is what I'm talking about. It's all about chess, not checkers. I get the Wolverine ban. I do. I really do. But you cannot let the Bucky rock for Deus. And even with the amount of effort that Drift's pushed in, that is Deus's character. That is where he wants to be. You cannot give him that level of comfort in those moments.
We're ready to
I'm gonna be 1,000. I'm gonna be 1,000. Final touch for final touch. It was 19-17. I don't know. Drifts was putting it in right there.
They were.
Drifts
They
was
got
doing
the
his
early
thing.
snatch on the Emma, but again, Deus just has too much knowledge. Their timing, their ult economy,
Yeah.
and that's really what it came down to. The ult economy. Like, you popped yours, and then I'm gonna pop mine right after. So what are you really doing? What are we talking about right now? I'm just gonna do what you do right back to you, and then everybody else just gonna
That's right.
just gonna step up.
They're cooking up, popping ults, and we're gonna pop over to the stage for an interview. Y'all take it away.
3, 2, 1, and live.
What's going on, DreamCon? Let's give a round of applause for our winners here, Swamp Gaming. Woo! Yeah. All right, we do have a player up here. We're going to talk to Fox here from Swamp Gaming. Tell me, how are you feeling after that win?
Good. Just happy I didn't troll. I'm coming in as the coach, playing for some of my players who aren't here, and so just trying to make sure I don't throw away the tournament.
Okay, well, it got close because we did lose one game. So what happened there?
They're on a good anti-comp. It makes it hard for Danny to play Daredevil and me to play Rogue. So we swapped some things up, got them off the dinosaur, and mirrored the triple tank, and then just tried to win off skill.
All right, so this is one of my favorite questions to ask any player. What is your starting game ritual? Like, what do you do to get ready for something like this?
I don't have anything special. I just wake up, eat breakfast, shower, regular morning things.
Heavy on the shower?
Oh yeah, of course.
Yes, thank you. All right, well, yeah, another round of applause for Swamp Gaming. All right, y'all, and by the way, my name is Supreme Sensei. I'm one of your gaming hosts for the weekend. Y'all will see me all throughout. Make sure you guys come back because we do have more Marvel Rivals, that's a tongue twister, happening, okay? So don't go anywhere. Get ready. We have another bracket for you guys, and we'll see you soon.
Dinner time!
Armed and dangerous! Again! 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 Judge, jury, executioner! Armed and dangerous! Again! 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 Armed and dangerous! Again! Again! Was a mine!
Disappear! Gotcha. That's my man. Page engine. Put him on the mantle. Cheers, mate. Always glad.
By the hoary hosts of home.
A nice deep freeze.
Feel the wrath of the goddess!
I see enemy.
Together to victory! More powerful yet.
Ha! Let's even try to
I see enemy.
Born again!
We have here. There's still a chance to stop them.
Born again! Come back here! Again! Again! Armed and dangerous! And stay down. Again! Assemble! Armed and dangerous! Again! Again! Nothing personal. Again!
feel the wrath!
Again! Again! Stick around!
Dinner time, love.
Armed and dangerous! Again! 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 Judge, jury, executioner! Jury! Executioner!
Disappear! Dinner time!
By the eye of Agamotto! Ionic magic! Some assistance, please. You have earned my respect, Director Hunt.
Double kill! Solo didn't I? I gotcha. That's my man.
Hit him on the mantle! Cheers, mate! Always glad.
By the hoary hosts of Odin. Resist.
A nice deep freeze.
Feel the wrath of the goddess!
I see I have made
Together to victory! More powerful yet.
Let's see them try to
I see I have made
Born again!
we have here. There's still a chance to stop them.
Again! Again! Armed and dangerous! And stay down. Again! Assemble! Armed and dangerous! Again! Again! Nothing personal. Again! Feel the wrath! Again! Again! Stick around!
Dinner time, love!
Armed and dangerous! Again! 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 The God of Thunder! My power grows!
Dinner time,
Armed and dangerous! Again! 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 Judge, jury, executioner! Armed and dangerous! Again! 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 Armed and dangerous! Again! Again! Was a mine!
disappear!
All right, casters, it's going to be stage first. Stage before to you, as usual. We'll make sure we do brackets.
Tremble before power! Jury! Executioner!
Disappear! Dinner time,
By the eye of Agamotto! We are Ferguson! Ionic magic! Some assistance, please. You have heard my request, Director Hunt.
Double kill! Solo, didn't I?
Dangerous! Again! Again!
welcome back, DreamCon. We have some more Marvel Rivals mess for you guys, and this one is serious. The stakes are high on this one. The people that win this, the team that wins, is going to keep playing. The losers will be going home with 4th place. All right, so we're going to have EP versus Tournament of Power. I hope you guys are ready. You guys ready? I didn't like that. One more time. You guys ready? Whoa, I like that in the front. Okay, all right, we're going to get ready for some Marvel Rivals, and then we'll see who wins, right? All right. Pass it over to my casters.
All right, folks, we are back. Appreciate everyone's patience. We are good to go. We are moving along here with the shark-infested waters. That is the losers' side of the bracket. We are now getting down to the wire. 4 teams on the board, and right now we have EP facing off against the Tournament of Power. EP, currently the crowd favorites. If you recall, you know, they got people with signs and cheering on. And it wasn't just here either. They have been having this like coalition, this EP brigade, if you will, of folks that have been cheering them along from the qualifiers all the way up to this point. You know, they even got slogans and all that.
No, they really have been the fan favorite. And I ain't gonna lie, I was also fan, you know, I ain't gonna lie, I was also rooting for them. I was a little bit heartbroken when seeing them get eliminated, but I know that this match is gonna be a good match between Tournament of Power and EP. I am extremely excited to see how this plays out.
Yeah, 1,000%. And for those of you that are just now joining us, they are playing for a $10,000 prize pool. So there's definitely a lot on the line here for this tournament. So we're going to go ahead and take a quick look here at the bracket just so to give you all get you all up to speed on what's currently happening here. So in the beginning of the day, we had our quarterfinals, you know, our semifinals. Swamp Gaming taking a sweep over AP 3-0 with LAR for Fun doing similar work against Tournament of Power. But the winners final, oh my gosh, what such an entertaining series to watch. A 3-0 finish for Swamp Gaming, but LARP for Fun easily stole the show in that case, pushing Swamp Gaming to the limit, taking them to overtime after overtime, and I know they are just waiting in the wings in that losers final.
They were no slouch at all. They were honestly killing it. I was at the edge of my seat. I was like literally watching, and I was like, are they gonna do it? Are they gonna do it? They were so close. Every ounce of the game, like every time of the game, you saw that Swamp Gaming cannot be unserious. They had to take them very seriously, and you just love to see that.
Yeah, 1,000%. But you know, oftentimes the loser side run can be even more dangerous than the winner side, right? Because that's when it's all on the line, and that's when it's getting really dangerous, right? So here we are. We have EP and Tournament of Power facing off. This is the last chance. The loser here will be sent packing, relegated to the stands. But here we go. We are going to start off with Hell's Heaven for the domination pick here. Again, I've said this before. I'll say it again. This is one of my favorite maps in the entire game. It is a very, very fun map for me. A very straight up map, you know, not a lot of places for people to just kind of hide and duck off. There's a couple of pockets here and there, but overall you have your elevation on one side, and then it's just straight slobber knocker gameplay, you know, on the bottom half.
One that I've actually find that is my favorite is the Choles. Actually, that's actually been my favorite so far, and especially the gameplay of seeing how people can get very aggressive with it. That's been my favorite casting and watching people play so far.
Yeah, 1,000%. You know, Zip was talking about this before. It's definitely one of those, you know, type of maps where the start is so important because it's very easy to get steamrolled on the Burning T'Challa maps because of how dynamic the stage gets once it starts to change on you. And then also having the additional angles with the ramped areas, with the additional high ground. You know, you just got to make sure that you're paying attention to that. But that's also why I like Hell's Heaven so much, because what you see is what you get. You know, you have the occasional stage shift, the arena shift, as I like to call, where it kind of it literally shifts over to the side, but it's still the same map, more or less. You know, Burning T'Challa, the map changes drastically, and you could literally get a completely different map.
Yeah, it does. Especially, and one thing that I also like about these map picks is like, you don't see the same team over and over again, right? Like, depending on the map, it's depending on also the team that you're getting, that you're going to have to play against.
Yes. Absolutely, for sure. And obviously, Swamp Gaming has showcased to us the depth of their gameplay, being able to swap between so many different compositions here that they have utilized to get, to get them to that winner final spot, right? But also here, we have seen changes from both of these teams, Tournament of Power and EP. And truth be told, Tournament of Power is no slouch. Again, you have a couple of players there. Daniel as their dedicated tank player, and then you have Legendary Pred, who has been involved with the competitive scene since launch.
Yes.
So definitely a couple of heavy hitters, so to speak. But again, EP is nothing to sleep on either. They definitely can take advantage when they have the opportunity here. So speaking of opportunities, blocked or otherwise, we're going to go ahead and take a look into our ban and protect picks. Again, folks, we are on Hell's Heaven for domination. And then next up, we will be moving on to a convergence map, to which then we will be moving on to a convoy map. And then if it comes down to it, the cycle begins anew to where we start all over again with domination.
Do you think that EP, I was going to say if EP was going to ban Pred's group, but Tournament of Power were the first ones to ban the group.
Yeah, and we've been seeing this a lot as the tournament continues, right? We've been seeing as the tournament continues that these teams are starting to get a little bit more methodical with the ban order, not only the ban picks, but the ban order. And we saw how important that can be with the series between Swamp Gaming and LARP for Fun. That critical key moment where they opted to ban Wolverine first instead of the Bucky, giving an opportunity for Swamp Gaming to protect the Bucky, which then ultimately gave them the edge in that series. So already we're getting us started here with the Gambit ban as well as the group ban, but now we're getting a Mantis Protect.
And if you see, I think that was a Protect on Hella right there too.
Yeah, and again, these are the choices that will make and define us because, again, it's all about the long haul. So you have to think about what can come back to haunt you later on down the line. So so again, we started to see glimpses of greatness, there with Mantis on the previous series, which does explain why she's been banned for the majority of the day. And then again, we're getting a ban on Loki here. Again, earlier on when we saw that he wasn't getting banned, we did see the utility there. So again, we're going to get the Hella protection. Now the question is, are we going to see any team ups with Hella, or is it just going to be her on her own?
It might honestly be her on her own. I mean, if you remember like last game when EP was against Swamp Gaming and that Hella with those headshots immediately deleted Swamp Gaming's Black Panther.
Yeah, 1,000%. But they did also have the Namor team up as well. If you can recall, Alvaro was paying dividends with the Namor pick for sure. But as you can see there, the Namor is going to go ahead and be banned, so it's going to fall on the it's going to fall on the Hella to really drive that damage home. So we're going to get a Magic Protect, and we're going to get a Penny Protect, and then the final ban for EP is going to be Bucky, which I completely understand because we've been seeing it time and time again. The Bucky is going to work. Yes. He's an assassin for a reason, right? He is one of the best to ever do it. So, definitely curious to see how that goes. And then no Elsa as well, which also makes sense because we see that even if Bucky isn't there, we already know who's coming right up behind him. So
it's going to be Elsa. Yep.
Yeah, so this is definitely going to be a very interesting matchup for sure. The Penny Protection, I can kind of see it because Penny can get a lot of value on this map, especially.
Most definitely.
Yeah, especially on that first point of the round where you have the dedicated cover in the middle. She can set up her nest there very easily. There's a couple of different little spots right in that section where she can set up her nest in very awkward, difficult to get to spots. So I can definitely see the protection there on that case. However, the Magic pick, the Magic Protect, that could be a game changer because she is able to bob and weave throughout these stages pretty effortlessly. Again, like I said, the Hell's Heaven stage is pretty straight up. You know, it's not very complicated, but there are a couple of elements that can really help out characters like her who are able to literally just phase in and out of the fight so well. Another pick that I like to think about in that case is Psylocke. You know, she's able to just pop in and out, and you can't really challenge her because of all the natural cover that's around you. But here we are. We're going to go ahead and get started with the early portal. I'm loving this play right now from Daniel. Definitely getting it started, knowing that he's going to get the cooldown in time. And we're going to go ahead and get started here. Doing a good job of holding down on the point. And here we are with the match.
Immediately going for the healer right now, just basically pushing, but immediately goes down because Ella was right there protecting those healers.
Yeah, and you already seeing the protect paying dividends here. Even though the magic went down first, they got the guys that they needed, forcing EB off the point and getting the first capture. And I love the decision making there, delaying the stagger there for Tournament of Power, and it is a critical stagger as it was one of their supports, the Luna. So now they're going to be able to hold this down a little bit longer, coming up on a quarter of a tank here.
Basically, EB right now just have to kind of reset and just kind of rethink their strategies to be able to go back and just kind of take point again from Tournament of Power. Tournament of Power right now is doing crazy and amazing right now with just stopping basically EB from actually progressing to the point right now, right? They're doing actually really good in pushing them back.
Yeah, for sure. And you know, there's something he's spoken about when it comes to these kinds of matches that not many people talk about is the amount of time in between. When you are sent to the losing side, it is a grueling waiting game because now you're forced to wait until it's your turn again to get back in the field. And of course, when it comes to these winners games, the winner side, the further deeper in the bracket you go, the longer they take getting down to the wire, the better team. So Tournament of Power and EB both have been basically waiting for well over an hour and a half. You can go cold in that time. So, you know, this may be a bit of a slow start for EB because they're going to have to try to get that momentum to build up here. And Tournament of Power is definitely taking advantage of that.
But actually, as you were just saying that, EB just got the point and was able to actually push Tournament of Power off the point, and right now they're just getting the percentages now. So basically now Tournament of Power has to reset basically and then basically conjure a strategy, or unless EB just basically keeps pushing them off the point and not able to get it.
Yeah, 1,000%, right? Like you said, right, it's just a matter of time before they finally manage to go ahead and land the shot they need to get the momentum that they need to. Now, it is about to go down. It is about to be slugfest. There's so many right there. So many ults going off right now, and immediately the KO from the Storm ult battle right there.
Eye of Agamotto right there, going off, going crazy, but Strange was not able to get a lot of value. I mean, he did get 2 kills out of there, but honestly, I don't know if it was probably that valuable with how he was pushed back. You know what? Maybe he was. Actually, Tournament of Power actually pushed EB out of the point. So we're gonna see if right there, they're gonna portal right in. Right in cabin, but Tournament of Power kind of waited for that, and now are just basically trying to push them away to see basically. You see the basically right now pushing the Luna off of the point right there, not being able to get a lot of value from her ult right there.
Yeah, for sure. You know, and it kind of was a little dicey there, especially with the Hella ult. I mean, it kind of looked like EB had an opportunity to potentially take the point back, but Tournament of Power is going to go ahead and hang on here and take the first round. But it's looking kind of even at the moment. You know, again, you know, folks have got to warm up a little bit. They're going to have to, you know, try to find their footing, so to speak. And it looks like EB is slowly starting to get into that, but Tournament of Power is doing a great job of holding their own as well.
No, for real. And honestly, it's very interesting because, again, this update just went live today to the public, okay? So everybody is kind of like just trying to figure out what works and what doesn't, because it's not the same game anymore. And as you can see right now, right, you can see the different loadouts that they have right now. They have with the Hela right now. EP has Hela with the Venom loadout, and is that White Fox with the Psylocke loadout right now. So it is actually very interesting to see the level of how the game just changed literally from last month. You know, it's just a completely different game.
Yeah, 1,000%. Now, this is where things start to get interesting, right? Anytime that Norse God of Thunder, right, the Thor appears on the screen, that's when things start to get really interesting for sure, because this current patch, like you said, there's so many things that are different. Well, there are definitely some things that are different about that character when it comes to his level of viability and everything else, right? So we're going to go ahead and get things started. Even furthermore, Tournament of Power is now the one to cap the first point. That's interesting. They just got that point, so those changes are definitely paying off here. But already, you know, opting to go with more brawl-style combo, I do like that change because that is a lot more effective against the Strange.
Feel the wrath of the goddess!
You know, it's going to force them to back a little bit further. And speaking of forcing them out of position, we're going to go ahead and get the Storm ult.
Those were there, man. The heals were just going crazy. And unfortunately, Storm was not able to at least lower them and be able to push them back harder enough to help out the team.
You know, and again, you know, as we were talking about before, every team
By the eye of Agamotto!
Oh my god, that range was actually crazy. That Eye of Agamotto right there, insane. Just got a triple and literally basically deleted the whole EP team right there. Tournament of Power, they literally was like, we came in here and we are going to the finals. Like, they have that mentality, and I honestly, I can see it right now, right? They're doing great. They're doing amazing. Kudos to them.
Yeah, absolutely right. Here we go, Ryu Lion. We've been seeing him put in a lot of work here across the course of this tournament. And then we've also seen him put work in these qualifiers. Right now, they are getting hammed up at this current moment. We have 2 ults available, but EP only available is only in the active 1 at the moment. As the early pick on the Emma, I mean, they're probably looking for a chance to combo here. They could have easily flipped things in their favor, and there's not a lot of ult economy on Tournament of Power side, but they're going to have to try to make something shake here very quickly here, because Tournament of Power is looking like they're going to capture this next round.
So, this may be on Tournament of Power's favor right now.
I am ready to put on a
You
show.
can see Magic right there just basically ulting to be able to push them out of there and not get any value from basically just going in there. You hear basically Tournament of Power with the Phoenix ult right there. They are actually doing very good in keeping EP away from the point right there. Honestly, the only character, that's it right there, right? They have to run back, and I don't know if they have enough time. No, they won't.
They're just going to go ahead and wrap that on up there. Hook, line, and sinker. Tournament of Power having a convincing first map there as they go ahead and get on the board early. Eevee is definitely going to have to make some adjustments here, and sometimes all it really takes is just a different mode, a different map, you know, a change of pace. So we're going to see what happens here, but Daniel doing a great job here of just constantly putting on work for their team.
Oh, yeah.
Definitely a night and day difference from their earlier performances, you know, definitely starting to figure things out for sure. I mean, as you pointed out, they had an amazing ult opportunity there, which helped them secure the round. So definitely some good signs there from the Tournament of Power. I mean, EP is no slouch as well, so I'm very curious to see what adjustments they make. I mean, if you're EP in this case, how would you feel?
3, 2, 1.
I honestly, what I can see is that EP just took this, like these 2 rounds, to kind of feel out how Tournament of Power is going to be playing in these type of maps, right? So what they could be doing is that they are just learning, right? They're kind of like losing on purpose in a sense, but just learning their opponents, right? So that way, be like, okay, what's their team comp? How good is their defense or offense? So that way they can counter it in this next coming round.
Yeah, for sure, you know, and they definitely got a taste of that. And if I'm EP, I'm definitely taking note of what Daniel has been doing with the Strange. We saw there some major
major moments there with the Eye of Agamotto. However, they need to also take note of the Magic. The Magic has been doing a lot of work here. I mean, obviously, they are doing a great job of waiting their turn when it comes to utilizing the ult, and they always seem to have it ready for a counterplay. They don't use it aggressively. They use it when it's time to back people up.
Yeah.
And that's definitely something to notice.
Kind of like take out the back line as well by basically taking out the healers. And that's basically what Magic has been doing, right? Magic has been a nightmare for an EP from what it looks like, because they were just basically picking off the healers, which in turn not allowed EP to kind of stay alive long enough to be able to get that point and cap it and just kind of push back Tournament of Power.
Yeah, 1,000%, you know, and honestly, as I was speaking to earlier, it's one of those kind of maps that Magic is able to move in and out of so well because of how the hard cover functions on that map. You know, the center of the map just has these giant pillar-like structures that she can very easily just play peekaboo around all day, in addition to the established flank routes that are sitting off to the side. So, you know, definitely good stuff there, taking advantage of that and everything else. I mean, again, still anybody's game to win. This is a 1st-to-3 set, y'all, so there's definitely plenty of time for EB to come back and definitely pull out a victory. But it's definitely going to be interesting to see, and it's definitely going to take some effort here, especially with how well Tournament of Power is playing.
Yeah, for real. Now, if Tournament of Power wins this, I think this will be basically, a rematch for them with LARP for Fun. So we could actually see, we could actually end up seeing, like, in this losers finals, a Tournament of Power versus LARP for Fun. And who knows, maybe they may actually come back and then be like, all right, we were trying to figure out this first game, you got us in the first half. Now we're coming back, we're coming in stronger, right? And they may actually try to get this win and go try to compete against Swamp Gaming for that finals.
Yeah, time will tell, you know, if folks have been doing their homework, so to speak, because, you know, too often competitors can get caught in the trap of, well, we lost, you know, we're waiting in loser's side. I'm going to go somewhere else, and I'm just going to, you know, mind my business elsewhere while the rest of the bracket carries out. Those are opportunities for you to learn about your opponent, about your potential opponent, right? Agreed. Watching tape, watching film, so to speak, studying their tendencies, studying their tactics and the characters that they use and how they use them, right? If I'm EP, I am gathering as much data as I possibly can on this team.
Yeah. So. Yeah, I mean, like, the thing about it is that EP, I feel like, again, they just are trying to figure out how Tournament of Power are playing. That's my assumption on this. We're going to find out right in this coming round how, if they have the mental capacity, because it's all about mental, right? It's all the mental game. Yeah. If your mental is not there, right, again, like you mentioned, you're like, you know, I'm in the losers bracket, there's no point. Then you're not going to go anywhere, right? You're not going to be able to excel. But if you actually be like, okay, I'm in the loser's bracket, but that does not mean I'm out just yet, okay? You ain't lost yet, okay? These are just basically beginning. So if you guys can keep it up, right, you get your comms ready. You get your comms, like your team comp, you got the comms set. I feel like you can go a long ways and compete against Swamp Gaming and go for that win.
Yeah, 1,000%, 1,000%. You know, it's definitely the mental is definitely a very monumental aspect when it comes to competing and when it comes to these games. I mean, you know, EP has shown mental fortitude in the past, but they also have had moments where, you know, games can slip right through their fingers. So, you know, this definitely is going to show just how well they are able to adjust in this case. But, you know, major shout out to Tournament of Power as well, you know, speaking towards that mental capacity, because, again, earlier in the day, everybody was getting swept. Everybody. There was very, very resounding victories going across the board here, 3-0 victories for everybody. And Tournament of Power was on the, you know, on the back end of that, right? They got sent to losers in a 3-0 sweep. So to go from there and to come back with this kind of renewed performance definitely speaks to
their level of play. You know, I had an opportunity to chat it up with Daniel prior to the game. You know, I mentioned to them, you know, definitely talk to them about their path and, you know, what they're, you know, how they're going to do, and just, you know, kind of picking their brain a bit to see what their mentality was on that. And, you know, Daniel told me, you know, just straight up, I mean, we're just going to play our game.
Yeah.
Right? We're just going to do what we do. We're not going to panic. We're not going to reinvent the wheel, so to speak. So as you can see there, they are clearly doing that. And you can see it in Daniel's play, right? There's not really much going on that's discouraging him from doing you know, executing the way he wants to.
Yeah, and I also like I've spoken with like EP Nation and stuff like that, and they're great sports. I gotta say, hashtag EP Nation, right? Shout out to y'all. Y'all were lovely people to talk to, and they were kind of in the same route as Terminal Power, right? They were just like, you know, we're gonna do our thing, but they were also like a little bit shaken up because again, the game now plays a lot different from how it was before, right? Anything that they've probably practiced before does not apply anymore because of the huge changes to this game, right? It's a completely different game from what it was yesterday.
Yeah, 1,000%. So for those of you that may not be familiar, there has been a recent patch to the game that has drastically shaken up the meta and has expanded on every single heroes in the game's abilities. Everybody essentially has gotten new team ups, and it has also gotten old team ups that they had in prior seasons back. And this is in addition to adjustments that are made to their base kits. So again, you know, there is a major shakeup happening right now, and everybody is just trying to figure things out and craft their way through this new meta, through these new changes, and just really get a feel for how they wish to play in this current landscape of the game. But here we are. We're going back to Lower Manhattan. We are currently in the ban and protect phases. So once again, EP with the group pick for the ban.
And I'm not gonna lie, that is smart, right? That Groot is actually crazy. I'm actually surprised Groot has not been completely nerfed, but you know.
I mean, it's interesting. You know, you have some characters that are just good no matter what, right? The kit design is just too solid. You try to make these changes, and it just only really slows them down. I feel like Groot is one of those kinds of characters, right? So
yeah. And we have basically, again, we go with the Gambit ban, and they protected Magic, so they knew, or probably predicted that EP would probably try to go for a Magic ban on the second time, but they did not want that to happen. But they went and banned Phoenix right there, so they didn't want it there to get a lot of value with her AoEs that she usually does.
Yeah, 1,000%. You know, I definitely like that pick because it shows the adjustment that we were talking about earlier, right? They're definitely changing up their strategy in regards to their protects and their bans to better adapt to what Tournament of Power is coming with. And like you said before, you know, the protection on the Magic is paramount because that combined with the Namor ban makes things so much easier for the Magic player because they already know what EP's answer to dive is. Again, what we were talking about, doing your homework, right? We know what you go to when it comes to the anti-dive defense. So we're going to force you to look for something a bit more unconventional. Not saying you can't stop us, but we're not going to allow you to use your go-to solution in regards to that. So that's very, very huge stuff there. And the Cyclops Protect.
That is actually very interesting.
That's very interesting indeed, and definitely warms my heart because I have been looking for this character all day, and we are finally getting to see him play
we get
a
the
little
Bucky
further
Protect
up.
too.
Yeah, we're getting the Bucky Protect. So a lot of damage on the table. A lot of damage on the table, zombies. I mean, it's definitely looking like it's going to be a lot of traded blows here.
Every time I always see Cloak and Dagger just get a panda, I just think of Kamichi. I'm like, why are you banning my boy Kamichi, man?
Look, we love you, Kamichi, but hey, business is business, all right? And this is right now, there's a lot of money on the table, so we got to do what we got to do. I'm sorry, but I'm not sorry, you know, because I would have banned this character too, all right? I'm sorry. I just can't do it. I talked about this with Zip earlier, right? You know, this is a character that can very easily just essentially mulligan the whole situation, right? Where you have the windows, the bubbles, and they're all happening at once. You have the anti-healing, the healing, in addition to so much damage output that is increased as a direct result of this character.
Yep, and with the new loadout system, she can actually basically freeze herself, which heals her at the same time, and you can do no damage to her whatsoever.
Yeah, I know. It's very, very interesting to see for sure. But, you know, again, when it comes to the bans that protect you, it's a pick your poison situation. You use your bans on characters that you may feel will be a problem down the line, but ultimately you're going to end up allowing something else to walk through that path, to walk through the door. And we can see that already with the Loki pick. So here we are. We're going to have the Loki pick here for Tournament of Power, but we do have the Rocket from EP. So a bit of the Rocket Network team up here with Penny, which I was curious about before. You know, we had some opportunities for that, but we never actually saw it take fruition.
Now that you're talking about it, that's actually true. Like, very interesting that they didn't try to go into the Rocket and Penny loadout, but hey, they may know something that we don't, you know?
Yeah, for sure. So we're going to see what happens here. We have tried through the Punisher, already giving a lot of value to the Tournament of Power team, paying dividends right now, forcing everybody in back into the back.
Oh my god. Oh, there you go. There goes the... Was that Doctor Strange killing basically? Okay, so actually Eevee is doing very good in pushing Tournament of Power, and then Nule with the Punisher, that was actually very good, trying to actually run away, but unfortunately he got just chased down by Storm and just not able to escape.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Eevee still has positioning here, so Tournament of Power is going to have to be very careful how they move in these next few moments. But we're going to go ahead here and have Eevee try to take some space. They have the Storm, they have the Bucky, they have the numbers. It's still anybody's game.
And now my thing is, will they now more to the magic than they did before? Because they kind of ignored the magic a little bit too much in this last game. So there, if you've noticed, Magic hasn't been able, like, Magic has been trying, but I feel like they've been more self-aware than they were. Now they're like, okay, they're more self-aware of the Magic, so they're kind of keeping their healers a little bit closer to them, so that way they can kind of protect them from Magic.
Executioner! Jury, the Executioner. The final judgment is at hand, but not if Rocky has something to say about it. We have the Storm ult here. You can't do that. That Punisher is going to tear that apart every single time.
Great. Honestly, it is actually, if you also notice, they have been going for Daniel's Doctor Strange and not letting him get any value whatsoever. They actually been just on his behind every single moment that he just has to switch to basically Angela right here to get a little bit more value over him.
Yeah, 1000%, you know, that scouting report, so to speak, right? You understand who the problem characters are, who are the money players, and understanding that Daniel gave you so much value with the Strange last time, you have to focus that. You have to pay attention to that. And good stuff to Eevee for actually checking that. But even with all the progress that they've made on that front, they still haven't made any progress on the point.
They haven't, and we'll see, right? Again, Eevee just trying to get their bearings on how Tournament of Power is playing and find that weak point that they're providing and just capitalize on it right now. So far, as you can see, Magic going crazy, taking down the Hela right there, but unfortunately, he gets taken out by Daniel there.
Yeah, but that was a 2-for-1 situation there. That's still value of the Tournament of Power, and they already have positioning. Less than 30 seconds on the clock. Eevee is going to be forced to use a portal play here. Strange is on the table, so there is possibility to make something happen, but already Tournament of Power is in position, because what else can you do in this situation?
Yeah, and they're kind of already waiting for the portal, so they were kind of already ready. They're like, okay, where is the portal going to go next? Right? And as you can see, they were ready, immediately deleted one of their tanks, so it's just only Magneto, but Punisher is also gone there too, so they don't have a Punisher, And you see Angela right now popping her ult, basically doing her best to keep Eevee away from point. Eevee is fighting tooth and nail to just basically destroy the defenses of Turner Power. He goes the Bucky ult, trying to get as much value as possible, but unfortunately, you see Punisher go and ult right there, get value of it, trying to get with the Venom, and gets the Venom right there with Emma Frost, and Bucky goes down as well, and it's just only Rocket, but it's not enough right there to be able to get it.
Yeah, Tournament of Power just managed to always have somebody there to help defend the point. Even when it looked like Eepee was getting the advantage, Tournament of Power was just always able to maintain their presence. So that's very critical in those moments, right? Because you got to make sure that you're keeping that ticker down, and that's a great, that's a great sign there if you're Tournament of Power. Now, Eepee definitely has some information there. They were getting picks, but as we saw in the series between between LARP for Fun and Swamp Gaming, when you have teams that are pretty evenly stacked like this, it starts to come down to these key moments where you're essentially deciding the fate of your team. And the deciding factor was when the Strange could not ult. You got the portal, you got to the point, and you died with the ult in your hand. You cannot allow that to happen, because that is a critical ult that can easily flip a team fight. And I get it, the other team knows this, but you have to use it some way. If you can't get the ultimate play, then you gotta make an A play.
Yeah, and I'm honestly very interested, because I was just thinking about this, and I was like, maybe Devil Dinosaur might actually be the better tank pick for Eevee. And as I was just thinking about it, and I was going to talk about it, they already switched out to Devil Dinosaur, so maybe this time Eevee may honestly do very solid. You see basically Daniel with the Strange Portal just kind of like planting it properly and being prepared, being ready right there to actually play that Devil Dinosaur, pushing it off.
Power beyond sight.
Look at the bleed damage that he just does. It's honestly insane. And it's just great. Again, the more that you fight, the more you push that bleed damage, it's helping you keep stride. Get that extra element which you can't survive.
Yeah, now already here we're gonna go ahead and get Sun trying to poke a little bit with the magic, but it's not enough. I'm just gonna have to wait here as Tournament of Power getting pushed out. Eevee having to hang on here. 3 minutes to hold off 35%.
35%, and they did do very good. He was right, because that pick with the Devil Dinosaur and that team comp that they're having right now is actually very good for them, because they were able to take out almost the whole entire Tournament of Power team, right? They weren't able to get that Magic player. The Magic was able to escape, but they were able to push her off and just kind of keep her away from the point. But as you can see, Relay right there from Tournament of Power just trying his best to kind of like roll his backline, just kind of try to find a sneaky way to get into the point. But it seems that Tournament of Power is not letting up, or Eevee is not letting up, and it's not allowing it, not even a second. And you can see Penny right there just going for the Star-Lord and just beating him right then and there.
Yeah, aggressive defense is definitely a great defense in this case, because Eevee cannot allow Tournament of Power to gain any real positioning here. As you can see, Raijin definitely peeking around the corner, seeing the magic, understanding that they were sitting there the whole time. The wall hacks. That's probably the one thing I hate the most about this character, man. It's bad enough, you got the 2 weapons, your hit scan, and you can do great burst damage. You got the traversal with the zip line. Why you gotta see through all of this? Why you gotta do all this?
I'm not gonna lie, when I first started playing as Punisher, I never understood what the smoke grenade was until I tried to like a lot of more other players, and I was like, oh, there's a lot more valuable to this, and especially that you can use it as kind of like a escape out of jail card with the ability that you get with it.
Yeah, 1000%, Punisher definitely has a lot more than DCI for sure. Raijin's doing a great job here of coordinating with his front line, using that that shield there to, again, get some additional value. Definitely has some ults on the board here for both teams, but it's going to be who gets who first. Making our way down.
They are right now, again, you see them basically with the double dinosaurs kind of waiting around the wall. You see the
Judge, jury, executioner!
Daniel has not been able to get a lot of value right now. And I think that Punisher has been deleted. I am not going to lie, I don't get why they, like, how Punisher's like shotgun can almost like two-shot a tank. It's actually crazy.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, that makes me wonder anytime I see a Punisher not use it whenever they're in close quarters combat because you're leaving so much damage on the table. Speaking about leaving things on the table, we have less than 20 seconds left on the clock, and EP has been holding it down.
They have, and honestly, this team comp with the double dinosaurs has actually been doing very solid for them. Power, so they switch from the magical to not using a lot of value, so they just had to basically switch up right then and there, and it seems that it's actually working a lot more in their favor, and it did. It worked more in their favor. Tournament of Power was able to push EP off of the point enough to get that higher percentage and win this match.
Yeah, that was a clutch victory there from Tournament of Power. Everything was shaping up to be in EP's favor, but again, you know, just being able to snatch the victory away from them once again, a robbery, if you will. You know, that's definitely something to be talked about there. So that is 2 maps to 0 for Tournament of Power here, needing one more victory to secure the set and the series. So again, folks, appreciate all of you for coming out and checking out the tournament here. For all of you watching at home, we appreciate your love and support. Again, folks, this is the Road to DreamCon series for Marvel Rivals. All the teams here competed in online qualifiers over the course of 4 months, where they all participated in remote tournaments where they were able to play in for free, and now they are finally here at DreamCon competing for $10,000.
And that's not only this, I want to say that, you know, if you feel like, hey, you could be Swamp Gaming or you can be EP, right? As you are watching from home, hey, there's always next year, all right? And with DreamCon, every year is always better, okay? So if you've ever been to any DreamCon, you can tell that this year is a lot better than last year, okay? We always try to improve and make sure that we are delivering just basically amazing stuff for our community. And again, if you feel like you can go and win this next year's tournament, then try to compete, right? Just join up in the tournament to try to compete and go for that 10K.
Yeah, 1,000%. You know, it's pretty much anybody's game. It's an open qualifier. That's why you see teams from all over, even down to the pros, because again, you know, this is a chance for everybody to take their shot and take their chance to get there and to show everybody what they're made of, right? So again, appreciate everybody who came through. Shout outs to all of our competitors. Not only just the ones that are here today, but those that signed up in those qualifiers. Again, you know, this is all about community. This is all for the community. So we appreciate everybody who is taking, has taken the opportunity to participate in these events, and we appreciate everybody who has taken the time to support these events, because without y'all, there is no us. So thank you so much for that. But again, folks, we're gonna go ahead and keep it moving here. We have 2 points to 0. Tournament of Power up currently. So we're currently sitting on series point, set point for Tournament of Power. They are 1 victory away from securing their spot in loser final.
Throw the stage.
Again, we're gonna have to see if AP is their mental got to them, right? Or are they
throw the stage, please? We're throwing it to the stage.
All right, go back to the stage real quick.
3, 2, 1, stage.
But as I was saying,
hey, what's up, DreamCon? How y'all doing? No, come on. How y'all doing? All right, listen up. Listen, first off, we got us a raffle for anybody who can answer a question. But first, before I get to that question, who's going to the Beyond the Stars after party tonight? All right. How many people here are native here to Houston, Texas? All right. Is anybody here out of state? Is there anybody here from Dallas? Why are you here? No, we love you, man. I-45, baby. All right, listen. The question is this. And I'm going to try to see who can raise their hand first. Oh, what is the prize? We have a PlayStation 5, custom PlayStation 5 controller made by Scuff. Right here. Now, if you've done your trivia, you should answer this question very easily. All right? If nobody get it, I'm going to ask another question. I thought I was getting it if they don't get it. Are you going to get the prize if they don't get it? I mean, you could, but we'll see. All right. The question is this. In DreamCon's first year, how many attendees were there? I saw the one with the orange and purple lightsaber. I saw that go up first. Hold on. He coming with the mic.
600?
Yeah, you're right. Come on down. Oh, yeah. Anybody want a football? Huh? Oh, hold on. One moment. Yeah. Hello. How are you? You are the winner, yes. 600 people was attendees in the first DreamCon. What is your name?
Samantha, Hey Sam Jen, everywhere. Twitch, Kick, Instagram, TikTok.
And where are you from?
I'm from Florida.
Orlando, Florida?
Yes.
And is this your first DreamCon?
This is my first DreamCon.
It is?
Yes.
How are you liking it so far?
It is fantastic. There are so many people, and it's kind of overwhelming with everything you can do. But other than that, it's amazing. Like, it's seeing all the different cosplays, like just the culture, amazing.
So are you going to the after party for Wale tonight?
I want to. And I wanted to go to the one tomorrow, because I love me some Leon Thomas, you know? I'm a dog, I'm a mutt, I need all that. But, no, I'm not. But I wish I was. But I have other stuff to do.
All right. You enjoy that controller? Do you have a PS5?
Yes, I have a PS5.
Oh, hold on. What do you play, though?
You said what?
What do you play?
I play Rivals.
Oh! All right.
Okay, we're just testing.
Who's your
this.
main?
Hello.
Nah, I got lots.
1, 2.
Okay.
Just give me one.
Big Thor Gen, Big Thor. Be a big Thor.
Okay. All right. Here, you can take a football with you as you go. All right.
Just hold for going back to.
What? Who?
Cam's here.
Got you one right there.
Once this is done.
Okay.
They should be throwing back to you, casters.
All right, I'll give 2 to someone who can answer this next question. Guys, I just got one question for you. I mean, it's a couple of answers to it. Anime question, Dragon Ball Z. I'm gonna go straight to the heart of it. Name me at least one character who's never died. Okay, hold on. Let's go 2 for 2. You said Hercule, right? Let's go 2 for 2.
Hercule and Zeno.
Who?
Zeno.
No.
Oh,
Dragon Ball Z.
Z?
Z.
Oh.
Z.
Well, Supreme Kai.
He wasn't it. Oh, wait.
He's
no.
never died in the Buu Saga. He's never died in the Buu Saga. That was Kibito.
I don't know, man. I don't know.
No, Hercule never died.
Hercule never died in
Hercule
Dragon Ball
never
Z.
died.
Never in Dragon Ball
Huh?
Z. Majin Buu blew up the
When
planet.
Majin
but
Buu blew up the
Hercule was never
planet.
on it.
When Majin Buu blew up the planet?
Dragon Buu.
Nuh-uh. But you were good.
Buu saved him.
Here.
Yeah, bro. Yeah, I know about. Hey.
Here. I'm going to get you two. Here. There's going to be more trivia.
We got one more raffle.
I got you. And there will be one more raffle after the match is over. Another controller. So I'm going to get another question ready. All right?
Okay, I have no idea how long this sponsor segment lasts, so we might.
Now back to the cast.
Oh, we're throwing the casters. Okay, 3, 2, 1.
All right, folks. Thank you so much, and shout outs to our, to our staff and our glorious host there. Definitely got some fun and magic happening, of course, with the giveaways and everything else. So again, appreciate y'all for that. Again, folks, we are still here, getting underway with the Road to DreamCon series for Marvel Rivals. We are currently in the losers semifinals as we have our match between EP and Tournament of Power. Tournament of Power currently up 2-0. This is currently EP's last chance.
Yeah, this is match point right there for Tournament of Power. And quick shout out again to Scuff Gaming. Thank you guys for sponsoring DreamCon. And honestly, for those of you guys who've had these Scuff Gaming controllers, they are amazing quality, amazing controllers. So you guys enjoy and have fun. Honestly, enjoy them, and anybody who is here will be able to partake and get some more.
Yeah, 1,000%. So again, we appreciate everybody for coming out and supporting us. We just like to show love to the community any way that we can, because without you, there is no us. And again, folks, appreciate everybody here who has been rocking with us, watching from home. We are getting down to the wire. This is our second to last match. So after this, we have one more coming up, which will be our losers final between LARP for Fun and the winner of this set. So whoever wins this match will go on to face off against the team that made God bleed. And that was the LARP for Fun team. They was making Swamp Gaming sweat hard for their 3-0 victory. And I'm definitely curious to see how well they do in the losers finals.
Honestly, and one thing that I want to say is that more so like, again, they made the God bleed so they can see there was blood, right? So maybe this is confidence for Tournament of Power now. They're like, okay, they can bleed. Let's capitalize on that and do better than what probably LARP for Fun did, right? They may have that confidence and be like, all right, we're going to win. We're going to win against LARP for Fun, and we're going to go into the finals and win against Swamp Gaming.
Yeah, 1,000%, and that's really, sometimes that's all it takes, is just seeing that it's possible, seeing that it's feasible, right? And that's really just what it comes down to. A lot of our greats, right, whether it be, the Michael Jordans or the Justin Wongs, right, or even Sonic Foxes and everything else, right, the Tfus and all them. Once you see that it is possible to defeat them, to not even to just defeat them, but to actually make them work for it, that can be a confidence booster, right? That can let you know that, okay, I'm not as far off as I thought I was. I have to lock in and I have to capitalize quickly, or a lot quicker, on these opportunities that I'm getting.
Yeah, most definitely. And I honestly, again, Tournament of Power, I feel like they, like you said, they feel very confident right here, and they feel like they honestly, I think they have the confidence to win this, right?
Yeah.
But EP, I don't think you guys should give up already, all right? Because just because it's match point doesn't mean that you guys lost, all right? You still got a few more rounds that you guys can go and literally, basically, like, just reverse 3-0 them.
Yeah, 1,000%. Anything is possible. Anybody can get it. Anybody can bleed, obviously. EP definitely has showcased before that they are capable of, coming out with the victory. But again, it's all about the confidence. It's all about the momentum. So we're going to see how things shake up here. I mean, Tournament of Power has been doing a phenomenal job, definitely with the Magic pick. A lot of major value there from the supports, from the tanks.
Yeah.
I mean, again, shout out to all of our support players, obviously. Every team's support line has been fantastic. There's been plenty of clutch plays from from that back line. And then again, the DPS side of things, has definitely been showcasing their range as well. Seeing a lot of different picks, a lot of different bans, a lot of different protects. And that's something that speaks to just the overall threat level of these players. You making me think about Deus here. A lot of folks were seeing the Wolverine and the Bucky, and they figured, like, okay, as long as we take those away from them, that would be the end of it. And clearly that wasn't the case. Deus is very much more versatile than they let on. The DPS stuff, that's just pony. DPS just really where they're home at.
Yeah, he wasn't a one-trick pony like you mentioned. He was just more so like he knew more characters for that exact reason, right? Because he was like, okay, I'm gonna capitalize on these 2 characters, and it probably also could be like a mental game, kind of playing in their mental, right? Playing these characters that he's still good at, but it may not be the character that he's actually, like, he got pocketed right here.
Yeah.
So he can just basically go in and just immediately okay, these 2 got banned. This is what I wanted. This is what the mental game that I wanted. I wanted them to ban it so I can play the actual character that I really enjoy playing and can dominate with.
Yeah, for sure, and I agree on that front, right? So, definitely, showing some depth there is very beneficial. It's a boon to your team and everything else. So, it's definitely a good deal there. But we're just moving right along here. Everybody's getting warmed back up. Folks are just getting their things back together here as we are getting the lobby set up and everything else. Again, folks, this is our second to last match. We are almost done for the night, for the day. Once this match is completed, the winner will go on to face LARP for fun for the chance to get their for their chance to take the crown and take out Swamp Gaming.
For the chance to go into the finals and see if they can be the ones, the underdogs, to take these 10K.
Yeah, 1,000%. That's a cash prize, nothing to sneeze at for sure here. But we're gonna go ahead and keep it going here. And again, folks, this has been such a great day for some high-level rivals play for sure. Again, a lot of these scores don't really tell the full story, especially when you think about the matchups between LARP for Fun and Swamp Gaming. And we keep talking about it because, to be honest, it is easily the match of the day. But in this current matchup here, we're going to go ahead and get it going with our map picks. So first off is Domination, followed up with Convergence. And then for the third map, which will be Convoy, we are going to Yggdrasil.
Yggdrasil, okay. I'm not going to lie. I like how you actually said it. I've always tried to say it, and I butchered the name of that map. I'm not going to lie.
Oh, it's all good, brother. Mythology is my jam. Greek mythology, Norse mythology, Egyptian mythology. I definitely am a huge fan of those kinds of things. So, when it comes to the etymology and the enunciation and stuff, I definitely take a little more care with that. But it's all good. We all know what you mean. We're here. You're amongst friends here. There's no problem. So here we are. We are at Yggdrasil. So we're going to go ahead and get it started with our bans and our protects. So first off, again, we've been seeing a lot of group bans, the typical Gambit ban, obviously, but we've also been seeing some protection for Mantis. Again, Mantis is one of those hybrid off-healer type of characters that while she does have the typical healing stats of a support strategist, the offensive capabilities is really why you put that character on the field. And for most Mantis players, they understand that value.
And you go with the same, again, with the group, the Gambit, and the Magic Protect. So they're going with the same thing. Now, who does EP Protect? EP protects Namor this time, right? They knew that they were going to protect Mantis, so now they protect the Namor, so they're getting ready for that magic.
Yeah, 1,000%. And that's a huge change up there because you're going to need that, right? Especially against this magic. I mean, to this day, Namor still remains an authority in the conversation when it comes to anti-dive strategies. He is the quintessential anti-dive character. All he needs is essentially one touch, right? And those turrets get to work immediately. So to have that option now finally available to you against this Magic, who has just been brawling away, is definitely going to be a boon for this EP team. But now things are starting to get a little interesting. See, we have Emma and Devil Dino getting banned here on the next up.
But if you also notice, Devil Dino was a problem for Terminal Power in that last game with EP. So they knew that basically they cannot keep dealing with that Devil Dinosaur, right? Devil Dinosaur survivability was just too crazy, and they're like, we do not want to deal with that. So they were like, no, we're just going to immediately ban him.
Yeah, 1,000%. And here it is. The Grand Master Plan has been revealed. We're going to go ahead and protect the Hela and the Namor, which, to be honest, not a terrible decision. One of the best team-ups in the game, bar none. Definitely a high damage output and also covers a lot of bases. And it gives you the ability to match the Phoenix that just got protected, right? And of course, we have the target ban.
Yep, and they're banning right there Doctor Strange. So I feel like this time EP feels confident enough, and they banned Penny. So it was just kind of like a revenge ban right there. But I feel like that ban from Doctor Strange is EP being confident in their team comp this map in this game, that they're like, okay, if we push them off, they will not have the chance to portal in and be able to kind of chance it and try to contest that that convoy.
Yeah, for sure. Now, this is going to be tough because Yggdrasil for Convoy is a fairly open map. You know, there's a lot of elevation and there is some natural cover, but it's, you know, once you go out there into the fight, you are pretty exposed. So with the bans on Groot, with the bans on Emma, with the ban on Doctor Strange, that is pretty much all the shield tanks taken off the map, only leaving really Magneto as the shield tank. So at this point, you're going to have to be ready with your footwork, and you're going to have to be efficient in these fights because you aren't really going to have much defense there.
And one thing that I find very interesting, right? Song was very good, of course, with these characters like that were banned, or actually no, they were not even banned. He didn't decide to play like with his Punisher in this game before he did this. So he decided to go for the Elsa Bloodstone because Elsa did not get banned this time. So he's probably trying to capitalize on it and just try to, you know, get them sneaky hunter rifle shots.
Yeah, and then not only is the Elsa not banned, but the Bucky isn't banned either. So that team-up could very much come back to haunt EP. But we're going to see how this shakes out as EP currently has a lot of real estate to work with here. Again, Magneto being the only traditional shield tank left on the field, pretty much leaving the other tank to pretty much brawl their way to victory here. So Tournament of Power is going to take an early death here and a couple more losses. So EP is doing a great job here, just moving along, moving the chains. The team up paying dividends.
We see basically Venom with the survivability that he has, just trying to basically push away and not allowing them to basically push the convoy. But EP, right now their team comp, again, is doing great with the Namor and the Hela right there, just kind of pushing them off.
Yeah, definitely. You know, and again, this is a strong combination here. It always has been. And then you see here essentially a night and day difference in the performance of EP now that they finally got the chance to play their preferred characters.
Honestly, and now my question would be, right, is will they immediately try to go for power if they don't do well this round? Will they go for the next one? Will they try to ban EP's site? Immediately ban EP's Namor, you know, instead of banning the Gambit like how they usually been going for.
Truthfully, I would much rather take my risk with the Gambit. You know, I would much rather take my risk with the Gambit, and I would just go ahead and remove Namor off the field. You will never hear an argument from me when it comes to Namor. That character gets to my last nerve. I ban him every chance I get when I'm playing the game. So, you know, I get it. You know, there's perfectly no, you know, I completely understand if you decide to go that route as well. Because look at what's happening here. There's just constant mismatches on the screen. And that is the power of Namor. And the power of Magneto as he currently gets a pick with the ult here. Try to go bar for bar, but no dice here for Tournament of Power.
Right now, again, you see the face of each with their Venom, just basically trying to fight again. I believe Tournament of Power had a Venom before, but wasn't able to get a lot of barriers. I think Daniel switched to Magneto and tried to go for that ult like you mentioned. But, of course, Luna immediately heard that Magneto ult and just ulted, basic counter ulted right there to not allow him to get any value to be able to kill their team.
Yeah, for sure, right. Now here we go, Eevee with the hella ult trying to get this last bit of action. Why is this in the game? Why? I'm sorry, I gotta break character for a moment here. I gotta take a moment. Why is that in the game? NetEase, holla at me. We gotta talk. I just want to talk. I don't know why. I don't know where. I don't know when y'all made the decision. But please, for the love of all things good and holy. All right.
Sucking Jack.
Don't you do it. Don't you dare do it. Don't you do it. I'm not hearing this propaganda. I am not doing this. You know what? Let's talk about this Punisher right now. He's currently setting up shop. Tournament of Power trying to go ahead and get some real estate for themselves. They managed to hold off on the second point. But Eevee with 2.5 minutes left on the clock can definitely make this work.
No, honestly, Eevee has been doing very good, basically trying to basically push the convoy and keep Tournament of Power off. But Tournament of Power seem to basically get their footing back together and are able to push Eevee back a little bit to not allow them to get the convoy. But right there, as you saw, Namor got a lot of value in that ult, which basically knocked down their Punisher, and then Punisher got picked off right there because they didn't have enough health.
All right, here we go. The House of M continues to build. Daniel trying to get something going there with the Magneto ult, manages to buy his team a little more time, but it may not be enough. Eevee pushing forward here. Another meteor coming down from above. Still no dice.
It's just basically a battle of attrition right here with Eevee and Tournament of Power, but Eevee is not letting up. It's just pushing them while you see the healers playing patty cake and trying to keep themselves alive, but unfortunately was not enough. The DPS was just too much right there.
Yeah, definitely right. So Tournament of Power is now forced all the way to the back. This is the final push here. And it's also the hardest one, for sure. I mean, part of me feels like the second point might be the hardest push, but this one is definitely a tough one because it gives the defending team all the range, all the angles, you know, all the cover. So Eevee's going to have to try to do their best.
Not only that, but I was hoping that I've also been finding very interesting. We have not seen a lot of the Punisher turret. They haven't tried to get posted up because right here, like you were mentioning, I feel like Punisher's turret will get a lot of value in this type in this last push right here. They just set up the turret and not allow them to progress any further.
Yeah, you know, and if nothing else, right, it gives the team, it forces the opponent to look at something else, right? It gives them something else that they have to deal with here. As we are going to go ahead and get the Wrath of the Seas here from Namor as they are currently whittling down the Tournament of Power.
The Namor again. Alvaro and his Namor is actually going crazy. And I can honestly, again, call me crazy, but I feel like next game, if Eevee wins this, that they're going to try to target Namor.
Yeah, 1,000%, because you can see already the changes here. This is, again, this is one of those target bans that you kind of have to take care of because similar to what Mark did when they banned Wolverine as opposed to Bucky first, you just gave the other team their comfort pin. You know, you just allowed them to protect their comfort pin. And that's something that you cannot allow to happen because you get results like this.
Yeah, no, honestly, actually, incredibly crazy. You see Luna popping her ult, you see Magneto just basically popping her ult, and I just like what Alvaro tried to do right there, just basically use that water shield that Namor has to kind of block Magneto's sight and not allow him to dunk on Luna. She gets a lot more value on her ult, and right there, as you can see, Choles was trying to get value with his Punisher ult, but as soon as they heard him, he immediately targeted him and did not let him get any at all.
Yeah, and it's 30 seconds left on the clock, but Eevee doing a phenomenal job of moving the chains here. Tournament of Power is going to have to try to figure something out, but Eevee, again, Alvaro with the Namor just constantly cranking out the damage.
I can honestly see Alvaro with the Namor being the MVP of this match right here. I'm not gonna lie. He's been getting a lot of value. out of basically like his ults. He's been getting ults like crazy fast.
Yeah, 1,000% here. EP, you know, going to try to do their best here to move the chain, try to make it to the end of the map. Even in the event they don't make it, they still have so much real estate to work with. But they are not saying die, and nothing is better than a convincing, guaranteed victory. One of the ways to make your chances better for that, you are managing to finish, get to the finish line. Returnment of Power doing a great job of hanging on here. The cloak and dagger bit, putting it in, putting in the work. Will it be enough?
Well, actually, I just noticed they just switched to triple support, and it actually worked in their favor to be able to kind of push Eevee back and upkeep the heals, because I feel like that was probably their problem, right? They didn't have enough heals to kind of battle against how much DPS that Namor was doing with the turrets.
Right. And of course, you know, it's just another day in the office for the Tournament of Power. Everybody's in good spirits, joking, laughing, everything else. The duality of man. You know, so definitely different vibes on both sides of the floor here, which is perfectly fine with me, and I hope it's perfectly fine with y'all as well. Again, you know, definitely a strong showing from Tournament of Power, but an even better showing from EP as they managed to go ahead and get on the board. So that means that is our very first series where we don't have a 3-0 shutout. It's monumental there if you're in EP's case. Definitely getting on the board here, which is great news. Being able to, you know, basically just make a way for themselves and pretty much secure themselves for this round. Now, they haven't finished it just yet, but this has been a pretty strong showing so far because, I mean, the Namor Hella pick has been paying dividends.
No, it really has. Honestly, I feel like
Going back to caster
that
counts.
Namor and Hella pick not only like paid dividends for them, but again, Tournament of Power here has to be able to get quickly, basically get to that further than what EP did, and EP was just like probably like a hair away of just capping that conveyor completely, you know?
Yeah, absolutely, for sure. I mean, I'm not entirely sure what kind of adjustments you can make in this case. That's how strongly I feel about the Hella and Namor team up. And mainly just because of the fact that, again, it creates a mismatch on demand because with every kill that Namor acquires, it spawns an unkillable turret that you cannot interact with. You can't shoot it. You can't destroy it. It's just there harassing you. And that alone can make such a game changer.
In my opinion, I feel like a good probably pick would be the tank Emma Frost.
Yeah, but
probably be
a
good. She is banned.
Yeah,
she
she's
is
banned.
That is true. That'll probably be I feel like will be one of the only tanks that kind of compete against Namor and Hella's like team comp right there.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, and that's really the tough part about it, right, is because they got rid of all the shield tanks, and that's your answer to this combination. You need more shields. You need more walls to fortify yourself so
Captain
they
America.
Can get that. That's not enough, man. You know, that shield is for him. You know, he'll survive. He'll be fine. But the rest of the team, you know that meme, that picture of, you know, the people that are in the pool, and then you got one person that's, you know, having a good time, and then the person right next to him that's drowning, and you got the person at the bottom that's already gone. Yeah, that's pretty much the Captain America experience in this case, right? Captain America having a blast, jumping and sprinting and blocking and being all that he can be. Meanwhile, the rest of the team is still fighting for their life in the back line.
You know what? You're not wrong. But I mean, if you played the Captain America the right way, you could also play him in a way that he kind of just dives in and is able to kind of distract the Namor and the Hela to kind of get their attention away and be able to get a lot of value for their team to kind of, again, just target them and eliminate it very quickly and then just kind of pick off the rest of the team from there.
Yeah, but, you know, that is a dangerous play because if the Captain America, like, there's no room for error in that case because the Captain America, the moment you stay there too long, the Hela and the Namor are going to pick you off immediately, and then immediately the turrets just go back to whatever their original target was. And that's really what it is because
you know, in the event that you're playing a Captain America and something goes wrong and the Captain America goes down, there is still a period of time where people have to turn and they have to readjust to, you know, take on the next target.
Yeah.
Namor's turrets don't have to do that. They are instantly refocused on whoever the next target is. And then not only that, while Namor is using primary fire against the diving Captain America, he can just right-click somebody in the back. And then the turrets are just shooting the person in the back while Captain America is currently getting shot in the front, you know? So
that is
it's one of those things that's it's kind of difficult to make a call on that front. But, you know, again, if there's anybody who can rise to the occasion, it's definitely Tournament of Power because, again, they have the depth. They have the depth to make things work for sure.
No, for real. They really do. And as you can see, they're locking down Magneto here. So they are honestly, oh, it's going to blur.
Yeah, no, it's all good. We're currently getting into the ban and the protect phases here. I mean, not the ban and protect phases here. We're getting into the picks elections here. So we're going to go ahead and get the Ragnarok team up between Thor and Hela. This is a team up that I was mentioning before we were discussing the changes with the new patch, which is pretty big for Thor because he now essentially gains an extra life.
He does, and I feel like the way, again, that Thor is now is he's such a cheap character of more so, okay, I'm going to push you away from point, just keep pushing you away from point. And with that extra health that he has, it's like,
yeah, it's pretty daunting for sure. You know, it can be pretty demoralizing to deal with. But here we go. We're getting it started here. Again, EP fighting to stay alive. Tournament Power fighting to wrap it up here. The winner will face LARP for Fun in the losers final. It all comes down to this. Tournament of Power rocking the Magneto, of course, from Daniel. The Magic is now back out to play.
Right now, Tournament of Power starting off strong, but unfortunately the Magneto goes down right there. But they are actually starting off very strong against Eevee, right? I'm not allowing them that their offense to get a lot of value there. So they're actually doing extremely good. But you see the Sung with the Magic is actually very interesting because I feel like he can probably go toe-to-toe with Namor here. I honestly feel like if he is like if he places very carefully and uses like basically like his dive and stuff like that, she can try to take out the turrets and also take care of Namor here, right? But only time will tell, right? Right now we're seeing that she's very carefully rushing, finding the right time, and right there you see it. Found the perfect time right there to try and push Eevee away and getting a lot of value. Push both healers off, kill one of them, and kill the Luna right there. Just getting a lot of value right there. I mean, again, that's how you gotta play Magic. Magic is just a patient character. You cannot play her like extremely aggressive where you just basically go hog wild thinking that you're gonna basically try to get a kill, easy kill right there. You gotta play her very patiently and you gotta find out that perfect opportunity as Sun just did right there.
Oh yeah, 1000%. I agree completely. So Sun is now beaming down on this Eevee team, being a shining light for them in the front line, giving them a 4.5-minute time limit to go ahead and get this second point, which is a huge lead so far.
And one thing that I also am seeing the cilantro with the Cloak and Dagger, right? Because Cloak and Dagger didn't get banned this time. So Cloak and Dagger, again, a lot of people will call her Cloak and Dagger, no skill character because you don't gotta get those skills. Their accuracy is always going to be in the high 90%, right? You just can basically aim at the wall, and one of the heals is going to land on your teammates and keep them alive.
Yeah, and already we're also getting the Phoenix as well because the Phoenix did not get banned either. So now Nujay, you know, definitely getting a lot of value there with the damage, forcing Eevee to retreat, but they dove a little too hard, and they're going to pay for that. And Tournament of Power is forced to retreat.
No, and honestly, right there, Magneto was trying to get as much value as he could with that ult, but unfortunately was not able to get on anybody, not able to dunk on someone, and was just basically picked off right there from by EB right there. And as you can see, again, Song with the magic just playing very carefully, very patiently, and again trying to kind of set both of the turrets by just finding the perfect way. And you can see Magneto again from EB just trying his best to kind of push tournament power away, which was successful.
Yeah, 1,000% here. EP is holding their own currently, but Tournament of Power trying to make it work. The White Fox ult is not going to save them here in this case, and they're going to have to force a reset.
My thing is, again, they don't have the Doctor Strange to be able to kind of portal in and get there quickly, right? So they don't got a lot of time. They only got 2 minutes and 30 seconds left. A lot can happen here, right? And they may be able to kind of push Tournament of Power or excuse me, off from that defense that they're doing. Because their defense right now is being fairly solid.
Yeah, 1,000% here, but still 2 minutes left to go here. Tournament of Power can definitely make it happen. We're already seeing some swaps here for Tournament of Power. So I'm going to go with the triple support once again with the Atom who's built in the gap with the damage reduction. EP popping the Venom ult. Will it be enough? It's looking like it will.
That is actually very crazy. They got a lot of value right there, just picked off basically the entire team right here. The only people that are alive are basically Adam Warlock and the legendary Fred with the Angela. But Adam Warlock is trying to find a good spot to kind of spawn back in.
Yeah, and Ryu Lion right now is doing a phenomenal job here with the Magneto, but also Zord doing a great job here with the Venom pick. You know, Zord was definitely one of my favorites to watch in the qualifiers with their tank play as well. But here we go, Tournament of Power again with the swaps with the Punisher, definitely doing the work for sure, keeping their eye on the Venom, forcing them back out, forcing the passive.
I honestly, I like what Fred did right there, right, with the Angela. He was just basically waiting for that perfect moment. Immediately grabbed Magneto and dragged him.
Oh my lord!
Great work right there. Alvaro did not playing with his Namor right there. They did not wanting him to stay alive. And you can see he just immediately deleted him with the Punisher. Punisher getting a lot of value right there from the whole just going. Magneto was trying to actually counter Punisher right there to kind of stay alive, but was not.
Yo, New Jay, are you mad or something? Did they do something? Did they take your lunch money? Is there beef that we don't understand, that we don't know that you want to talk to us about? Is there something that you want to tell the crowd here? That was an insane chase down to go ahead and get the positioning here. I mean, Tournament of Power is absolutely trying to wrap this up.
They are. I mean, again, they're getting very close, right? EB, I feel like they're panicking right there, trying to keep them away. Because right here, if they don't, if they don't do well with their defense right here, that's it, right? And it'll be Tournament of Power against Lark for Fun. Yeah. So I know EB is right now doing their best to try to lock in, but unfortunately, right there, as you saw, right there, their Punisher goes down, and then it goes down Mantis.
Yeah, but the Adam Warlock revive definitely comes in the clutch. That does explain why they were playing a bit more aggressive there, because they already knew they had to get out of jail free card essentially. So here we go. We're going to go ahead and get another try at it. However, Alvaro doing their best there to slow them down and stop the bleeding. There's a lot happening on the screen here. EB holding on for dear life. Got the White Fox ult out to play. Tournament of Power looking to survive. Punisher coming through with another ult here in a moment, along with the Magneto.
One thing that I gotta say that I love the Adam Warlock rework that they did. He's actually such a good character. I remember back in the day, he was not bad, but he was definitely not half the person that he is right now, in my opinion.
Yeah, no, for sure. You know, if you're supposed to be the perfect being, the perfect human, right? You definitely should be able to display that. And yeah, going for 5-6 seasons without even being able to so much as fly. It's kind of crazy when you think about it. But here we go here. Speaking about flying, New Jay is sending the entirety of EP's front line to the moon with the ult here, and they're going to go ahead and try to lock down this round.
I think that honestly might be it right here. Right now, Nule just demolished. Like, he got a penta right there with his Punisher. He actually went crazy this time. And he's like, I'm not playing. I need this to go past. I want to go against Rocky Fun and go against Swamp Gaming to win that finals.
Yeah, for sure. But here we go. EP not saying die, still hanging on. It is overtime, folks. So the last team fight of the game, of the round, of this map.
They literally only have about 3 meters really left, so they don't have a lot. Like, Tournament of Power really have to work extremely hard right here to be able to push EP off, but EP with the Namor ult immediately was able to push Tournament of Power off, and that is it. EP won this game, and you can hear the car go wild right here for EP. That is actually insane. I know they had to have been nervous right there. They were sweating.
Oh my goodness, what a clutch performance from Alfaro from downtown. That ult was exactly what they needed at the right time. And you saw the wheels turning for Nule there as they tried to get in the turret for the extra health, for the extra resistance, but they were too slow on the draw. And it was so close.
Back to cams.
It was so close.
3, 2,
Nule had an opportunity there to really turn things around for the team, and it looked like it was.
Yeah.
But again, the Namor has been clicking and paying dividends. So again, you know, that's what happens when you give a team their comfort pick.
You can see it right there. Yeah, you can see how the Namor is actually just going crazy right there. You can see the basically again doing patty cake with the healers, but unfortunately was not enough right there. But that new lane with the Punisher was a problem, and Alvaro knew that and was like, nah, I need to take you out. Even if I'm just using my ult just on you, I have to do it. And as you can see, he got a lot of value right there and was able to push Tournament of Power far enough where they were not, they don't have the strength anymore. They can't ult to the point and actually keep the overtime going.
Yeah, that was insane, right? And honestly, you saw those flashes of brilliance earlier on the second point as well, if you can recall. You know, EP was doing a great job of just holding their own in that case. Even with the efforts of Nule there, you know, he definitely showed us that they were capable of just drawing them out and shutting them down, slowing them down to a crawl, and really bleeding out that clock. So that's all they really had to do at this point. They didn't have to really wipe them. They just needed to get them off of the point for that overtime, for that fourth overtime. And there go. Yeah, that was the play right there. That was such an unfortunate series of events, because you can only imagine what would have happened if he got that turret off. But that is the thing about it, right? He has to actually physically be sitting in the turret in order for the additional health. And even with that being said, he's still exposed. He's not invincible. So if you land something, anything behind him, he takes damage from that. And Namor's ult is a 360-degree hitbox where it lands.
Yeah.
So to be honest, it's one of those situations where you were pretty much cooked from the get-go. You were done regardless.
You're stuck in between a rock and a hard place right there, honestly. And I feel like if you probably like a second earlier, right? If you probably would have placed that turret just a second earlier, he might have been able to survive right there.
Possibly, you know, and it's one of those what-if situations. You never know for sure. But what we do know is that we finally got a point on the board, folks. We was talking about this earlier. EP has changed the game once again, managing to be the only team in this tournament bracket so far to not get completely shut out. And we no longer have the possibility of a 3-0. Tournament of Power still up a map, but now we have a game. EP managing to stay alive keep the hope alive, managing to keep their tournament dreams alive. Because remember, folks, this is the loser side. The team that loses is out of the tournament for good.
Honestly, who knows? At this point, it can honestly be a reverse 3-0, right? EP can just take this game and just basically reverse sweep Terminal Power with this newfound confidence that they got.
Yeah, 1,000% for sure. And I mean, that's a great sign, right? Because again, that's showing signs of life for EP. And whoever wins this is going to have to face off against a fired up LARP for Fun team. Because again, LARP for Fun wants that run back with Swamp Gaming. You can tell that they need that run back because they definitely have the tools to make that work. But now that we have moved out of the 3-0 territory with the EP victory on Yggdrasil, we have now moved on to Domination. And we are moving on to everyone's favorite Domination map, Burn It T'Challa. This is definitely one of those make it or break it style of maps, right? I mean, obviously, it's all about the start. So if Tournament of Power can get ahead here, get the momentum, that can definitely lock things down here for this series.
I honestly am very interesting to see the team comp now. Again, right? Will Tournament of Power immediately go for the Namor ban in here, right? Because Namor in this map also gets a lot of value, especially his ult.
You are 1,000% correct, Zombies. I'm telling you, you have to get rid of certain comfort picks. You got to pay attention to see where the value is really coming from, what's making the team stick, and you have to shut that down. If I am Tournament of Power, Namor is absolutely going first. It's not our call, obviously, but if I was there, that's the direction that I'm taking it because you cannot afford to have that kind of mismatch once again.
One character that I also feel like will also be very good here is Storm. Storm will actually get a lot of value, especially with her ult, right? Because she has that little invincibility, kind of get the backline right there of the healers, and they kind of go backwards and strike, taking out the rest of the people.
Yeah, 1,000%. You know, there's a lot of options on the table here for sure. But we're going to go ahead and get a similar start with these bans and protect. So no magic protect for the first one from Tournament of Power. We're actually going to protect the Strange, which is a bit strange to me because I felt like Daniel did pretty well with the Magneto pick. That's just me.
He did do good, but I feel like, honestly, it's more so of the fact that they need that portal.
Yes.
They're trying to, they're banking of, okay, if we are basically in a close game, right, where they're both like at, let's say, 99%, and they need that portal, they need that portal from Tournament of Power. They got pushed back to be able to get back in and just go in ham.
All right, I hear that part. So here we are. We're going to go ahead and get a little bit of a switch here.
What the fuck is this guy?
Now we're going to go ahead and get the ban on the Magic, and then we're going to get the ban on the Hela. So can't completely remove Namor from the field. Heard you. What we're now going to do is take away one of your best tools and force you to beat us straight up, right? So,
oh, and there goes the Emma Frost protect right there. So now they're trying to basically go and counter Namor right here. So will EP, with protecting Namor, will they play Namor now, right? Knowing that now they protected Emma Frost, so they now have the counter play for her.
Yeah, absolutely. Because again, we were talking about this. The answer to Namor is literally just more shields. Just keep him from being able to land that right click, you know, being able to get the auto targeting, the damage boost, and all the other things that come with those turrets. So being able to now have protection on 2 shield tanks that are able to also put out a nice offensive front. Because again, Strange is no slouch. He is essentially a walking shotgun himself, a walking cannon. And then, of course, Emma, a tank that literally gets stronger the longer she gets played. But here we go. Here we're going to go get the ban on the Punisher, and then we're going to get the ban on the Devil Dinosaur. So a lot of these bans and protects are very much target focused, right? We have the protect on the Namor because obviously Alfaro's, that's their character. Like we need that character. We're going to go ahead and play that character. But as you can see now, the bans have changed up. Tournament of Power opting to remove Hela from the field, so that way the Namor has no longer that extra damage that comes from the undead squid turret. But now EP opting to ban the Magic here, which is great news because you're on Domination, which is literally one of Magic's best modes.
I feel like even though they banned the Hela, but having also now that I'm looking at it, the Star-Lord. Star-Lord also is crazy on this map too.
Yes, 1,000%. You get a lot of value here, but you have to know how to get it right. Star-Lord is one of those characters that you do have to know what you're doing, especially now that they made it to where his damage falls off much sooner. So you're gonna have to be willing to be in the mix. You have to know how to move and how to get out in order to really get started. So we're gonna go ahead and get started with this early portal. I love that play. I will forever love that play. Giving them the high ground immediately. This is such a smart move here from Tournament of Power. Now, of course, the pillar can be destroyed in the middle to cut off that lane, but honestly, you still have the high ground there with the ledge, with a little alcove. This is an amazing start here, and EB is trying to do their best to get things going, but it's still anybody's game.
It really is right now, and so far, it seems that Tournament of Power are a little bit on the lead right here, right? But it's just more so they're kind of trying to figure out, okay, who is basically going to let out first, and you can see right there, Ryu and Alfaro right there were able to take out like the tank and a healer right there, and Daniel right there with another tank. So EP seems to be basically on a roll right now. They seem to be actually getting it. Like they're like, okay, that's what I need. Like we got you now. Like we read the book. We're reading you like a book now, so we know what we got to do against you.
Yeah, 1,000% here. And we're already going to go ahead and see the Bucky here with the flank. And I like this from Nule. You know, Nule has been doing a great job here of just constantly putting on the pressure, forcing the Venom back out. There's the thing where no dice. Oh, wait a minute. We did manage to get a pick on Daniel. There's no more Strange on the field currently.
Honestly, I did not even see Strange, so I thought that was a waste of an ult, but no, he actually got a good battle right there with deleting Strange right there.
Yeah, and they managed to let Venom escape there. That's actually not a good sign for Tournament of Power. Much to Nule's credit, he is doing their best. He is doing their job of capturing the Venom and forcing them into the back line. But the rest of the team is going to have to take the slack to keep it down.
One thing that I also like is that Tournament of Power, they're not just like
I'm ready to put on a show.
also trying to focus. I saw Nule do like not letting the destroy get whatsoever. Now, until next cooldown. But you can see right there, popping the ult right there, and getting a good bit of value right now with getting EP off point and being able right now to kind of just make man, why am I? That's crazy. I'm starting live on DreamCon. Let's go.
Listen, there's a lot happening, and sometimes your brain just has a moment where it's not able to put the pieces together. As EP currently is putting their pieces together and taking that first point there for this round. Again, if there's any team that is capable of making this work, it is definitely them, as they are currently looking to mount an offense here and try to pull themselves out of the graveyard and back into the front line.
No, for real. Honestly, again, I feel like EP, they're feeling themselves right now, okay? And now they're the ones kind of playing on the mental of Tournament of Power. Tournament of Power, I feel like their mental right now is like their team comp and stuff like that. They're kind of, it's kind of wavering a little bit. But if they kind of like, you know, like put their pants, like, you know, put their head in the game, I feel like they can get it back.
Yeah, 1,000%. You know, this is still very much anybody's game. Tournament of Power definitely getting tested here. They're going to have to dig deep and try to secure things going, because right now all the momentum seems to be going in EP's favor, but it's still ready to go. So we're going to go ahead and have the double duo that is Venom and Angela, and this is a great combination here for this particular match, because there's now plenty of open space to play in, plenty of areas for, you know, for Venom and Angela to move around. But again, this is an A-base. Look at it going. Did you know that his spears don't have damage fall off?
Wait,
No, it's not. That's why you see him as far back as he is.
so it's just basically he just throws it, and no matter
It's
where
a
you
literal,
are,
it's essentially a railgun.
right.
Yeah, that's why you see Namor just constantly in the cut, pelting you, and just somehow it just hurts so bad because he doesn't have that damage fall off that other characters such as like Hela and Punisher would have to deal with. This is why he is always banned in my game. I keep trying to tell people, do not need him on the field. I am sorry, random Namor player number 4, even though there's only like 7 of them in the world, but I am not trying to take that risk. I need him gone.
So you're saying that Alfaro is like that number 1 a Namor player right
you
there?
know, you don't see him often. Have you seen anybody else playing him? The one Namor player that's out there is putting in mad work right now currently on this team.
Yeah. You know what?
You have to the most you see that it is a possibility. You cannot have that on the field. I will stand on that.
Wow. No, hold on though. You have the Bucky not here again. Multiple times. I mean, you're gonna get a little bit of value here.
Again, Bucky is one person. Namor is throwing 2 turrets at you that he can turn on you at any moment and doesn't even have to be in the room with you to be a threat. You know, I'm just saying, like, that is insane. Namor doesn't have to get close to you. He just has to be within the general threat.
Nice ult are using basically both using their ults. If you notice, Lopez has his ult, which immediately copies Aimbiz Movement's ult right there. So just basically keeping the team alive and keeping off to not let them. And then the Star-Lord, was not able to get any value. They immediately heard him go legendary, and they said, nah, fam, you are not getting any value. And you hear Phoenix just screaming at them, trying to push them away from point right there.
Yeah, and already this looks like it is a round 2 take for Tournament of Power. A great hold here so far as they are currently looking on getting as close as they can to the finish line. 93% on deck.
I gotta say, wow, that was actually insane right there. Hela sacrificed herself for the Magneto to not get any dunks on. I mean, right there, right, he got a dunk on Angela, but wow, that was actually crazy. Was actually trying to block it with the shield right there.
Yeah. Angela getting in the way there. Daniel trying to buy some time and did manage to block it, but it wasn't. You know, it may not have been the smartest thing to do it. They managed to get picked as a result. And now the momentum is back on Eevee's side. And Eevee already had some ticks on the board for this point. So it's not like they have to hold it for very long.
No, for real. Oh, and there you go. There goes basically Angela. So they found out that Angela is a problem for them and immediately took out Angela. Right? They did not want to deal with her.
Yeah, Alfaro got put in the ground as a result though on the trade thing, so it's going to be a bit interesting to see how things shape up here as these players make their way back to the field. We have the Loki, we have the Angela back, we have the Bucky. There's so many characters out here that can try to make things work, but Eevee again just carrying the momentum forward. They have been doing a great job of taking their power back, so to speak. When they finally get the capture or they finally get some ground to work with, they never let go.
One thing that I also gotta say that I really liked about how Alfaro right now was playing his Namor is he didn't, even though his team were kind of trying to be at the very end and trying to stop Tournament of Power, trying to push forward, he was like, nah, let's just stay here just in case, especially waiting for Doctor Strange to portal right there. And as you saw, he got a lot, like he was already ready for it. Unfortunately, right, it wasn't enough. It wasn't enough, and Tournament of Power was able to push Eevee off. And as you can see right there, it is basically portal time. If they do not portal in time, that's it for Eevee.
Wait, hold on.
There it is.
Just a moment. Eevee not saying die. They managed to get the portal off in this overtime.
Oh my God, they pushed him away. That is crazy work.
Oh, wow. No, you went after the Venom and the Invisible Woman caught you slipping. That is that's great awareness for the Invisible Woman, but that is such an unfortunate series of events for EP there. They had the opportunity and they gave it away just as quickly. That was crazy to see for sure. We just knew the round was over. EP finally found a chance to get themselves back in, and that's how it slips through your fingers. Again, I will continuously say this, those split-second decisions matter.
But hold on though, okay? This is really anybody's game right now. They're both 1-1, okay? So I feel like this is the match of the century right here for them, because now they're both trying to figure out, okay, now they're trying to read each other, okay? So they're trying to figure out, okay, this is going to be the best way to deal with Namor. This is going to be the best way to deal with Daniel's strange stuff like that.
And honestly, this is the hardest point to hold in Burn It to Choles combination. I can't see this being any easier than the other points we just witnessed. And already we're getting started here. Both teams understanding that the high ground is the best place to be. Either team trying to approach quickly here.
You can see basically immediately going after our followers turrets, not letting those turrets stay in 1 second alive. Venom immediately trying to get as much value as he can as possible for his ult.
Yeah, managed to force a lot of those cooldowns, but will it be enough here to get something started? Tournament of Power is going to have to drop the Phoenix Force and have to lose one of their supports.
I like how he also did his ult. He was like, okay, he knew that it was going to push him away facing here in the ult, so he kind of waited. He was very patient, but also saw that both turrets were in the middle, so he just said, okay, I'm going to focus the turrets immediately. Oh my god, this is basically Daniel was not able to get any value right there from his ult, which is actually insane.
I swear it feels like Daniel gets picked on sometimes. You know, like he is constantly trying to make it work for his team, and he always ends up dying so fast. It's not even the fact that he gets taken down. It's just the speed at which it happens. It's like they want him specifically to be taken out.
They understand that he is a problem for them. So they were like, okay, we do not want to deal with Daniel's strength. And they're like, we're all going to target him.
And you know what? That makes absolutely perfect sense, because we saw in the first round there on that Hell's Haven domination that Daniel Strange is definitely a problem here. But what about the Roger with the Phoenix here? Definitely trying to make it work.
And then you see the Bucky right there trying to do his ult, trying to get as much value as possible. Unfortunately, was able to push away Tournament of Power's Bucky. Was able to push away Fiji a little bit, but unfortunately not enough. The heals are going in sync, and Bucky was just about to go down. That healer is working overtime right now.
Yeah, because there are so many people low from Sun Barrage. They were not able to secure their skills. And that is actually a huge drop there from Tournament of Power, because you're going to have to secure those. Sometimes you're going to have to be willing to go out there for them.
Right now, this is very detrimental for Tournament of Power, right? EP, their offense and defense has been pretty strong in Burn It to Choles right now. And as you can see, they've been pushing Tournament of Power. So Tournament of Power, as you can see, they're kind of regrouping, using the Strange Portal to kind of basically regroup, re-strategize, and find a better opening, better way to go against Eevee right here. And Eevee, as you can see, we're a little bit ready right there, and immediately Lule with the Phoenix ult just going at it and immediately targets the healers right there, and was able to get a few of them.
All right, so with that Strange Portal, they were able to recap, but the option is still available for EP, but they're just going to go ahead and take their time here. Long road ahead for Tournament of Power. Again, they are trying their best to secure the set to wrap up this series, but EP, not saying die, is going ahead and giving them everything that they got.
Honestly, this is anybody's game right now, right? Even though Tournament of Power does not have a lot of percentage in this point, and EP is basically 99% off the way, it all comes down of basically making the wrong move right here. And as you can see, you see the Phoenix versus the Phoenix right there, and Terminator Power's new lane Phoenix was able to get the drop on right Phoenix right there and not get any damage whatsoever.
Yeah, it's already looking like Eevee's about to retake once again, clearing out half of the Tournament of Power super early. Ryu Lion doing the dirty work and immediately securing that round. We have a game, folks.
That is it. Eepy bringing it back with Tournament of Power. It's a 2-2.
2-2. You know you're kind of spitting here, zombies. I'm telling you, you headed right there. They have the power. They have the opportunity to pull off a reverse 3-0. It is looking like so as EP currently evens up the board 2 maps apiece.
And honestly, I feel like they may be able to do it, right? I feel like, again, they're feeling themselves. They're confident. You can tell by how looking at them right now how confident they feel, right? These last games, they were not feeling as confident, right? They were feeling a little bit like trying to feel out their game plan. I think we just got it right here. And of course, right, we're 2-2 right here.
Yeah, and that's amazing work there from Eevee, just sticking out and being able to figure things out. And honestly, this was important, right? This was a bit of a gut check because of the Heliban, right? This was essentially Tournament of Power saying to you, we don't believe you, right? We think this is the real issue. We'll let you get your curve comfort pick. We'll let you rock there. But we feel this is really where the issue lies. So being able to pull off this victory regardless is a huge statement for EP for sure, because they just let them know, no, that is us. That's me out there, not the team up. So that's actually big. That's a big moment there for EP for sure. Tournament Power definitely is going to have to figure some things out too, because that was a game where they had their preferred tanks. They had mainly their preferred DPSs. Actually, they did not have the Punisher and they did not have the Magic, but it seemed like they made some adjustments there because again, that was a round apiece, but EP managed to just get a complete shutout there for that last round. So there's something clicking there for them that Tournament of Power is going to have to dial in on.
No, and honestly, like you can tell, like you mentioned, right? They thought that the Namor with the Hela was a problem, but in reality, I don't think the problem was the Hela. It was definitely that Namor.
Yeah.
Namor just by himself is a big problem. If you do not deal with the Namor, you know?
Yes, I mean, I was saying this earlier. If I'm Tournament of Power, Namor is #1 on my hit list. I am removing him from the field completely. But here we are, folks. We're going to go ahead and get to our last map of this series. Remember, folks, this is the losers semifinal. The winner will move on to face LARP for fun in the losers finals, and the last map is a Tournament of Power pick, and that's going to be Midtown for Convergence. This is dangerous.
It was Hall of the Jolly.
Oh, Hall of the Jolly. Okay, a bit of a mix-up there. I got a little scared, zombies. I'm not going to hold you. Midtown sucks. I hate that map so much because we've been talking about dangerous chokes all day, and that map has probably one of the worst ones I have ever experienced in the game.
Actually, Namor will probably be
Namor would have
disgusting.
A field day on that map.
Yes.
If you don't ban him on that map, you're giving it up. You're definitely saying, you know what? Here you go.
You're handing him the
GGs.
win.
We appreciate the opportunity. Y'all take care.
just handshake him right then.
Yeah. You just might as well just go ahead and get it over with, bro. Just go ahead and wrap it up here. But here we go. We are actually at the Hall of the Jalia, which is still a map that Namor can take advantage of for similar reasons, right? You have that big turn at the first choke, right? That allows Namor to just tuck his turrets away in really awkward spots, most notably on that, that east side where it's essentially like a little ledge where people can climb up and go across. But and it forces somebody to go on their own to find them. And that's really what makes it really dangerous, because your front line is getting destroyed because they're stepping into that hot box, that danger zone where the turrets are just constantly raining down damage. And then if you have someone go off on a solo mission to go and take out the turrets, that's essentially giving up your pressure, or giving up some of your pressure to deal with the NPCs essentially that are just feasting on your front line.
Yeah, and honestly, very interestingly enough, if you saw, they immediately banned the Gambit, but they did not go for the Gambit. They also didn't go for the Namor. I thought they were going to go for the Namor, but they went for the Venom, which is an interesting pick, I'm not going to lie. I know that Venom has been getting, has a lot of survivability, right, and has been getting a good bit of value, right, but I honestly thought they were going to go for the Namor. But as you can see, you know, the book writes itself. Namor gets protected, Magic gets banned, but Emma gets protected, and there you go again with the Hela ban.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, adjustments could be made in regards to containing the Namor. I just don't like entertaining the possibility in these cases, because obviously it's paying off. You know, there's not really much guesswork anymore, and even with us making adjustments, we now have to adjust around this one player as opposed to having to adjust for the composition. And that can be a slippery slope, because again, we saw this with the Swamp Gaming and LARP for Fun matchup, where they took so many picks, so many ban picks to try to shut down Deus. You didn't think about the rest of the team stepping up, right? So Almeida, with their Storm play, was phenomenal.
Yes,
and,
no, that
and
was
stepped up
crazy.
completely. So, you know, like it's a really slippery slope to be on, because now you're essentially hyper-focused on this one player, and then everybody else just kind of creeps up as a result. So in a way, you know, letting Namor rock, sure, it can work out, but you're going to have to try to make some adjustments here to pay things off, because again, we have the Punisher ban once again. So
and now you got Gambit protected this time because they didn't ban Gambit the first time.
Exactly. And then you got the Star-Lord ban, but really the Punisher, the Namor Protect and the Punisher ban are really detrimental to Tournament of Power.
Yeah.
Right? Because you obviously know that Nule loves the Punisher pick.
Yeah.
You saw the sheer glee of Carnage on their face, right, as they were constantly creating havoc in the front lines on the Yggdrasil map. So, you know, it's definitely a very good, strong pick for them. But now taking that off the field, you're taking off one of the most consistent options that you would have against Namor. So they're going to have to try to figure it out here. So this is the last map of the series, folks. We have been here for quite some time. I know you're tired, but we're getting down to the wire. We're getting down to the end here. We're almost at the promised land. 3, 2, 1. Getting it started here. EP on the attacking side, Tournament of Power on defense.
Who will take the win now? And honestly, as you can see, so of course, right, as expected, they were going to go with the Gambit and Namor. And I feel like Gambit and Namor, that team comp right there, because of the boost that Gambit can give, it's honestly very dangerous. So it's very interesting. An interesting pick of Turn of Power to pick Venom instead of Namor or even Gambit.
Yeah, for sure, right? And then on the Tournament of Power side, you know, you get the Phoenix back, which is good. And then, of course, you have the Emma, you have the Tank Pool, and now you have the Stray. So Tournament of Power opted to go for a higher health pool as an answer to the Namor situation. But with playing the Storm, that damage buff is definitely going to help out a lot in this case. As you can see here, Daniel's immediately getting shoved back out. Shoved back out.
Yeah, he was not able to get any value really from those portals. EB literally just said, we are not playing this time. We are here to win.
Yeah, 1,000%. That's a very, very strong start for EB here. Pretty much as good as it gets. Taking the point first time around with 4 minutes, with over 4 minutes to spare.
And one thing that I just realized, Swamp also gets a lot of value in this map too.
Oh yes.
So I'm actually very intrigued to see Reggie play it because he kind of knew, he was like, yeah, flyers in this map, they get a lot of value. As you can see right there, he immediately took down Rogue. Yep, like just no effort, like no problem whatsoever. You see the Namor off of Malvaro was not able to get much. You see Rogue right there trying her best to just delete them. Was able to actually pick off the Emma Frost, but unfortunately got picked back up and just got targeted.
Yeah, already just steam rolling ahead. Already getting a lot of value here.
The Gambit and the Namor, I was saying that. Look at the buff. Look, we already got a triple kill right there.
You should prepare this character. I hate to see that person, you know, and constantly have to repeat themselves, but it's just one of those things that you have to accept. You have to understand that this is something that is necessary. And Tournament of Power is finding that out the hard way. But we're going to see what adjustments can be made here. This is going to be a pretty painful defense. 5 minutes.
They have a lot of time out to play. I mean, Gambit is getting a lot of, really like a lot of value here. Just ultra right there. Even they're alive, doing his best and just kind of like, again, just stop Tournament of Power. And of course, it's working, right? Because, again, Alvaro with his Namor is crazy. They were able to take him out, but I don't know, man. They're EP right now. They've been going insane style.
Yeah, as you can see there, they don't even care if they take a trade. They've just been holding W this entire time. So it's really looking grim for Tournament of Power right now as EP is just inching closer and closer to the finish.
And one thing that I also find very interesting and cool at the same time is that Tournament of Power was able to push EP back a little bit, but it wasn't enough. They immediately saw it and I was like, nah. As soon as they got the rest of the team back, started pushing back, and as you can see, they're about to literally finish it right here.
Yeah, they have 3:45 on the table. Tournament of Power has to play perfect here. They do get another stop, but again, there is a bunch of time still left on the table here. So Tournament of Power trying to show some signs of life, but this is tough. And you tried to do a delayed stagger there, but you gave them time to get back to their team.
I'm not gonna lie, I respect what Daniel was trying to do and just try to take out Gambit, but Gambit survivability, and then basically Magneto comes in and just shields levels him and he goes back to full health. Like, there was not much that he was gonna be able to do, unfortunately. Like, just Magneto was just there.
Absolutely. So here we go here. We're going to go ahead and keep it going. And switching over to the Angela. We have the Adam Warlock, the Loki, and the Gambit. So triple support. Here we go with the Storm mode. Will we get anything off of it? Just looking like a no dice there. And your mark on the Phoenix.
Is that going to be enough right there? As you can see, Evie with the Rogo right there, just pushing them back to the point. You can see right now Saul using the Adam Warlock roll, just trying to get the teams back up, trying to keep Evie away. But right now, Evie is just so close. This might be it right here, and it is. And the crowd, as you can see, the crowd is going wild for EP.
Time to switch things up, including which side you're on.
Holy shit.
Bro, I'm saying, man, like EP, I think they might actually reverse 3-0 right here.
My mouth is open. I'm in shock. I'm in awe. That was an amazing push there. Oh my God. Whoa, EP. Wow. The crowd favorite. Again, this is part of the norm. And if you recall, EP had a similar victory to this in the qualifying bracket that they won.
Yes.
So this is no different.
I remember those hashtag EP Nations in the chat.
Exactly. Like, and they just they just have so much going for them. They have the momentum. They have the support of the crowd. They have such a good. This is such a great feel-good story for them currently, right? To be able to rise to the occasion in this fashion at this stage of the bracket, absolutely amazing.
Also, if you notice, Tournament Power quadruple support with 2 tanks. Very interesting pick, okay? I haven't seen a quadruple support. I've never seen the triple support, but a quadruple support?
Listen, at this point, we gotta try something, you know? We gotta think outside the box. We gotta honestly, maybe we need to just leave the box at home. You know, the box is turned on us, okay? That is Pandora's box. We need to give it back to her, put the lid back on it, and never see it again.
This is literally, again, I'm making the Dragon Ball Wrestling Universe 7 versus Universe 11 right here. And honestly, Tournament Power seems to be Universe 11 right here, right? They seem to have been like that Jiren basically, right? Just going him, and then EP activated their Ultra Instinct here and just going dodging, bobbing, and weaving, and actually going on the offensive and defensive. Amazing.
Exactly. Anything Tournament Power throws, roll right off. It doesn't phase them at this point. You saw on that final foot, they were taking trades, and they didn't care. They just kept going.
And as you can see right there, right now, EP's defense is going amazing, right? It's going great. Right now, they just took out Daniel and Song's Adam Warlock. So they're actually going insane right here. They're extreme great value right here.
Yeah, definitely right. And Alvaro, the glue to the solution. Again, the Namor has been just working overtime, paying dividends, and giving this team so much real estate to work within. I mean, it's an absolute clinic that they are putting on right now, and you can give a lot of credit to Alvaro. I mean, this has been happening all day. Anytime Alvaro has a Namor, your powers are mine. It is a sight to behold. They are so on point with these characters, as you can see here.
Yeah, and as you can see, the Loki right there, China basically get value from copying the Gambit over, but unfortunately was not. Well, I mean, I'm not going to say unfortunately because they was able to push a little bit further, but it wasn't enough. And right there, you can see Storm getting value right there by just picking off one of the healers and taking out Loki right there.
Yeah, that's a from the front here. Constantly pushing them away. Tournament of Power is going to have to figure something out here. This is a very tough situation to be in, coming up on a minute and a half. I mean, you have ults on the table, but, you know, is it really going to be enough to flip the script here? Because you're going down base, right? You made the decision to be into the strategy, so you're going to have to just straight up.
By the eye of Agamotto!
They are from here.
Oh my god. I honestly thought that
Ultra Instinct, man.
Yeah, I honestly thought that Strange Roll was actually valuable, but unfortunately, they were just ready for it right there.
Yeah, right there. You saw the Magneto shield go up. Immediately got out of the way there. And as you can see, they are just on a roll. Even with the Adam Warlock revive here, it's still not enough. They are still getting put in the corner here with the Namor up from downtown. Tournament of Power is desperately trying to cling on for dear life. 45 seconds left on the clock. EB is on a roll.
They still have a chance though. They have the final portal from Doctor Strange. So if this is their final push, if they do not get it from right here, that's it.
Yeah, 1,000%. So portal placement is key. You cannot put it directly on the payload. You have to give people a chance to really get around, get some natural cover, find an opening. The rogue is in the mix. Immediately getting some value. EP getting a lot going here. Gambito trying to get some value here. Just going to force the issue here. The rogue taking everything, and again, the Storm ult to save the day.
Well, we're in overtime right now, right? So Tournament of Power has actually been able to take to overtime. So will this be enough right now, right? You see Pred right now trying his hardest with his rogue, trying to stay alive, but unfortunately, it's not enough, and nobody will be able to make it in time to get it. And this is EP's win right here. Reverse 3-0.
Oh my goodness. EP here to stay. What a performance. Again, crowd favorites since the beginning, from start to finish, and now you understand why. That was grit and determination personified. This team has absolutely earned the right to face off against LARP for fun in the losers finals. This might be an interesting matchup here because, again, we were talking about this in the beginning here. You know, it might take a little bit of time, got to warm up. It's been a minute. They're a little cold. And as the set continued, as the series got longer and just continued to get deeper into the roster, into the teams, EP just slowly just kept rising. The stocks just continued to grow. And now you're starting to see the payoff, the hard work come to fruition. And that is the quintessential competitive nature of the game. That is what competitive drive looks like, when you do not give in, when you do not give up, where you are down but not out and you still find a way to get out on top. That was true teamwork.
No, and honestly, look, I have to say this. I'm subscribing to the EP Nation, all right? I have to subscribe to the EP Nation, right? EP was not sleepy this time. They were.
You can't sleep on them, clearly, because obviously they're going to knock you out if you're doing all that stuff.
Good.
You know,
Hold a little bit longer. Keep going.
But yeah, that was a beautiful moment there for EP.
It was.
And honestly, major shout outs to Tournament of Power. You know, definitely making it this far in the tournament. I mean, making it to this point in the beginning. I mean, you have to think about it, right? You had to go through a qualifier just to get the opportunity in this bracket. There's only 4 teams here. You know, there's only 4 slots. Everybody can't go. So the fact that they even made it this far is a testament to their skill set anyway. So major shout outs to those individuals for definitely getting this far, making it happen. Big shout outs to them. And also, again, just major shout outs to EP.
Respect, honestly.
Is phenomenal, was playing phenomenal right there.
Yeah. Respect to all the teams. Again, teams that competed in the qualifiers, teams that are competing right now. Respect to all of y'all, because honestly, it's not easy competing in tournaments like this, right? When knowing that you got hundreds of thousands of people just watching you, right? The nerves can get to you, okay? The nerves will get to you. So honestly, huge shout out to all the teams that were competing.
Yeah, 1,000%. You know, absolutely. Because again, you know, it's just one of those things that you have to pay attention to. And speaking of paying attention, we're gonna go ahead and take it over to the stage here as we are moving along here with the festivities. Go ahead and take it away, folks.
2, 1.
Hello, everybody. We are back. We got some more raffle questions.
I have like 10 minutes.
And we have another controller ready to give away. And we also are going to be announcing the champion of Guilty Gear and Fatal Fury. All right. First, give a football out. I have a video game question. What game series marked their 40th year anniversary this year? You said Final Fantasy? No.
Dragon Quest.
It's not the answer I was looking for, but you're not wrong. All right. Yeah. All right. All right. And now we're going to bring up our first place champion for Guilty Gear. Go ahead and let everybody know what your name is.
My name's Pez from Denton. I just play Millia.
You play who with on Guilty Gear?
I play Millie Rage.
And where are you from again?
I am from Denton.
Denton, Texas? All right, welcome to Houston. You're just outside of Dallas, so we'll allow it. All right, here you go.
raffle for Scuff.
Do a raffle for Scuff? All right.
Unless you want to do the next award.
Okay, one more question.
Okay, good.
No football. All right. Last little raffle question for another football. Anime question. What is the name of the last episode in Cowboy Bebop? Hold on, wait, just hold on. Right over here. The question again was, what was the name of the last episode in Cowboy Bebop?
I'm not gonna lie, y'all. I might have capped out, but I know that in every episode they say the same thing. See you soon, Space Cowboy. I can assume that's the last episode's name.
No, that is not the name of the episode. Anybody else want to give it a shot?
Is it See You Later, Space Cowboy?
No, that's how the episode ended, but that's not the name of the last episode.
Anybody else?
One more try. One more try. Oh, look, they Googling it now. I know y'all Googling it. Yeah, look it up. Hurry up.
Is it you're gonna carry that weight?
Nope.
Oh my God.
Nope. The answer is The Real Folk Blues. Part 2. You right. You right. Part 2. Man, give him the football. Give him a football. Yeah. Yeah. Now, give it up for our first place champion for Fatal Fury. City of the Wolves. All right. Go ahead, let them know what your name is, who won, where you from, and who you main.
My name is Tega. I'm from New York, but born in Trinidad and Tobago. I play Rock Howard, and yeah, this was fun.
All right, New York. Did you go back home when y'all won? Huh? Did you go back home when the Knicks won? Yeah. All right. Last question. This is a DreamCon trivia question for the PlayStation 5 custom controller by Scuff. All right? It's a two-parter. In what year and what city did DreamCon pass 20,000 attendees? You didn't even let me finish the question. What year and what city?
2023 in Austin.
I'll allow it. You're right. Come on up.
You want to make announcements about the sponsors? Or you want me to do it?
You got that. Okay. Because I don't know the contract. I don't know the word.
You're fine. Okay, let them know.
Yeah, I don't know their word. Let me not mess that up. Come on up, man. This controller is yours. Go ahead, let people know what your name is, where you from.
My name is Tino. I'm from Detroit.
And what game you gonna be playing with on that?
GTA 6.
All right. Go ahead and all right, and now we're about to pass it back to the casters. Oh, wait, one moment. Hold on there, the killer zombies. We also have another announcement.
Yeah, just some final announcements. Want to make sure you all are aware of the sponsors that gave out all of these prizes. Some of our sponsors today, as we said before, are Scuff. Scuff provided the custom PS5 controllers. Other sponsors that we have today are Otaku Noir. Otaku Noir provided the prizes for the gift boxes for the first place in Fatal Fury as well as Guilty Gear. They will also be providing prizes throughout the weekend. Now, we will have a variety of different raffles and giveaways all throughout the weekend. Unfortunately, I think we only have a couple more footballs. So today, all we got is footballs left. tomorrow, please come back. We have the All-Star Marvel Rivals Tournament. We also have the finals of the Community Marvel Rivals Tournament. We also have the Tekken Tournament as well as the Street Fighter Tournament tomorrow. There will be raffles throughout the entire day. We're giving away everything from controllers, custom controllers, to custom shoes. We're giving away, I'm not going to say the other thing. I can't say the other thing. I'm going to leave that one alone. I almost said it. I apologize. I can't say that one. I can't say it. Liable. But we're giving away a variety of different things, so make sure you are in the seats. If you haven't already and you want to watch the All-Star Marvel Rivals Tournament, please make sure you register in the app. That is a ticketed event. It is free, but make sure you register or you will not have a seat. Lastly, but surely not least, the gaming hall does close tonight at 10, so make sure you are aware. There are other things you can do in the variety of halls, so make sure if you haven't checked out halls B through D, make sure you check out the rest of them. Make sure you go to the after parties. And last but certainly not least, if you still have controllers in the gaming hall, the controller rental will close 30 minutes before the gaming hall closes. So you need to return your controllers between 9 and 9:30 p.m. Thank you all. Xavier.
Thank you all, everybody. Back to the casters.
All right.
By the eye of Agamotto. By the eye of Agamotto.
Can always use a shield. I am ready to put on a show.
We'll go on the timer.
Judge, jury, executioner! Again! Fear Magneto! Again! Judge, jury!
It seems Krakoa is in good hands.
Born again! Jury! Executioner! Born again!
Behold! That child! Extra shielding!
I lift up my comrades.
Dinner time, love!
Armed and dangerous! Again! 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 The God of thunder!
Dinner time,
Armed and dangerous! Again! 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 Born again! Judge, jury, executioner! Armed and dangerous! Again! 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 Armed and dangerous! Again! Again! It's a mine!
disappear!
Get up with me! Got my spear! Tremble before now! Jury! Executioner!
Disappear! Dinner time,
By the eye of Agamotto! Ionic magic! Some assistance, please. You have heard my respect, Director Hunt.
double kill! Solo, didn't I?
Dangerous! Again! We got ourselves a Oh, yeah.
I gotcha. That's my man. Page engine. Put him on the mantle. Cheers, mate. Always glad.
By the hoary hosts of Odin. Resist. Never wrath of the goddess!
I see I have made
Together to victory! More powerful yet.
Ha! Let's even try to I see I have made
Born again!
we have here? There's still a chance to stop them.
All right. Casters, let me get your
Born again!
All right, casters. We'll be going on timer here. From last series. Hopefully, a little bit
Again! Again!
After Stinger, you're live. Can we get caster to house? Need caster audio into house. They are cast.
Of course, with lots of ups, lots of downs, and honestly, it's been a fun time overall. You know, the last set we just had has been easily one of the most exciting matches of the day,
It's been the best.
and we've been having just more and more moments like these as we go along.
I was just talking to EP a little bit ago, one of the teams from EP, and honestly, he was just telling me like they were themselves were telling me like, you know, their team comps was a little bit shaky those first 2 rounds, but after a while, once they were like giving up early, but once he himself said, I did not give up. I kept trying, and then the team came in, and they just kind of kept it going from there. And they've been going crazy after that.
No, seriously, and that's really what it comes down to, that mental aspect, that mental fortitude, that capacity to keep going even when it seems like all hope is lost. So big ups to EP for sure for earning their way to this part of the stage to take on LARP for Fun. Again, LARP for Fun is here for anything but, it seems like, because they have been absolutely taking it to teams, including Swamp Gaming. So here we are here with the first pick of the series. We got Hell's Heaven for domination. A lot of folks are starting to pick this map over Burning T'Challa because, again, Hell's Heaven is pretty straightforward, again, in terms of how it's designed and strats that you can mount against that, right? So here we go, folks. We have the lay of the land. Remember, everybody, this all started with the Road to DreamCon online qualifiers that took place prior to this. We have 4 qualifiers across 4 months, 1 per each, and now we have our finalists. So here you have the bracket, Swamp Gaming taking each set in a 3-0 run, sitting comfortably in grand finals. LARP for Fun, however, you know, was able to make it to the winners finals, but fell short against the beast that is Swamp Gaming. Not, you know, not to take anything away from them, but again, you know, Swamp Gaming is just a really tough challenge to overcome. So here we are, folks. We have made our way through the loser side of the bracket. EP clawing their way back from the brink with a reverse 3-0 victory over Tournament of Power to make it to this stage, to this part of the stage. So here we are, folks. We are now getting on with our bans, with our protects.
So we're going to see how things go here on the docket. Now remember, folks, we've been seeing a lot of target bans lately. People have been changing it up and starting to be a lot more intentional in who they pick for their bans and for their protects. And as you can see there,
the Namor.
immediately taking the Namor off the table. LARP for fun, for us, not for you. So immediately taking the Namor off the table, putting him on the first ban, and then EP taking Mantis off the table for their first ban. You know, definitely.
I honestly, I gotta say this, and again, when I was talking to EP, I was telling him like LARP Fun is definitely watching you guys, and I know that immediately as you guys get in the game, they're gonna try to plan that more.
Of course, absolutely, and this is what I was talking about in the last series, right? If I am facing off against this team, you have to take away the comfort pick. You have to take away the character that you clearly can see is the character that they are trying to keep alive, you know, and that's really what you have to do there. So immediately taking him off the field changes the landscape drastically. But now we're going to go ahead and have the Gambit Protect alongside the Rogue Protect. So now that team up is available. No Star-Lord, says EP, and no Thing says LARP for fun. We haven't seen a Thing pick all day. We haven't seen anything regarding the Thing.
Actually, yeah, we have.
Have we?
Yeah, we have.
We have? Okay, it's been a while. You know, I'm burning the midnight oil, so to speak, y'all. I apologize if I misstep here, but I mean, again, you know, the Thing ban here. I mean, the Thing ban here is going to be interesting as well, because I mean, this is Thing's mode. Like we talked about how Magic strives really well in domination. Thing is also another one of those characters that really thrives in the domination structure, because of his ability to just constantly harass groups that are, you know, that are forced to stay together, being able to put the earthbound on multiple folks, forcing you to stand there in front of the team and fight it out old school, as he would say probably.
Yeah.
But already we have the Elsa Protect alongside the Penny, and then we have the Bucky and Storm bands to round things out. Now the Storm band I do like from LARP for Fun, because you've been seeing Storms popping up as we move further along in the bracket, just giving folks a little bit more of an edge to possibly flip these team fights. So I do like that choice here. So this is going to be an interesting start for both of these teams.
And again, they got the Penny Protect, right? So they know that they got to capitalize on those, basically those mines of Penny. They got to know those proper choke points with those mines to be able to kind of keep LARP for Fun away from the point.
Yeah, 1,000% right. I mean, again, you know, we definitely have it. Quite frankly, Ryu Lions, Penny is definitely something to pay attention to. But we're going to see how things shape out here. We're going to go ahead and see the Elsa pick from Alvaro as well. So again, trying to match the energy here. LARP for Fun going with the mega aggressive strategy here. Again, you know, just everybody has a plan until they get punched in the face, right? And that's essentially what this team comp is looking like.
One thing that I will say is, because I remember seeing this in the qualifiers, Alfaro's Elsa is nothing to scoff at. Like, it is actually extremely dangerous. I'd probably say it's probably just as dangerous.
Seeing you here.
Okay, so definitely looking forward to see how things shape up here as LARP for Fun looking to go ahead and close in on this team, and immediately it goes down. Yeah, that's a huge sign there from EB. A great start so far as they are weathering the storm here. I mean, no real tank setter situation here, as they only have the Rogue pretty much going all in on the damage. So EB manages to get the early pick, but does end up losing the war in that case. You know, you win a battle, but you end up losing the whole setup there. So now LARP for Fun manages to take the point.
One thing that I will say that I do like about how LARP for Fun is doing is they're not overextending. Now we have here Black Panther just aura farming in mid-DreamCon, just walking very slowly to their prey.
Yeah, definitely looking forward to that, right? But that Penny nine, you gotta be careful there. Again, these people are not, the name says EP, but they're definitely not sleeping as they go ahead and clean up the Black Panther immediately. You know, the pick protect, again, is there for a reason. And this is easily one of the best matches to play in New York.
Very interesting to see how far switch from Elsa to basically Daredevil right here, and was actually doing very good with Fortune, right? Was not helping. There you go. Right there, Black Panther immediately just deletes one character right there. And gotta be paying attention.
Yeah, Lar for Fun is doing a great job of just hanging on to their lead so far. I mean, Evie is getting an early pick, but it's not enough. You gotta finish your plate. This is Big Mama's house. So even though you managed to make it a 65, you still have to finish off the fights. And Lar for Fun here is doing a great job of hanging on.
But one thing that I will say, again, we can never count EB out. EB's been doing this for a while. They will come in and they will slay out.
Here we go. Here we're gonna go ahead and pop it. Oh, try to clear the round here, but it's very smart. 91% here. One fight is all you need.
Daredevil hold right there. Feels right there. Yo, Carl goes down with his Daredevil. Unfortunately, not able to get any value, and right there just gets killed literally at the end of the game. Unfortunate right here for
Yeah, yep. So here we go here, Lar for Fun with a convincing first point here on the round. Again, you know, a convincing first round here for the map. I mean, again, you know, Lar for Fun is hungry, right? They managed to be the only team to take Swamp Gaming to multiple overtime rounds.
Yes, they
were. A team that essentially is favored to win the whole thing is now being put to the test by this one team, and they know it, and they are looking to go ahead and show it again, folks. Because remember, we have the grand finals tomorrow in addition to the All-Star game. So this is the chance that they're looking to secure that spot. They want day 2.
Yeah, and honestly, this is the time to honestly just kind of enjoy it, right? Because tomorrow is going to get even crazier with the All-Stars and the finals.
Yes, absolutely. So here we go, round number 2 of this map. Lar for Fun definitely looking to close it out early, quick, fast. So here we go. We're going to go ahead and get some flanking action here from Cinnamon. This is pretty much their bag here. We've been seeing them rocking the Black Panther. Yeah, we've been seeing them rocking the Black Panther off and on all day.
Again, their bread and butter right there. Big off right there. And then Gambit also Fireball getting a lot of value right there. Unfortunately, was able to push all of Eevee's team off of point.
Yeah, absolutely right. And it all started from that early pick there from Cinnamon. But this is what we were talking about before. When you get that early pick, you gotta finish it. You gotta finish it at that point because that's your advantage. That's your chance to strike. Cinnamon understands it. So Cinnamon was able to get the party started. And honestly, Gambit is doing a phenomenal job as well here. So we're gonna go ahead and take advantage of creating that ult. Very smart from Cinnamon. Ult is still on the table.
It is. Well, it wasn't enough, unfortunately. Just not there. Eevee was ready for the Black Panther. Basically, like, right now, of course, as you can see, anything can still happen. Eevee is still putting up a fight and trying to push Lar for Fun back and able to get to the point. Right now, they're doing a good job. It's just survivally.
I am ready to put on a show.
Also, you see that Elsa almost goes down, but was actually lucky enough to get into the right there.
Yeah, 1000% right. I mean, this is really strong showing here from Lar for Fun. I mean, Eevee has their work cut out for them. Not to say they aren't hungry as well, but Lar for Fun is just playing a completely different game at this moment. They are already at 80%.
Watch your steps.
They are. Again, as I always say, we can never count Eevee out, right? Eevee may lose these first few rounds, but they may come back and they come back with a vengeance.
Yeah, the final push here for the round. You got to take it right here. But unfortunately, the power of Wakanda is a bit too strong for the team. Eevee is forced to retreat, and that is going to be map number 1 for Lar for Fun.
I feel like this is a good knowledge right here, right? I don't feel like EP should be distraught about this. It's good knowledge. I feel like this is a good chance to basically go ahead and ban that.
You know, and for what it's worth, they had moments there where they were able to shut down the Black Panther early. It's just, you know, again, you know, you have to be able to finish up the job. But it's tough when you have a front line like LARP for Funds. I talk about LARP's front line all the time. Moose is amazing at what they do, and truthfully is probably the glue when it comes to this team, right? So they are a phenomenal brawl tank, but they are just a great tank player because they already showcased that they were able to pull off the group pick immediately when it was needed.
Yeah.
So this is definitely going to have this is definitely going to have their work cut out for them, as you can see here in these replays. You know, obviously Cinnamon trying to get the party started, but this is what I was talking about, right? You had the opportunity to turn things around here, and again, the Black Panther jumping in there. You have to finish your plays. You know, when you get those early picks like that, you have to go in. And that was the difference here, because when Cinnamon did finally find their way in, as you can see here, finally got that pick, exactly, everybody else falls almost immediately. So that's the kind of coordination that you're gonna have to muster if they were to take this set.
Honestly, you are not wrong in saying what you are saying right there. Again, you can see it in these replays, the craziness of how Cinnamon has been Black Panther, right? He's actually just been going insane, right? So I'm expecting EP to ban Black Panther this next round here.
Yeah, and honestly, I see that, but if I'm going to make my ban picks here, you have to make a ban pick for Moose, because I was talking about this before, right? We're talking about the Black Panther, we're watching the dive, we're watching the gambit, you know, and it's all flashy and it's all fun and games, but Moose is out there putting in the work. Moose does a lot of the dirty work, isn't super flashy, just solid, just very consistent gameplay that you can depend on, and someone you can depend on, that you can play off of, that you don't really have to question or look out for or worry about, just makes things so much easier, which allows Cinnamon to make those kinds of plays, which allows the Gambit to do what they need to do to help out the team. And honestly, if I am EP, I need to make a ban pick that disrupts that. I need to somehow poke a hole in that front line so we can finally create the openings that we need.
So you don't think that basically the real problem is like Black Panther? You think it's like more so like, for example, the Rogue?
Yeah, but see, this is the problem, right? Because Moose is incredibly versatile, and this speaks back to Swamp Gaming with Deus. Deus plays so many different characters, it's hard to just completely remove them from the game. Now, the obvious answer, and this is what Swamp was doing, right, is banning the tank pool, because you know that's really what Moose likes to play. But as you can see here, Moose doesn't really need that. They're just a brawler-style person, you know. They're just a brawler-type tank. They just love to get in the mix, and they can do it well, and they're great, and they're good at it. So, you know, just try to take away one of the options that you feel is going to be most detrimental to your team. I mean, if you ban the Rogue, you're leaving the Groot open, you're leaving the tank pool open. I mean, you can opt to maybe see if you leave Moose alone and then try to ban the Black Panther or another character that Cinnamon plays. But this is where it gets really tough when you face against these teams with that level of depth.
You're not wrong, because they're not one tricks. So they may not be as good with other characters as they are, like, for example, with the Black Panther or the Rogue, but they're still very dangerous and just as good with other characters that they don't play as much.
Yeah, 1,000%. So it's going to be very interesting to see the adjustments that EP makes. But as you mentioned, right, we can't count them out, because we know that they are always pushing forward to make it work, right? And they are constantly looking for ways to capitalize, to adjust, and those kind of things. So we're going to go ahead and move on to the next stage. It's Shin Shibuya, the Tokyo 2099 version. So, yeah, this is EP's pick. This stage is tricky because the initial choke seems almost insurmountable. However, there are options. There are paths that you can take to really open things up. But I'm pretty sure LARP for Fun is going to be prepared for that.
Most definitely.
But, you know, it is one of those things where you just kind of have to pick your poison. Do you want to take the straight-up brawl that LARP is clearly looking for? Or do you try to play an off angle, try to see if you can approach on the flank and open up the field from there? I mean, you're going to need some people that can really hold it down on their own in that case, because it gets lonely when you start going out on those flanks and somebody catches you. So, you know, those are the choices that are available to you, but it's curious to see how things go. But here we go here, LARP for Fun, again, sticking to the game plan, no Namor, and now EP opting to go for the Gambit ban while LARP protects the Black Panther.
I knew it. Like, as soon as I saw that they did not ban Black Panther, I knew they were going to try to protect it.
And again, you know, like, it's one of those situations where you pick your poison, because do you really go and use your ban for a character such as that when you have so many other characters that can very easily, you know, expose and exploit you? So here we are with the protect on the Penny, right? This is another map that she can excel in.
Yes.
And then you're having the ban on the Thing and the Elsa. So with no more Gambit, that takes care of the anti-heals, the cleansing, and, you know, just the overall boon and boost that Gambit offers.
Yeah.
So now at this point, you have an opportunity to just consistently shut down Black Panther completely. He doesn't have an additional helper in the back that's able to just give him what he needs when he needs it. But we're going to go ahead and have the protect on the Storm, and we're going to have the protect on the White Fox. So with the White Fox here, EP does have the opportunity to be a little more aggressive, but is that really the strategy that they're going to opt with here? Because it's going to be interesting to see how things shape up, because we're going ahead and we're going to ban Luna Snow. So this is very much a dive-friendly situation, right?
Yeah.
No Namor, no Luna, no Thing. You know, a lot of those characters that can very easily just shut down a dive within seconds, you know, very, very quickly. So now EP having their White Fox as well as their Penny, they still have those anti-dive options, but it's going to be tricky trying to navigate that, because you already know how LARP's coming.
Yeah.
You saw what they did on the first start of the domination. They are willing to pull that out the bag, you know?
Yeah. And honestly, I feel like that. I mean, that's been their bread and butter, right? They need those flanking moments, and just basically going in ahead and diving in. That's what caused Swamp Gaming a lot of trouble.
Yeah, 1,000% here. But LARP for Fun is going to be on the defensive side. So let's see how this goes. We're going to have the group pick here from Moose. We already know we already know that Moose's route is tried and certified. We're going to go ahead and see how this goes. Now, no Mantis ban. So this is an opportunity for LARP for Fun here to get a lot of damage tacked on. Eevee looking for the early pick. They get Sentiment out of there. Again, this is what was happening on the last game, right? The Black Panther isn't necessarily the issue, because you have the tools to deal with it. As LARP for Fun has the tools to deal with Strange, just shoved into the back line with no escape there. So there's going to be a tank down for Eevee as they're getting pushed back. LARP for Fun getting their Black Panther back into the mix, already looking for their approach.
You can see the Black Panther trying to get the Parker, but it's not able to get that and just goes down. So as you can see, right now, he seems to be very more aware and ready for the Black Panther. So as you can see, the Black Panther is probably not the play right now for Cinnamon, but we'll see. We'll see, right? Cinnamon might be able to pull some more like Black Panther plays. It's kind of like feeling it out. Okay, you seem to be more aware, right? Will I ever get the chance to kind of catch you off guard?
Yeah, 1,000% right. And again, you know, this is the difference maker. Eevee, while getting an early pick on the Black Panther, not able to take advantage of the 5v6. Now, and truthfully, like, it was a 4v5 really, because they got the pick on the Johnny as well. character that I was worried about, because while Black Panther is creating havoc on the ground, it's Johnny who's actually doing the damage because of the flame cage.
Yeah. Yeah, Johnny Storm is actually like a very tricky character, especially if played properly. He is a good zoner, right? Especially as you can see right there, right? It's just that he takes damage, he's going. It may not do much, but it's like it's still enough to kind of like put a little bit of the fear of God in you, you know?
Yeah, definitely, right? It makes you hesitate. It makes you think about what you're trying to do here. So we're getting some changes here. Alvaro, Rocket, and Bucky, and then also we have Rocket as well as Choles. I do like these choices because now you have the opportunity to deal with the Johnny more efficiently. And not only that, you have enough damage to get hit up the group walls quickly as well, which is really what you need in this case, is the ability to effectively deal with the group walls. But is it enough? Because they now have less than a minute and a half to get to that point, and Lark for Fun is definitely not letting go.
Yeah, and as you can see right there, Cinnamon was just able to get the rocket right there. I think it was right Gene that had the rocket, or no, it was Cozy that had the rocket right there. And as you saw, Cinnamon was just ready for it, and they forced him to back.
Alright, so Easy's gonna go ahead and use the portal here. Definitely making it work fine with the Black Panther. They immediately turn things around. It is 1, 2, 3, repeat after me. This is my round. This is my map. Lark for fun. Fun for us, not for you. I'm telling you, man, Lark for Fun is just doing things right now. You see this positioning? You see where they are? Look where he is. Look at where he's at right now. Just hanging out. How you doing? Go home.
I will say I did like his airball on Johnny. So that's why you saw Johnny especially Supernova was able to clear out and was going extremely fast. It is heartbreaking right here. But again, we've seen this before, right? EB, usually the first 2 rounds, they have a little bit of a tough time, but then they get in their groove and they can reverse sweep this.
Yeah, 1000% right. It is definitely possible, but this is absolutely the harder team to beat. I mean, Lark for Fun, in my opinion, is the team to beat, right? Because obviously Swamp Gaming is the elephant in the room. Everybody's aware of what they can do, but whenever it comes to competitive esports and you see, these tournament brackets for, fighting games and shooters and things of that nature, the thing about these pro teams or these, high-level teams that have a lot of notoriety, have a lot of visibility, is that you can research those teams. You can get ahead of the curve and literally take notes and watch gameplay and see how they function and what they do in multiple concepts. But when it comes to the lesser-known individuals, the lesser-known teams, it's harder to prepare for them because you're not really aware of what they are capable of. So in the case of Lark for Fun, they're coming out of left field in a way, right? You're not necessarily, prepared for the level of gameplay that they've been, the level of output that they've been producing all day, right? And it's kind of hard to make that, to get that research. I mean, you could have looked at the qualifier matches, but again, it's limited information.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
Newfound power.
But we'll see. You see the strange portal moves right there. Actually, very interesting here. The strange portal place over there. Barely anybody there, but he just kind of was very confident. His team was like, all right, we see like there's 2 people here. We're gonna be able to push them off this, off the building to be able to get out of the battle and try to get
Rip trying to go blow for blow with the Black Panther, and it's looking like it's paying off so far.
It really is, yes. But that is it right there. That is 2-0 so far. Lark for Fun's favor.
Yeah, using that the strange portal to essentially cut the supports off. Putting the portal in front of them so you can't see them, you can't get to them, and then essentially just destroying the entire building. So even if you don't get the kill, you displace them from their point of interest, from their perch, right?
3,
So
2,
that was actually a very smart play there from, once again, Moose, who is clearly ahead of the curve here because, again, the whole thing about it was you just needed to get them off the point. You didn't even have to wipe the team. Just get them away from the point, and then we'll take care of the rest. And that's essentially what's happened there in that case.
And, I mean, with the Black Panther, right, they were doing pretty good, honestly, with kind of keeping, like, Cinnamon off Black Panther a little bit, right, and kind of targeting him a little bit. But after a while, it's kind of like they kind of forgot about him a little bit, right? And it just basically immediately started killing them and scaling the back line, and which is not enough.
Right. Yeah, it's just, again, this is a tough team to beat. And it's even harder because I talked about earlier about how the losers run can often be more dangerous in the sense that it awakens something inside of you that forces you into, you're in this do or die situation, and like it can easily force somebody to really step it up because they don't want to go home. They don't want to be out early. So as you can see here in these replays, I mean, again, Drifts just going to town right now with this team, and I mean, Moose, you already know what they're going to do, but it just allows Ozzy, Drifts, so many opportunities to do what they do best. And we saw that, again, when they were playing earlier, Drifts can sometimes, fall off a little bit here. But, again, when it comes to LARP for fun, everybody is functioning well. Everybody's, helping each other out. And it's just a well-oiled machine.
No, I totally agree. Their team composition and just their comms, you can tell it's on point.
Yeah.
Right? And again, I'm not going to sleep on EP. You cannot sleep on the EP here, right? I feel like if you get too confident, EP is definitely going to take on that, and then it's going to get with your mental. And then you're going to start losing your matches, and this is going to get the reverse 3-0.
Yeah, absolutely, right? So now this is the time to dig deep in this case. Again, folks, this is losers finals. So the victorious team here will move on to face against Swamp Gaming tomorrow afternoon for the grand finals. So remember, folks, we got more Marvel Rivals action coming to you live tomorrow. Make sure that you're tuned in. That is 12:30 p.m. Central Standard Time, 1:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So again, folks, this is the last match of the night. This is not for all the marbles, but this is for your chance to get to those, right? To get to the promised land, as I like to refer to.
And again, I'll say this right now. Again, EP, I feel like they got a chance. They just gotta, get their bearings together, right? They're just trying to get the thing. Now, again, I feel like if they ban that Black Panther, it may not do much because they might try to protect the Magic too, because Magic is a good flanker as well, just as good, probably just as good or better than Black Panther. So.
There's a lot of debate on that front. People go back and forth all the time on that.
Yeah. So honestly, we're gonna have to find out and see right here in a little bit on basically how they're gonna work it out, right? If that's the best way to kind of go about it.
Yeah, 1,000% right. I mean, it's really tough because the depth of this team is obviously showing. Now, they did try to make some adjustments with the Gambit ban and what have you. But, again, we all know what the key here is, and that is the Namor ban. You see it right here, every single map, no matter what the mode is, get him out of there. Just remove him completely.
Point of maps.
They gotta ban Alfaro's Namor, man. He's dangerous with it, and I feel like honestly, as we go into Spiderlands and Convoy, right, as an EP pick, I feel like it's a level of respect, right, that they're kind of giving out to Alfaro's Namor, because at least I would take it that way, right? It's a level of respect that you gotta have, right? A level of fear that you gotta put in these teams to know that this character is so good in this person's hand, we cannot let him play it.
Exactly. I agree with you 1,000%. You know, that is definitely one of those like, well, I guess I did my job a little too well, right? Because now I got this team looking at me, and now they're doing everything possible to take that away from me. So we're going to go ahead and move forward here with the bans, with the protections. I mean, it's been pretty much business as usual for LARP. You know, they have their game plan. They haven't had much need to change their game plan. So, you know, it's just going to be a lot of the same when it comes to that case. But again, you know, we just need to see what the deal is on EP side. You know, they're trying their best to adjust. You see the changes, and they're trying to make something happen, right? They're trying to find a chink in the armor, so to speak. But again, it just comes down to the very first picks. And right now, that Namor ban is hurting them a lot.
Yep, Namor, and then you got, again, the Protect on the Black Panther, the ban on the Gambit. The ban on the Gambit, it does make sense, right? Gambit is a problem. It has been a problem. So we'll see right here who they honestly are going to protect from EP side. They're thinking long and hard about this because this really will make or break it for them.
Yeah, you know, and to be honest, you know, you had the penny pick, which did give you some value. But as you saw there, LARP was prepared for that, right? They go in, they see who you rock with, and then, like, you get the early pick on Black Panther because it's like, okay, they had Penny, right? The surprise knockout, so to speak, you know, as some people refer to it. But right now, but then they realize that, and then they just play around the mines, and then you're still having to deal with them in the back line, and it just unravels from there. But as you can see here, now we're getting a Thing Protect. So that's going to be a little bit more difficult for Black Panther to deal with, because the moment he touches the ground, he's going to stay there, because the Thing is constantly just running around, just making sure that everybody is playing on an even playing field.
And the stuns that the Thing offers up against Black Panther.
Yes.
Great counter pick, I'm not going to lie. It was very a good counter pick. The ban for the Elsa, the ban for Storm, very interesting. And as you mentioned before in the last round, right? We've been seeing a lot of Storms going in and around over here. So LARP for Fun was like, nah, we're not gonna have no Storms in this game.
Which is also interesting because they protected Storm last map. So, you know, it's again speaking to that level of depth that they have and the confidence that they have as well. They don't necessarily need a lot of these characters. You know, they play them, they excel at them, but they have other characters that they can go to, and they are not really all that worried if this one character is not on the screen. So we're going to go ahead and get the Protect on the Bucky and the ban on the Penny, just in case you decided to change your mind, you know, just in case you thought, well, if the Thing doesn't work, no, now you're here. You're gonna stick with that, right? We're going to go ahead and get the ban on the Daredevil as well. To be honest, I don't know if that's really going to be the most effective pick, because you can clearly see that there are other characters that require more attention, right?
Well, on their defense with Daredevil, right? The first round that they had with LARP for Fun, when they were playing Daredevil was actually going insane and was basically deleting them. So they're kind of taking that into account. They don't want a repeat of that where their whole team is just getting blocked by Daredevil. So I feel like it was actually a good pick right there. But you have the Iron Man. What's that, Iron Man? Yes, that is an Iron Man. And he might have the team up with Hulk. And if you don't, I don't know if you know the Iron Man team up with his ult, that now you cannot stop him. He will have a shield on him, which is incredible. Like, that's broken.
Kind of crazy, right? Let's make this. Here we go. Talk about kind of crazy. We're getting a Blade pick here. This is LARP for Fun's chance to wrap up the series and move on to Grand Final. EV fighting to stay alive. And the Venom immediately gets put back into the box. LARP for Fun moving along with the day.
Very interestingly enough, I'm also just noticing that Cinnamon is not a Black Panther. He is Venom.
Yeah, because again, you know, Cinnamon's style is God. It's not necessarily a character, it is the style. So whether it is Black Panther or Venom, their whole deal is to get in your face and to be annoying and stay there. So, you know, this is pretty much still Cinnamon's bread and butter, but as you can see here, EP going to work currently, Larpamon going to work currently with the Gamma Beam. Ooh, gets popped from downtown there. He's still holding on here, trying to make it work.
He's doing actually really good right there. The hold time is also very good. Just as good, but I know also they got a lot of both. Got a buff right there. And huge value right there on the Venom ult. Got to pick off someone that's still alive again with some ability of Venom. Honestly, better than Flyman. Yeah, he's a maximum pulse right there. Unfortunately, did not hit anybody,
to put on a
but
show.
definitely put the fear shot in. Where is it?
Yeah, he is getting out of the way.
Trying to dunk on someone, but unfortunately, this right there. Not able to avoid Blade survivability. Did you know that Blade can literally 3D?
Yeah, the recent buffs that he received have definitely made him a much more present threat.
Look at that!
Absolute insanity there with the Ancestral Blade. That is going to do it for that defense for Larp for fun. EP making some changes here. They're going to go ahead and get a Venom of their own along with the Hella. I do like the Hella pick because, again, having access to the slow alongside that high output damage is definitely going to help out against the Blade, right? Even if you don't take him out, you're going to force him to think about it. You're forcing him to block, to get out of the way, to back up.
We are
undefeated! Corner with the maximum pulse.
Was able to get someone off though. He did go out, but he was able to.
Yeah, no 1,000 continue with the trade there for sure. And again, another pick with the ult. Cinnamon's ult placement has been phenomenal with Venom so far.
Very interestingly, also took himself off.
You know, I mean, the job has been completed. The job is done. So here we go here. We're going to go ahead and get things started. Cinnamon going in to change it up with the Spider-Man.
Oh, he's trying to basically get some people off the map.
Yeah.
Very interesting.
Thanks, Penny. Yeah, here we go. We're going to go ahead and get things started. But the low-key pick is a beautiful counter to that, right? Because you can see there the immortality totem going to work here, preventing Spider-Man from getting anything done. Immediately get shut down. Might end up going back to Venom here. We shall see.
God, Blade is going crazy, bro. Blade just got another quad right there.
Yeah, again, that is the buffs, that is the anti-healing, the damage, the speed, you know,
and the self-healing that he does after hitting you multiple times.
Yep, exactly right. So here we go. We're going to go ahead and get into with Spider-Man.
Countering
yeah, you know, Ryan over there definitely is trying to do the best they can with the Magneto here. But again, it's enough. I mean, what it's worth, he is finding counters to a lot of this stuff. But again, what is a counter when facing up against a team that can pretty much pick whatever comp they want?
And like you were saying, right now, Cinnamon's whole thing is just basically dive characters. If you ban all dive characters, then he's in a little bit of a pickle. But other than that, you also still have to worry about the rest of his team. You know, it's not. This is not a one-man army.
Yeah, 1,000% absolutely true there. But again, you know, EP still has a chance to make it work. This is going to be a tall order. You have to play absolutely immaculate defense because, as you can see, LARP is coming with it. They are dropping in, they are dropping bombs, and they are clearing out the field. You can see the Blade is having a time. Cinnamon is helping along in the wings with the additional, you know, dive support. And it's just looking like a clinic right now from all sides. I mean, we haven't even spoken about Moose in a while because, again, they haven't really had to do anything but just kind of, you know, carry along.
No, and honestly, again, I feel like Drift's Drift's played has been going insane. As you can see, 21-1 right now. The damage is 11K already. Like, Drift's has been going crazy.
Yeah, 1,000% right. And then for what it's worth, you know, EP again has found some answers. Anybody answers just have to be they have to be consistent. So here we are, EP going ahead and rocking with the Bucky, the Luna, the Star-Lord, the Angela. Marco going for gold with the damage output here with the Blade, the Squirrel Girl, and the Ultron.
Squirrel Girl's KO,
Yeah, you know, she does such a great job of just occupying those chokes, just constantly forcing the team out of position just to make sure they avoid perfect.
Now I got you. The symbiote Spider-Man returns.
I didn't even see you. He just grabbed. That was a Spidey fist right there. That was a real life Spidey fist.
Yeah, that was a beautiful pick there for Lock for Fun. See, this is what I'm talking about. He got the trade on that, but he did too little too late because you take out one of them, but then the other 5 are just carrying along like usual.
For sure. How do you think my best
This is probably it right here, right? Only got a little bit away. Right now is doing her best to kind of take her off, but it's not enough. As you can see, Thankful himself right now being disrespectful.
Unicorn, I choose you!
And there you have it, folks. LARP for Fun is going to take the set, take the series 3-0 over EP. Round of applause for EP. Major shout outs to that team.
Respect.
Definitely did their thing. Definitely gave us something to cheer for, something to root for. And again, you know, this was nothing to sleep on because they had to earn the right to be here. They had to fight to get here. They had to get through so much to make their way up here, and to be able to finish in losers finals is definitely an achievement in itself. I mean, again, think about what they went through to get there. The reverse 3-0, amazing finish there versus Tournament of Power.
Going
but
back to caster cam.
to be
3,
honest,
2,
I was kind of worried about them because to pull off that kind of performance this late in the bracket, you gotta be tired. You have to be fatigued. You know, you dug deep in that, right? And it kind of reminds me of like those old school MMA battles where like you win and winning just, you got to keep going, you know? Like winning doesn't stop. Like you don't come back tomorrow or the next month. No, you keep going until you stop, until you lose.
Yep.
And in that situation, there is a lot of pressure to try to maintain that level of performance. LARP for Fun was just waiting, right?
Replays
Just
in
able
3,
to relax
2,
and get catch their breath and everything else. But to go from that kind of position, to go from that kind of performance, and have to repeat it against a team of the caliber of LARP for Fun, that's a tall ask. You know, that's a really tough order.
And honestly, again, the blade, Chris Blade was such a pivotal thing. You can see right now with the penta. It's just been going crazy. Huge up for LARP Fun. Low-key again. I always root for the underdog, so I'm rooting for you guys in the finals. Hopefully you guys get that revenge, right, against Swamp Gaming. Put it in them.
Symbiote Spider-Man returns.
Yeah, that was a 3. It was a beautiful.
But respect to DPs, like honestly, just coming in and doing their thing, right? Even though they were not able to win against LARP for Fun, they still got, like, you know, they still came in here, they went to other people, and they showed out. So huge ups to you guys.
Yeah, 1,000%. I mean, again, the level of talent that has been showcased here all day in this tournament has been absolutely phenomenal. It's been a great time. It's been beautiful to watch. I've had such a great time casting this with you, Zombies. I appreciate you being here with me. I mean, we're going to go ahead and wrap up here, but before you go, we're going to go ahead and take it back to the stage. Go ahead and take it away.
When they're ready. Almost there.
Oh, sorry about that. So
Once you see the stage, the hose in the middle, we can
moved on a little too quick there. Sorry, y'all. I know, like we ready to go too. You know, it's been a long day here. We've been here since noon.
Let's
you
take a
know,
look at the
so
bracket.
it's been a great time for sure. I mean, it's been ups and downs all over this bracket. So you know, it's been a great time for sure. Just to give y'all a recap of the day, we started off with Swamp Gaming versus EP, where they took that set 3-0 once again. To move on to winners finals. And then we had LARP for Fun taking a set over Tournament of Power 3-0 to move on. And then we had what I would consider the match of the day, which is Swamp Gaming versus LARP for Fun. While it is a 3-0 finish for Swamp Gaming, that was some of the most insane gameplay we saw all day. Now, that's not that we say that, but again, when we look at EB versus Tournament of Power, that right there, if there was like a match of the day, like 1A and 1B, that set right there would be in the 1B category because that reverse 3-0 was absolutely insane to watch. And then, of course, watching EP
is almost ready.
Make sure that, you know, watching EP secure that victory to move themselves further in the losers finals was nothing short of inspiring. Absolutely.
Yeah. It's like, again, never give up, honestly. Just keep it on, like, even if you feel like you can't do it, just keep going.
3.
And we're going to go now to the stage.
Hey there, everybody. I'm here with one of the winners here from LARP from Fun. Hey, I have a question for you.
Thank you.
How did it feel for this match to make it to the finals?
It feels pretty good for us. You know, our team, we're just really happy to be here, be together as a team. It's a really fun experience. No matter the outcome, I think it's just really fun to play with like some of your teammates, especially if you haven't met in person. So these guys, you know, they did really, really good. They came back on that crazy, exciting game, you know, the match before. So, you know, they're probably happy to be here too. So just feel really good, just, you know, just to be together and play. So.
Okay. Is there anything that you feel like that you got to, as far as a game plan going into the finals, is there anything you got to do differently, or is there things you got to discuss? Maybe you don't want to give your game plan out right now, but you just you can tell me.
Yeah, well, obviously, SG, you know, they're a pretty good team. You know, top team in NA. We're definitely going to talk about it. We haven't talked about it too much. You know, it's kind of been a long day, so we got some things in mind, but can't really mention it. But so we'll see how it goes tomorrow. Hopefully, we can take some games. Hopefully, we can take some games off of them. Take a win, maybe.
Is there anything you want to say to your opponent tomorrow?
Just good luck to them. That's it.
All right, I like that. Good sportsmanship. All right. Thank you, man. All right, y'all, we're going to go ahead and get ready to wrap it up. Remember, tomorrow, the grand finals for the Marvel Rivals is going to be at 2 p.m. tomorrow, and we're still going to have more prizes and raffles tomorrow. All right? All right, appreciate y'all coming out. Y'all have a good night.
Jury! Executioner!
Disappear! Dinner time!
By the eye of Agamotto,